All right, let's do some game dev, y'all. Today I'm gonna continue working on my alien invasion game. It's like about an alien that's out here invading Earth. In this game with an alien invading Earth, I want to make it look better, make it play better, make it feel better, and do my best. I'm prototyping it in Godot, and it's also like a learning project for me. So like I'm figuring out along the way like what kind of game I want to make and what's the best way to make it and get those skills built up and all that good stuff. But for right now, I'm gonna focus on everything I can to have it be what I would consider a game. And lately I've been doing level design stuff, and yesterday we got a cool highlight shader set up. What's up, Frank? Frank, the mod. Wait, Frank doesn't get a song. Frank doesn't get a song. Only members get songs. But Frank, you are as close to a member as it gets. So thank you. Thank you for being a mod. You rock. Anyway, yes, so here's what the game looks like. We got this highlight shader set up, so you can see it puts a little boop, 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 outline around things, and sometimes the outline looks a little more strong than others, but I like it, it's cool. And really a big optimization thing was what we were focused on yesterday. But today I really actually truly want to make more level chunks. So like this, we have this cattle ranch there. We have this cornfield. We have some blank areas. I want to fill those in. Got that solar farm. And so then the idea, by the way, for the game is you abduct like those cows and then you get more points. And if you get enough points, you move on to the next level. And that's how that works. So yeah, I started to work on like grass stuff last night, and it was just murdering, absolutely slaughtering my frame rate. It was way too intensive on the game to have all of that, all the grass pieces. So I think I have an idea, and what I want to do is I want to actually try modifying the what you call it. See how there's this flat ground, and that's like what makes up pretty much everything that's underneath the terrain. It's the ground. It's the ground. You know, it makes up everything that things are on top of. Instead of putting a bunch of crap on top of that, what if I just like modify that? Like, what if I come in here and so into Blender, I've got Blender open over here. And what if I even go into the sculpting tools and I grab like the random brush and I just start getting some like random, we call it grass. I don't really know how to use the random brush, but I'm sure it will become clear. So many good agriculture, solar panels, cows, cornfields, grass, and trees. Yeah. I wanted it to feel like some stuff. And I gotta be honest, a lot of that comes from just doing live stream stuff. Because, I mean, to me, number one most important thing is, I swear the random brush is real. I'm not making it up. I make up a lot of things, but that is one thing I don't think I'm making up. Yes, I'm looking for a specific brush. But what matters to me more than anything is thinking about how the game plays and how it feels. Is it fun? And do I think it's fun the way I want it to be fun? And it's like being on live all the time. It sort of brings up this opportunity to like, or this pressure to make it look nicer, and folks want to see it look nice, and I want to see it look nice. And so then that just like brings up this whole over focus sometimes on the visuals instead of like the gameplay. But with that said, I love the way it's coming together, so I'm not complaining. Okay, where is this random? I've just been scrolling up and down this, and I'm not seeing the word random, but I could have sworn we found a randomized brush the other day. And now I'm just confused. I need to look it up. I'm confused. Blender random brush. I swear to God. No. So is it not a brush? Maybe it's like a setting. Everybody calls the randomized brush. Right, there's a the randomized brush. There is a the randomized brush. the randomized brush. Mm-hmm. It is a brush, according to this right here. Maybe, I wonder if it's not like a setting or something. We got to go through it one by one. Transform, scale, rotate, move, mask by color, edit face, color filter, cloth filter, mesh filter, line project, box trim, box face set, box hide, box max, box, it's hard to say, box mask, smear paint, multi-res displacement, smear, multi-res displacement, eraser, draw face sets, mask, simplify, cloth boundary, slide, relax. There's so many box things. Rotate, nudge, pose, thumb, snake hook, elastic deform, pinch, multiplane scrape, scrape, fill, flatten, smooth, crease, blob, inflate, layer, clay thumb, clay strips, clay, draw strip, draw sharp, draw. I didn't see the word random. What is this? Is this search anything? Where is it? Maybe it's like a setting somewhere else. Dang. I'm not one to come out here and make up things. I know there's a way to do randomized. All right, we need to look this up. What I want to do is I want to draw grass onto this in general. Okay, we're going to say randomize brush blender. So instead of having different grass pieces, from toolbar on the left, choose randomize brush. Fourth one from the top. Is this Blender? I must be bugging. Dun, 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 dun. I don't think I am. I tried it like on Monday. Like I literally did this. If you want to rotate textures per point, it's possible already in the upper panel of stroke settings. Okay. Oh, last way it comes to mind is using sculpt mode, and randomize brush works in a similar way as the other two. Just navigate to tool settings and specify what should the brush be. Okay. I feel like I'm so confused. I feel so confused. Texture random. Oh, maybe it's like a texture brush or something. Oh, whoa. Okay, wait a minute. Let's try doing randomize here. Come on to this, and I need to make sure I add in dynamic topology. That's going to be important. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just need to make sure that we have... Let's make this nice and large. I wouldn't say this is what I thought it was. All right, cool. Great, good, awesome. Also, why is the brush so stretched out? That's so interesting. And like, how do I even get it to be a different shape? Texture random, brush, normal radius, hardness, auto smooth. There's a lot of questions that I have. Oh, detail or constant detail. That's something. Don't really care about any of that. I'm surprised that it's like also shaped like that. Do I know what I'm doing? Do I have any idea what I'm doing? Let's try something else. I'm going to try something else. I can't even get this to work. What if we do like a grab? Okay, apparently I just didn't know what to do here in Blender. We're on... Oh, we don't have... Dyn Topo went off. No, Dyn Topo, you stay on. I need the Dyn Topo. There, that's... Oh, okay. Is this grass? Do I call that grass? That's a tough one. I think that looks pretty terrible. Let's see if we can increase the detail a bit. Oh, Blender didn't like that. Oh, that's a little too beautiful. We don't want that much beauty. We can bring the detail down. Because here's the thing, is I actually need it to be very simple, you know? I don't want it to be complex. What's tripping me out is how stretched out the brush is. Now, I think that's because, oh, what if I do this? What if I come over here and I apply transforms? What if I apply the transforms and then come... Hey! Hey, I did something that resulted in what I thought would happen. Love to see it. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I'm going to put this back down low because I really don't want this to be high detail. Because the idea is this is going to be on like every single mesh. Like a lot of places. And that's not good. Did I get my randomized brush? No. Do I get something else that might be good enough? Yeah, possibly. Okay. Apparently we might need a little more detail than that. It seems like it's like too small. Like it actually can't create anything with that small size. There we go. Let me see if I can stay in sculpt mode for me. And then we're going to say wireframe here. Oh, see? Look at all that. All of that has been added in here. All of that topology that's completely unnecessary. It would be nice to not have all that there. I'm going to do some undoing here. We're going to do a bunch of undos. Let's go back. And now I'm going to apply this transform again. Come to sculpt mode. Okay, we got Dyn Topo on. Okay, so as you can see, that's the wrong size. Apply the transforms. Sculpt mode. There we go. That's better. Oh, so you can see it really local. Man, having the, like, wireframe on is essential. See, it does do it. Even if it's at a low radius, it just can't, like, see it happening, really. We got the strength all the way up over here on this. Radius, hardness. I mean, I don't think that's going to help you. Okay. All right. Noted. I wonder what the minimum radius. See, 20? Well, 20 we got a little bit. I might be able to put like a modifier on it to get it to chill out a bit. Also, it could be that we need a little more detail. Because here's the thing, is I can reduce the detail elsewise. Look at that. That's some funky looking grass. I wonder if there's a setting over here that I can do that will sort of change the way that it does it. So that radius matches that radius. Magnify, I don't know what magnify means in this situation. How much the crease brush pinches. Let's see. Oh, bring the magnify all the way down. That's what it looks like. I would think this is more what I want. Even though the taper at the end is nice. Hey, what's up, Psychonic? I am. This isn't something I normally do in Blender, so I definitely take suggestions. But really, I'm experimenting because yesterday I tried having like the individual blades be multi-mesh instances that are like spread across everything, and yeah, you know, that turned out to be not awesome. So now it slowed the game down tremendously, painfully. So what I want to do now is try and use the ground itself. It's probably going to also still be a performance situation, but hopefully it will be somehow a little better. So yeah, so I'm just kind of coming through here and playing with these tools. There's more I bet there is. Using geometry nodes, I think. Oh god, I still haven't learned geometry nodes. I mean, look. I believe that ultimately, like deeply. Yeah, exactly. It's like a whole thing to learn, and it seems like really valuable once you get the hang of it. Like everything's fine, you know, you can use them. It's really powerful. But you know, no, You know, we're just gonna start here. I wonder if I could even like you know what I might do instead of this? I actually have a better idea. This isn't what I really wanted was to paint it on and it would just like boop 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 pull them all up. And I could swear that there was a randomized brush, but obviously I almost wonder if it's not called something that I don't realize. Anyway, here's my new idea. Here's my new idea. We even do similar grass like I was doing before. Okay, so like there's the plane, there's the level. By the way, I don't even need the whole plane to be filled. There's actually only a certain amount of space in the game in Godot. Look, between those two white blocks, that's all that actually needs to be filled up in there, technically. Technically. To be fair, and I don't want to force you, just saying, if making grass is pretty simple. You can follow the donut tutorial, the sprinkle section to be exact. I like that you gave me a specific section to look at. So you said the donut tutorial? You mean this one by Blender Guru? Blender 3.0? Is that going to be geometry nodes? Okay, you have been very specific. You have been very specific. Okay, but this is part 1. So the specificness, let's see here, maybe it's this one. Make sure you're in the same version though. This is Blender 3. This is Blender 3.0. I also have seen a lot of tutorials. So wait. Okay. So now it's becoming less specific and I'm concerned. Sculpting, geometry nodes, long sprinkles. Ugh, geometry nodes. Oh, I really gotta do geometry nodes right now. This is a 23-minute video. I have ADHD, you monster. He's just talking. He's just talking. I bet this is great. One day I'll follow it, but today's not that day. I'll add it to a playlist for myself, and one day we'll learn it. But honestly, I'm gonna put this in my Blender playlist. Okay. So really I only need it to be in this little area here. So I'm just going to measure that out real quick. If I grab this terrain and I start shrinking it down, what's the width that it fits in there? Because I don't need to fill the whole thing. Looks like about 70 we'll get away with it. We could probably go a little further too since you can see through the fog a bit. Let's do 100. Let's do 100 and no more beyond that. So this strip, I mean, I do want this strip here, but technically I'm only going to make it like 100 width wide. So I'm actually going to duplicate this here. Let me put a little screencast keys on here also. Dun 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 dun. Duplicate that plane. If it doesn't mind, I would appreciate it. I gotta press Shift D, not Control D. Oh, the screencast keys. Is there a way to... We gotta move where they are. Can we put them in set region? Set origin? No. Screencast keys. Oh, font size, draw area, corner radius. Boop, 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 boop. Align right? Yeah, no, maybe center. Let's put them in the center. Okay, cool. That works. That works. Alright, so this plane, I'm going to change its size to be 100. And then we're just going to work on this for now. So here's what's going to happen. I am going to make a cone, and I'm going to bring the verts all the way down to 3, just like we did yesterday. And now I'm going to grab one of those verts, and I'm going to pull it up. And voila, we've got a blade of grass, okay? I'm not gonna do geometry nodes, because it's not just about, being my game. It's also about you know, what's the most efficient way to do this, and including the struggle period of learning what I can for now. Like, you know, obviously I have to fiddle around a bit. Okay, looks like we're gonna have to do it a different way. And that's fine. I'm okay with fiddling. What bores me is learning things I don't really want to right now. You know what? Actually, I was gonna tuck it up, but I don't think there's any reason to. Let's just move it a little higher here. Now that's gonna be pretty dang big for a single blade of grass. I don't want them to be particularly large. I want them to be small. Obviously, this is going to add a lot of geometry. And it's honestly, it's probably going to slow the game down. Like, I would be deeply shocked if this didn't slow the game down a lot. But I really just want to try it and see what happens. So I'm going to add a modifier on here that's got... yeah, exactly. I'm gonna make it an array. I'm sure there's better ways to do this. There might even be a modifier that does this better. I just don't know. I know that there's better ways to do all of this. For a fact. I'm gonna add a mirror in here. Look at all those grasses reaching all the way across. So many grasses. Okay. And then let's also... we can add like a second array on here, and that will be good fun. Yeah. Yeah, we can. I don't know much, but as far as I know, demanding games handle rendering the grass in engine in order to optimize it, as opposed to it being part of the mesh. Yeah. That sounds nice. I mean, how would I even do that? You mean like, so actually someone had a really good suggestion of using particle effects, which is something I'm very curious about. Particle effects in order to do that. So instead of, actually, you don't have to do that. Instead of multi-mesh, considering that. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, this is gonna be difficult because the way I'm doing this is not great. Apply. We're just messing around. We're just trying things. Never by color, past color textures. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Deep Boys? How you doing? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. So like this is where things get a little ridiculous, right? Like what is my plan here? I know there's a way to select things. This is not how I want to do things. This is not how I want to do things. I'm sorry. It's just like not, oh, because they're on top of each other. This is not working. It was like, it like made sense in my head. So like, here's my other idea. Forget that. Throw that in the trash. Look, okay, before I throw it in the trash, Blender ways to generate, I don't even know, randomized, quickly. You know, what if I do like a bump map? What if I do a displacement map? Wait a minute. I have an idea. Displacement map, right? I go into like a photo editor, right? And I make a bunch of, I can easily randomly get a bunch of little brushes and put them everywhere. And then I'll put that on here as a displacement map, right? And then I can bake that into the mesh, and now the mesh has that. I hear what you're saying, though. I think that makes utmost sense to have the it run in the engine. So the way I would do that, I don't even know. Particle effects, right? GPU particles 3D. Like let's just try that. I'm all over the place. I'm ADHDing hard today. I honestly, can I be totally honest with you? I like don't care that much about grass. Like to me, grass is not important. But I'm tired of people complaining about there not being grass, which isn't a good reason to do it. It's a bad reason to do it. But at the same time, I do kind of want to learn it, but I don't want to like, I just want to like play around. I want to at least have a little fun doing it. And unfortunately for you guys, me having fun means just randomly trying stuff. So here we are. That's the story. Okay, so process material. I don't care about the material. We want to go draw passes. Pass one. We're going to say... What if we do a prism mesh? Not prison. A prism mesh. And then I'm going to change its size a bit. It's hyper game dev. We're hyper game deving real hard. I got to do it quick before people come through and start distracting me. I say that because I love you guys here. I just mean like someone's going to say something like geometry nodes. I'm going to be like, all right, fine, let's go learn it. And then we'll be in danger. But we won't. It'll actually probably be what's best for me. But I don't know what's best for me because I have a developmental disability called ADHD. Okay, so let's do that. And the thing is, I don't have to like animate it, right? We can increase this amount considerably. I guess the thing is, somehow it has to like be there. Yeah. No, so that I tried that yesterday. I'll show you that too. All right. And look, now I got to show you invoked it, and now I have to show you. Yeah. No, I know. Thank you. God. I wish Psychonic. That's what I'm saying. But now that you invoke it, I feel it obligated to demonstrate to you why that's a problem. All right, so let's do that. Let's get everybody on the same page here. So, okay. So I have some grass. There's a couple very simple grass things. Let's do this one, right? Look at that. All right, look at this blade of grass right now. Okay, look, it's 4 faces, 4 triangles, 3 on the sides, 1 on the bottom. That's all it is. We have shadows turned off. Okay, here, disable receive shadows, off. No shadows being received by it. One problem with that is I actually need to make a separate material. Make this material unique, or I'm going to update something I don't mean to. Disable receive shadows, cast shadow off. Okay, it's got no shadows. No shadows happening on it. Okay. And I'm going to come over to the terrain, and if I drag that scene in here, what I can do with the multi-mesh is I can say populate surface, okay? And we can say target surface ground grass, right? Hold on. I need to make this editable. Editable children. Okay, now we can access it. Editable children. So we say multi-mesh instance, populate surface, target surface ground grass, source mesh grass. Click on that. Random rotation all the way up. We're going to adjust the scales here. And so for the amount, let's say let's do 10,000. Okay, and look how few that is. Right? Not that many. I should not have it reach to the ends. That would be something to fix. But this is what 10,000 of them looks like. All right, that's what 10,000 of them is. Okay, great. I'm going to delete it. Why am I deleting it? Because I'm going to put it back. I want to show you why this is a problem. All right, so we're going to play it. And I'm going to put the frame rate up on the screen. So look at the frame rate right now. Okay. The frame rate is already pretty low. Lower than it really should be, but that's okay. We'll let it go. It's probably just my computer. So it's sitting at 80, 60, 90, 70 consistently. Gets up to 100 there. Again, I'm kind of running on a lower end PC, which I like making a game on a lower end PC. There it dropped a little below 60. Okay. So we see that. Okay, now watch this. I'm going to put the multi-mesh back in there. And let's see what happens. Let's see what happens to that frame rate. And now, we're going to put the frame rate up there. Ooh. Okay, so it didn't drop all that much. It didn't drop all that much. So far, so good. So far, so good. Let's try adding a few more in there. I'm going to do populate surface. And instead of 1,000, this time, or 10,000. Did I do 1,000 or 10,000? 10,000. Oh, I did 1,000 that time. This time we're going to do 10,000. Okay? 10,000 grass. Let's see what happens to that frame rate with 10,000, which I meant to do in the first place. Pull it up. Oh. Okay. We're floating down at 60, 70, 80. You know, it's not that much worse right now. It's not that much worse right now. And we get to see some grass. I have a concern because it shouldn't already be down so low. It might be because I'm doing the vertical live feed at the same time. I wonder if that's bringing down the frame rate too. Ooh, got a little bit of a jump down to 40 there. That's not that pretty. That's not that pretty. I don't feel like I'm proving my point as well as I want. Let me delete this and let's watch it again. Let's look at that frame rate. Keep an eye on it. We weren't hitting 80 with 10,000 of those. And let's run it again. Oh, we're up to 90. 124, 108, 112. Oh. Do you see? Do you see? So now see how much better it is? Now we're hitting 100, 80, 90. Yeah, and so here's the thing. What makes the game a lot slower is the fact that everything is moving. That's the most complicating factor in this. And there are so many level chunks. And they're quite large. And they're constantly moving. And that's what ends up taking up so much of the frame rate. I will say I am running a lot in the background right now. So, I mean, let me close Blender. I've got the other live stream going, which I have a feeling. I actually haven't bothered to, like, check frame rate while I've had both streams. And, yeah, that's going to hurt us a lot. Yeah. Yeah. When you say release build, do you mean literally just like hitting export and making a Windows version? Or do you mean, are you saying like releasing it to people and them playing it and stuff? Okay, 22, export it. Without debug? I feel like I feel like it's not going to have debug. But I don't know if a feeling does much good here. Oh god, now we're gonna get into the general frame rate. It was better last night. I feel like yesterday, I wasn't running 2 live streams at the same time. Yesterday, I wasn't. And the frame rate was overall higher. And the multi-mesh instance was hitting it really, really, really hard. And it still is, but you're not getting to appreciate it as bad. I knew that there was, but like... Debug, export console wrapper, debug only. So I guess we say no here, perhaps. Give it a good no. Sounds like a no would be good there if we don't want debug. Oh, there it is. Okay, export with debug. Save. Console wrapper is probably quite good if we're in debug, but if we're not, it doesn't matter. All right, so there's your build. It makes sense. In the editor, it's going to run a lot different. This is a good point. I appreciate this, Iconic. All right, open up this. Try the build. I like saying take my word for it, but I do like also demonstrating things, and I want to be able to demonstrate that the multi-mesh instance is quite devastating. All right. So here we go. FPS still dropping down to like the 90s or whatever, which I think is fine. As long as it's above 60, well above 60, we're safe. Again, I'm running 2 live streams on this computer, and I could probably even afford to close Godot entirely. Oh, and here's the other thing. Here's the other thing, a Iconic, is when there's a bunch of corn stalks on screen, that's when the frame rate drops the lowest, right? And so if there's grass constantly everywhere, it's going to just compound that problem. But see here, there's a bunch of corn stalks, and it's going to drop down to those 70s. So we're keeping it out of the 60 range, which is good, which is very good. No complaints there. So I think this is probably a more... I'm glad you mentioned building it and trying that, because this is a more, you know, valuable benchmark to use. And I'm pleased that we're not dropping below 70. But yeah, the fact that everything is constantly moving is what makes it such a resource-heavy game, potentially. The assets are all very simple. A lot of it is very simple, but constantly moving complicates things. All right, so that's our benchmark right there for now. Okay? So let's add the multi-mesh instance back in there with 10,000 of these on every chunk. Pretty much every chunk. We're going to export the project. Okay, it is bad. It is though. It is. And you'll see too, like in the debugger. So if I come to the debugger and we profile it. Hey, what's up, Bethaniel? Welcome. Oh, I'd love to hear it. That's awesome. I love Godot. Godot is so fun. Congrats. Congrats. Horror game, always a good choice. All right, so let's pull up the debugger here. But yeah, it's been good. It's been awesome. My game development has more purpose than ever. That's because Beth Aniel is in the vertical stream. All right, so if we run the debugger here and the profiler, and we see how that is going. Yeah. And we see how that is going. We'll just let it get a little bit of data there. Hey, welcome, Zombie Fish. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. All right, that looks pretty good. What's the blue graph? What's the blue lines? This is the debugger in Godot, and this is the profiler specifically. Have you not used it? Oh my gosh, you're missing out. It's good stuff, and it's got all kinds of good information. So this is frame time. How long it takes to render every frame is what this information is giving you. And you know, you can add more stuff on here. Now, if we go look at what you haven't before, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, it's a very useful tool. So let's just grab one of these higher points. So this took 25 milliseconds to render one frame, right? If we scroll down here and we look at some of the things, yeah, it is cool. Bethaniel on the widescreen stream, nice, nice. And so if you look, one of the things that takes up the most here is progressed terrain. Now, usually this is when there's like problems here. Let's go to like one of these spikes. Physics process is what this is saying. Terrain controller, progressed terrain, so 3.35 milliseconds from script functions. That is to say, the majority of the time is being spent from progressed terrain controller, and that's the terrain moving. I mean, if I come to some of these other spikes, you can see the raycast is actually taking up quite a bit. So the raycast is doing a little damage as well, which is interesting. It does make you wonder how much we could gain from losing the raycast. But a lot of the time is being taken up. Oh, and then we could even put this on here. There you can kind of see. And so that's saying process time, frame time. It's honestly, the debugger could be like more helpful, I think, about like what these numbers exactly mean. And I don't know, I feel like today, this whole stream has just been me trying to prove things and failing to prove them. Speaking of that, and then just further going to the progressed terrain thing. Anyway, further going to the progressed terrain thing. This is the progressed terrain code, and it's literally just this. So like if I comment this out, all of that's gonna go away. That progressed terrain bit. I know this didn't prove anything, and it doesn't make any sense to anybody, and whatever. All right, let's open this up. Oh gosh. So this is the one with the grass on it. Oh, except it's not. Oops. It's like, you know, a lot of these situations are more when there are a lot of issues currently occurring. Okay, save this. I don't know why it didn't export with all the grass on there, but it didn't. When I was a kid, after going to the restroom, I would turn off the light and run away from the imaginary monster like this. Wait, like what? Wait, like what? What? Like what? Like the alien? Like this? Like no! That's amazing. It does kind of look like the alien's running away from something. Chalk that up to my bad animation skills. Okay, I believe it is Psychonic. I believe it is. Alright, let's try exporting this again, and ideally, it will actually have the multi-mesh in it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, we got Milo in the house. I haven't started playing any music yet, but Milo is a member. Milo is a member, supporter of this channel. That means if you're a member, you're going to get a song. You're going to get a song sung to you. That's how this works. Let's see. What is this song like? That's not a good singing song. Maybe it becomes a good singing one. All right, I can sing this. Oh, okay. Milo, oh, oh, Milo. Don't you know you are here, oh. Milo, oh, oh, don't you know you aren't here, Milo, Artie, you aren't here. Oh, 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 Milo. Milo is here and I'm so appreciative of that. Milo is here and I'm so appreciative of that. Milo, oh, don't you know you aren't here, Milo, Milo. There you go, Milo, there's your song. I'm really sorry about that, everybody. I'm very sorry, but also, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. And also, please forgive me. All right, so let's see how this should have grass on it. I hope this has grass. Yes, it does. Okay, good. So now I can test this proper. Let's put up the frame rate and let's run it. Ooh, now we're dropping down to 60, right? Okay, so hopefully this illustrates. I think this finally illustrates my point. So look, we're cruising at a 60, sometimes up to 90, sometimes down to 50 frame rate. It's dropping so much further. Oh my god, that went down to 49. That's unacceptable. So adding in all of these grass, and this isn't even, I mean, this is just like a little bit of grass, right? Just a few blades. So to me, this mesh instance is definitely not worth it. So there's the 60, 68. It's just it's floating around 60 most of the time. And now let's pull just to drive it home. Pull up the other version here that doesn't have those grass blades on it. And I think we're gonna rarely get down to 60. And we're gonna stay up at 70. And that's just with adding in those, right? Okay, we got to 69. We got to 69, but we're averaging more around 70, right? Bit of a tangent, but I wonder how that shows in the profiler. Yeah, right? Me too. Me too. Probably not as well as I want it to. Honestly, and here's what and so this is what I was trying to say earlier. It's probably gonna show up as progressed terrain. Like, we're gonna see progressed terrain being much, much higher. So yeah, we're staying well above 60 now, and sometimes we're even getting up to 120 or something. Again, a lot of things come up, like the corn stalks. You know, someone has made a suggestion of perhaps using something like the multi-mesh instance for the corn stalks, but it's tough because they're interactable. And the corn stalks are, you know, we could get away with not having the corn stalks be interactable, but I'd really like them to be. Okay, we just dropped down to 66, but that was briefly, you know. And there's still even more objects that I want to add in here. You know what I'm saying? There's still more things I want to add in here. So yeah, that is, you know, Bald Dev Studio, I gotta say, that is profound. A profound statement, truly. Welcome. Respect for those wearing headphones. Wait, what? Wait, what happened? Did something loud happen? I missed it. Okay. So, as far as the profiler goes, boom, boom, boom. Olberg, so the way that this game works is it's built around limb damage, and that's something that I want to work a little more on soon. But you can hurt yourself on obstacles. So right now we have all of our limbs. If we run into this tree, for example, you'll see the legs start flashing red, right? That's because they got hurt, and they shrink a little bit. Now, ideally, I want the controls to become more difficult when this happens, and you actually will hobble and move in a way that is not ideal, that makes the game more difficult. And so you would want to be healing your legs. And in fact, if you break off your legs, you'll fall down and you won't have any legs at all. The same thing can happen with your arms, your head, and then the heart in the middle also can be impacted by a karma system-based injury. So yeah, so that's why the right leg is gone, because it's sort of part of the game, is avoiding obstacles and not getting hurt. If your head shrinks, the character actually dies. So that's the most important limb to protect from damage, in theory here. So yeah, that's what that's about. There we go. We're about to die. Dead. Yeah. So on the, I mean, in the profiler, again, I would suspect that that's going to be showing through progress terrain. So that's why I don't want to use multi-mesh instances, and I want some other option. And I was thinking, well, what if in Blender I have the blades of grass already built onto the mesh? I don't know if that's going to make much of a difference, but it might make a small difference. And then, you know, there is something maybe like the GPU particles we could use, and the particles could just be like stationary all the time. That's a possibility. Oh, you know what else might be lowering? Did I ever delete the GPU particles? Dude, has that been lowering this whole time and I didn't even notice it? I actually have absolutely no idea. Because it's just been overall a little lower than it normally is. No, that didn't help that much. Okay. I just wanted to check. I mean, it'd be pretty funny if that was affecting it. It could be. Anyway, right, profiler. So in order to run the profiler, what you gotta do is you gotta play the game, or run whatever it is. And then while it's running, come down here to the debugger, go to profiler, and then press start. So run that for a little bit. Do stuff, see what happens. Try not to die, ideally. That would be what I prefer. This red line is physics frame time, which is always constant. It kind of provides a nice reference point too visually. And you can see it really got a lot higher over here. My guess would be is that's when there was a lot of stuff on screen at once. Yeah, I would say that's exactly what is happening. It seems to be when that goes up there. Oh, I died. No, dang it. Ah! It reset it, and that messed up the whole profile. Oh, I hate it. It didn't really, but it kind of did. All right, well, let's see. It didn't really, but it kind of did. It's still there. It just made it stupider. Progress terrain. So we can see, I mean, it's so much harder to see here. I'm gonna try to go to like a highest point. The profiler is not easy to appreciate. So we're at 4.22, 4.24, script functions 5.55 overall. But yeah, it's not gonna show up as like meshes or something. In our case, it's gonna be progress terrains. 4.22. Gotta find it on here. Progress terrain there, it's pretty low. So we had that high of like 4.22. I mean, otherwise it's kind of down around 2 or so. It's kind of a bit lower, like between 1 and 2. You know, there's so many ways you just wish it was more useful, you know, and it would like average all of these or something. It's actually usually down around 1.2 or 3 or something. There it was at 6 for a second, up at this spike. Alright, maybe I got an idea of something there. I'm gonna delete this. And let's run it again. It's definitely a tangent. I'm letting myself be too distracted. Alright. Go to the debugger. Start it. The profiler. And see what happens. Running, running, running. Yeah, putting the hyper in. I know. It's because, maybe it's because I haven't had any tea today. I'll fix that right now. Okay. I mean, I can already see. You can look how much lower it is than the physics frame line on average. It just visually looks so much better. So, you know, to me, it's just not worth it. Because at the end of the day, like, I just want to make a game prototype. I don't care about it looking super amazing. I want it to look good enough that it communicates information to the player that's important. And I've been saying that, and yet I've still been pursuing the grass thing. Because the other part of this project is I also want to learn things, right? I also want to learn things. And so the grass problem is something that is interesting to me to some extent, but it's not worth spending too much time on. Okay, so looking down here at progress terrain. I mean, it's not even actually appearing sometimes. I mean, it is, but it's barely even popping up. There's progress terrain. Okay, we're at 135. Here, it's not even being recorded. Not even being recorded. There's progress terrain, 1.25. Let's look at the high point. There it is, 1.78. There it is at 3, so that's a lot higher. Probably this is when we had all the corn stalks, would be my guess. This is when there was the most objects on the screen at one time. 1.47. So we have this chance here to actually like barely see it. It's basically when you see the spikes. And these spikes should be corresponding with when there's more on screen. Basically. Sometimes when I bump into things, there's some body part entered stuff, and that's probably also corresponds with corn stalks if we're like running into corn stalks. Here the progress train was way up there. Oh my god, 10. So it's hard to say, like, what are we getting from this? I don't know. Bored. That's what I'm getting. So, anyway, here's what I'm gonna try. I'm gonna go to an image editing program, and I'm gonna pull up a, I'm gonna pull up this. I'm gonna save it as a new one here. I'm gonna make a grass displacement map. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I don't care. I'm gonna try it. I don't care. I'm gonna try it. Let's put it in terrain textures. And this is just gonna be block grass 1. Okay. We don't need any of this stuff on here. And then I also have these 2 blue lines for where the important area actually is. Now, I don't remember with the displacement map which colors are which. I always forget. I think lighter is going to be higher, probably, if I were to guess. So for now, I'm just going to do a test here. I'm just going to put some circles on there. And I'm going to export that. And then let's come back to Blender, which I closed. Oh, you closed it? Dang, girl. Dang. I didn't even save it. That's okay. Let's make a new one here. Hey, Kai, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, it's going well, you know, I'm reckoning with the old ADHD a bit. I gotta tell you, caffeine, quite helpful. Quite helpful for keeping me. It's not that I'm sleepy without caffeine. It's that I'm less focused without caffeine. Okay, so we're gonna put a. Hope you're doing good. Hope all is well for you as well. All is well for you as well. I'm gonna put a plane in here. And let's make it dimensions 150 by 20. Although I do want to focus it a bit, so I'm gonna duplicate this. Let's hide this one for now, because I'm ultimately gonna want it to be a plane that fills up more space. But for now, let's just bring it down to 100. Okay. And now I'm gonna want to add a modifier on here. Generate, edit, deform, displace. And we want to add a texture on. So let's get a texture. Sleep patterns could be ADHD related or what wreck you. Coffee is my weapon of choice. Yeah, it's really important for folks with ADHD to have like good regular sleep patterns, or really anybody in general. But it's gonna lead to negative outcomes. It's gonna impact those symptoms. It's gonna exacerbate those symptoms. I am not a doctor. So let's get that thing that I just made, which is in here. Thank you. It is cheesy chipotle quinoa. Cheers. It's delicious. Terrain, textures, grass. You wake up at 3 a.m. every day. I never get enough sleep. I mean, if you go to bed at like, what, 2, 1, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. If you go to bed at like 6 or 7 p.m., you'll be all right. Otherwise, yeah, that's concerning. That's very concerning. Okay, so I mean, this did not do much or anything. 9 to 10 at least. I mean, you know, and here's the thing, some people, like, it's very rare, but I think some people can, like, get away with getting, like, little sleep, like, less sleep, and it works for them. Okay, this displacement map is messed up. I don't know how I've messed it up, but it ain't right. It ain't right. We ain't displacing diddly squiddly. I mean, it's definitely doing something, but it's doing it real wrong. I don't know what any of these buttons do. I'm pressing buttons. I'm just like pressing buttons. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if I press a button, that's it. It needs more geometry. Oh, smart. Oh, you're smart. That's right. That's so correct. Okay. When you doubt, press it out. When in doubt, press it out. Oh, that's hilarious. Then, oh my god. Of course. Alright, let's add in... Thank you, Psychonic. That is exactly correct. Okay, displace, add a new texture on here, load in the grass. Of course. And then I'm gonna add in a subdivide, which is gonna give us a lot more geometry to work with. Hey, there it is. All right. That's as much as it'll let me do. I'm actually a little surprised I can't subdivide it more. Why is there a limit? Optimal display? Yeah. I assume that makes sense that there's a limit. You know, me too lately with that. Like that's the, like, you guys, I've been getting about 5 hours sleep and I don't like it. Some days I get between 7 and 9 and I feel great. And it's like you gotta keep up with it. 7 to 9 hours, 7 to 9 hours, 7 to 9 hours, 7 to 9 hours, like over and over and over and over again. Then you start to feel better overall. But it's hard. It's hard, especially with developmental disabilities like autism and ADHD, you know? It's not easy. Work. You know, all that stuff. English only, Olberg. English only. Please. So, I mean, look, I'm not sure why there's so few subdivisions that it's allowing me to do. That's like use limit. I don't know. Like like if I make a different mesh, if I make a cube and I bring it over here, we're all made different onward. Yes, that's so true. Okay. Generate subdivision surface. 6. Okay, I guess. Wow. And look at that. I made it an entire freaking orb. Okay, I guess 6 is what you do. I didn't know that. 6 is our limit there. It's just with this particular mesh, that's as many as we're gonna get out of it. Okay, cool. Understood. Oh, who am I to argue? Okay. Well, I mean, it is displacing. So, I mean, if I come back to my program here, I mean, I've got it bright white in the middle. Oh, let me try adjusting, like, the strength and stuff, at least. See where that gets us. Oh, yeah. Bam. Bow, 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 bow. Much easier than trying to do whatever the heck I was gonna do. Okay, this is how we're gonna do this. So, I'm gonna come back to the image program. And we're not gonna have it just be a bunch of circles. Instead, I'm gonna get a brush that will help me in this situation. I am probably hopelessly making some grass with a displacement texture. I don't expect it to actually be much better from a performance standpoint than the ways I was trying previously, but I'm very curious to see what happens. So I'm experimenting with ways of doing that. I need a lot more spacing than that on here. Make larger. Maybe not that large. Yeah, but I kind of need them to be like dots. I should really make my own brush. Oops. Because these are not ideal. What's this one? Stop it. Yeah, these are not giving grass. I'd love just some dots. That's okay. Confetti will have to do. This is pretty dotty, actually. Yeah, this works. It's a little bit too much variation for my taste, though. I'm actually gonna not randomize it too much. Oh yeah, how do you make a new brush? I gotta remember how to do this. I think if we do this and then pull up... I think there's a special like brush editor or something that we can get. Oh, brush dynamics, I think. Paint dynamics. Have you ever used Construct 2 or 3 game making program? I have not, but I have used G-Develop very well. Not trying to do it as geometry, but textures on 2D cards, I've heard it called. More performant, right? I have no idea. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Tool presets, buffers, palettes, my paintbrushes. Thought there was like a dynamics one. Paint tools. I'm trying to remember how I did this last time, because I do remember crashing it. Okay, that's not totally crashing it yet. Paint dynamics editor. This is untitled. I want to say random rotation. Pressure, velocity. What did we do for the ones mapping matrix? Is it angle? Random size. Oh, it's angle. Angle is what I want to randomize. I see. That's really all I want. Random angle. And we want that to be here. Okay, there we go. Got it. All right, random angle. Much better. So now it's always the same size, but the angle is different every time. That's what I want. Yeah, that sounds like that could be a thing. I don't really know. Textures on 2D cards. I'm not sure what the cards thing means. These look a little large to me, if I'm being honest. But like, you know, in general, I would rather do it with like textures. A little more spacing. I should be able to just like drag it around. Maybe I'll give it a little more size. That's okay. I don't know what you're talking about, but I think you heard me say that. Maybe I should kind of like do it like this. It's gonna be a lot of grass. It's gonna be a lot of grass. I would say about as 87% chance feeling that this is going to cause the same performance issues. Alright, I'm gonna export it. Come over here. I don't think that's just gonna update in Blender. I'm pretty sure Blender imports it. So we're gonna need to update. Oh, it did change it, but it just didn't visually appear. So let's just open it again. Open terrain textures, grass. Bam, grass. That's our grass. That's our grass. You mean flat? You're saying like make it flat. I did try that, and it was still pretty unperformant. That is to say, if you're implying instead of making it 3D, make it 2D, if that's all you're saying, I did try doing it 2D, and it didn't help much. Because it's more about the fact that there's individual things, not the way the thing looks, but how many individual things that there are. So my likely wrong theory, it's not only a theory, but it's something I'm trying, is to make it have less things. So there's only one thing, and that one thing has all the grass on it. But I think a big problem with that is going to be the fact that it does have things, and those things are going to be triangles and polygons. I wonder if there's something else we can add on here, because it's obviously a little too it's a little too something. I don't really know how to use a lot of these modifiers, but I like to pretend. What was the awesome thing someone said? Because it was awesome. When in doubt, press it out. Yes, when in doubt, press it out. Hey, my day's been okay, Qmerk. How about you? Thanks for asking. Welcome back. What am I adding in? Oh, nothing yet. I don't really want to generate. I mean, like, we could do like a decimate. I mean, I'm definitely gonna need to do some kind of reduction here. You know, obviously those triangles are just starting to get a little thick. I have some severe problems with this. It's not really quite what I want, because they're too big. They're much too large. That's a big problem. I'm not exactly sure what the best way to deal with that's gonna be. But I don't think it's this. Boolean build decimate edge split. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what edge split means. What does that mean? I don't think it's anything that's gonna help me. Skin solidify subdivision surface, triangulate. I mean, that definitely didn't make it worse. It's just shading it differently. That's all that's happening. It's just shading it differently. It's not doing anything. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing. 2D images, like 5+ different images of different clusters of grass on 3D planes, always facing the camera. It would be much less polygons, I think. 2D images, 5 different images of different clusters of grass. I hear you. I don't know. It sounds like it's still gonna be my problem. Well, this minimally improved it. Not none, but not much. I'm gonna apply all of these. Well, maybe not this. Because see, if I bring that strength, what would be nice? Oh yeah, right. I should try bringing this down. What did I apply? The subdivision? That's fine. If I bring this down, and then adjust this. Because really what I want is for them to be short, but not so thick. Which, like, how the heck am I gonna do that? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm when in doubt, clicking it out, pressing it out. Straight up. I don't know what any of these things do. Edit. Deform. You know what I could try? I could try sculpt moding it. Actually. Ooh, maybe I should do that. Alright, I'm gonna apply these. And what if we come to sculpt mode? Hold up. And then I start making changes to it that way. Oh, you know, I just realized before I do that. That's how you learn with most of these. Yeah, right? Just trying out different stuff. I think that's a great way to learn. Luckily, I've had a lot of people who come through and help me and give me advice that also is helping me learn. Something that I want to try, I need to apply these transforms. That's going to make a lot of this behave differently. Come back to sculpting now. It's a little thin in some areas, more so than I want it to be. And then I could also, so let's do dynamic topology. And I could also say that we lock certain axes. So like, let's try something a little more obvious so I can just... Yes, I want to lock the y-axis and the z-axis. So the only thing we're adjusting is that. And now if I say pinch, okay. Okay, oh, okay, all right. No, okay, okay. You know, at least it gave me like some variety to like work with. It's we got some problems. We got some problems. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind just like a bunch of lumpiness. You know? Like, maybe I could get down with some lumpiness. It would be kind of nice if, like, it was flatter. It's like... a lot of it is getting a little weird here. Like, the edges, like, how the heck is that gonna look? Bad. And flattening is just gonna obliterate much more than I want obliterated. I'm not really sure what I'd want to do from here. Actually. What does clay do? No idea. Draw sharp. Yeah, none of that's really helping me. Whoa. Whoa. So let me see if I can say only... Oh, I was doing symmetrize that whole time. Oh, okay, hold on. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. I messed up my tools there. Let's come back, Do over. I want Dyn Topo. I don't care about the symmetry. I want to lock. Oh, we did lock X and Y. Oh, good. Oh, okay. So don't go back that far. Oh wait, that was... No, that was... I see, that was after the fact. Okay, hold on. Come to sculpt mode. This time I'm gonna lock X and Y, and now I'm gonna do... Oh no, we're gonna lock Y and Z, and then I'm gonna pinch it. Whoa. It looks wild. Wow. That's not exactly what I expected to happen. But I can't say it's not very interesting. There's some locking happening on some axes. What if I do a deflate and I say only do it on those particular axes? Interestingly, it just does absolutely nothing. Which I'm a little surprised about. Oh no, it's doing something. Now wait, that's affecting the height. If I said lock it... If I'm saying lock the Z-axis, I'm saying don't affect the Z-axis. Do those words mean what I think they mean? I don't know that they do. Because what I want is to make them thinner and less thick. But they're really thickening quite a bit. Considerably. I don't know what is happening. But apparently locking these causes some... Is there... Do I have... Oh, I don't have Dyn Topo on. Oh my gosh. I forgot to put on dynamic topology. I'm like, what is going on? Dude, pressing Control Z can make some very unintended things go down. Okay. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Dyn Topo. It's very important that we turn on dynamic topology. I need to apply all of these modifiers. Come to sculpt mode. Dynamic topology is on. Very important. Now I'm gonna lock everything but X. And now I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna try. Okay, there we go. There we go. It's so confusing, all these little things to like remember to click and get set up. This is exactly what I want. I want them to just like be a little smaller. Specifically, I don't want them to be like spread out as much. Or that is to say, I don't want them to be as wide as they are. Let's make that radius a little bigger here. And just start spreading across. Maybe that was too much radius. I am in some ways a little concerned. Oh, we're smoothing? See, I switched the tool, and I didn't even mean to switch the tool. Why is it so easy to do? Oh, Blender just crashed on me! No! Oh, ma'am. Today's been a wacky one, chat. Today's been a wacky one. See if it can, what it can. That's what you auto-saved? That's what you auto-saved? Come on now. It's okay. I don't even care. I'm honestly not even mad. I'm not even mad. Like, it's a fresh start. Literally, come on. You guys knew that was not looking good. Mesh, plane. I'm not even gonna make the big one first this time. Literally, I'm not, like, I'm actually glad. It did me a favor. It did me a favor. I'm gonna make this 100 by 50. Now, something I would, or 20. Something I would like is if I could, like, lock down this one thing. If I could lock down this one thing. And then, what if even I, like, added, oh, you know what I should do? I actually should duplicate this. Hold on. Duplicate that, and indeed make it 150. No, duplicate. Make it 150. Select all. Don't duplicate. Select all. Apply transforms. And then work on the small one. I'm going to put the modifiers on there. Boop, boop, boop. We want edit. No, deform, displace. Oh, we need subdivision. Generate subdivision surface. Oh my god. You know, I'm happy to share this because some work sessions are just sloppy, messy, doing the best we can, just like this. And there's a lot of value in that. All right, do this. Load, open. I'm not on a deadline here. Open terrain, textures, grass. Here's our displacement. Come back to the modifiers. We need the subdivision to add some more geometry for us. There's all of that. Let's make it stronger. Oh, whoa, dude. See, look, this is better. Wow, look at that. Then I don't even need to modify it. Whoa. Okay, hold on a second here. That looks fabulous, because all of the wide section is down at the bottom. This is much more what I want to see. Okay. All right. Good. Good. And then I feel like the triangulate kind of helped tighten that up a bit. Some of those bigger ones. It's the minimum number we can put on there. Beauty. Fixed. Fixed alternate. Shortest diagonal. Longest diagonal. I think fixed alternate, I think shortest diagonal is probably doing that the most that I want it to be. I mean, obviously some of these are some very bizarre blades of grass. Like this one. You know, maybe I can just go and like spot improve them. Although I'm sure there's like some modifier, there's something I could add in here. Oh, let's try a bevel. I don't know if that's gonna help much. Okay, be careful. Oh god, am I too late? Uh-oh, it might be too late. I have the hourglass of death right now. Uh-oh. I'm too late. I was like, save it, save it. No, it's already lost. It's already lost. It's alright. Oh no. Don't want to go pressing buttons. You don't want to go pressing buttons sometimes. Oh yeah. Frick yeah. Alright, save it. Save it right now. Save it right now. You freaking save it. I'm gonna say this is grass plane 01-0100. It has been saved. It has been saved. Thank goodness. Okay, bevel, risky business. Gotta be careful there. Yeah, exactly. I don't think bevel is gonna help you much here. What is edge split? Something I don't need? Oh, we already checked that out, and that didn't help. Multi-resolution, remesh. Could try a decimate. That helps. We do lose a lot of them, but that's okay. That definitely helps. Now they're all pointy. Yes. Let's go. And if I move that around, do we get like a better result? Little by little, little by little. That is a worse result. I don't know if I would call this a better result or not. It just is like a different result. So I'm gonna stick with this. And let me adjust the strength here a bit. Wow, that mid-level. That mid-level is everything. So if I increase the strength a ton, and I bring the mid-level down, and that also could speak to the texture map a little too, the displacement map. You know, the whiter areas are gonna be, the whiter areas are gonna be those pointier areas. And so, you know, I could just make sure there's more of that going on. I'm kind of curious, actually. Let me try a different look. I want to make a new one. Exactly. I'm going to make a new one here. I'm going to bring the size down. It's gonna be a little tricky. But we can get there. So I'm gonna just try it now that I just have like some more information about what maybe I want. Come through here, paint on there. We gotta paint it correctly. A bit methodical. Oh, it's tricky. Okay. I'm just gonna try going up and down here. It's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a long paint. Painting stuff on a plane. Ooh, I should have picked up my brush. Should have picked up my brush. Because if I don't pick up my brush, then I can't undo anything. Painting. Dots on a plane. Pick up your brush. Painting dots on a plane. The reason why I undid it is because I don't want it to be too, like, stacked. Kind of stacked a little bit there. Oh, I didn't pick it up. Gotta pick up that brush. Gotta pick up that brush. Otherwise, I can't undo it. It's like do a few. See, like that one didn't like it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Oops, that was quite bright. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pick it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pick it up. 1, 2, 3. Oops, see, no good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kind of missed a few spots there. Okay. Last area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and then I'm gonna try to like make the colors pop a little more so we have more white or something. Hold on, let me get zoomed in. Let's do exposure. That doesn't look any different. I mean, it's already super bright. It's not. It's no, there, that's brighter. There we go. There we got a little more brightness. Let's see where that gets us. Okay, so now I'm gonna export this. Oops. Call it block grass 2. Hop into here. Go to our displacement map. Put it in there instead. Oh, that, wow. That didn't look different at all. That didn't look different at all. Wow. Okay. I have done the same thing. Twice. Evidently. Okay. Well, then I guess I need to do more. Let's double it up. See where that gets us. What you think about that? Export it. Update the texture. I mean, it's really, I wonder if we're not, there must be something that we're doing to reduce it that I don't realize that we're doing. I also wonder if it's not related to the subdivision, like we only have so many subdivisions as well. And that's limiting. Oh, here we go. Okay, okay, chill, chill, chill. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Poor Blender. Wow. Wow. That seems like a lot of grass. That's a lot of grass right there. It's so slow. It's having such a hard time. Arguably a bit much. It's kind of not much in between here. Or maybe that. I don't fully understand why it's like turning into like an ellipsis. I don't love it. You see how it's like rounding on the edges? I don't know why that is. But it is. This looks, honestly, this looks pretty fine to me. This looks pretty good. We have a couple, like this one's looking a little large. I might be able to decimate it down just a bit. There we go. Nice. Took some time, but we kind of got there. And then we got these really stupid ones. They're like so small, it's just gonna look like a freaking glitch. It also, I think, is still a bit too tall. But I'm afraid that, I feel like I should make it smaller somewhere else. And not here. Because if I try to do it here, I fear we're just gonna lose blades. It's actually quite amazing to be lowering this strength here. I feel like strength isn't what I want to lower, per se. Can we undo all of that? I think I want to bring down the mid-level. I think that's probably what I want. I still think we're gonna lose some, but they'll be shorter on there. Except for some, which are quite a bit tall. So a part of me thinks I could go into sculpt mode and lower the height. If I keep it higher, we get larger number of them, even though they're too tall. All right, I'm gonna keep it like this. I'm gonna save it. I'm also going to duplicate this so we can keep this version of it so we don't have to go back and get it later. Then I'm gonna apply all the modifiers on this one. And obviously we don't want any of that stuff under the ground there. All that's gotta go. I think the way I would do that, is there a subdivision modifier? Yes. That's why it is the oval shape? Oh. Right, because it like makes things more like circular. You're right. That makes sense. So I mean, ideally, I could find a way to cut across here. Maybe like that. Oh. It didn't quite. Oh, I didn't do cut through. Oops. Okay, get the knife undone. Hold the C key, or press C, which turns on cut through. Then come back here. Drag it across. Press A to get absolute. Thanks, Kai Guy. Okay, cool. I'm okay with the oval. But it's nice to like understand what was happening. Oh no, face mode, face mode. There we go. Oh, I need to turn on X-ray. There we go. All right. Turn off X-ray. I know all of this is gonna result in it still being a drag on performance. I know it will. I know it will. But I want to see it. I don't know that I even want Dyn Topo on yet. I wonder, I don't know if I'm gonna flatten it. I just want it to be overall shorter. Is what I really want. I don't think that's exactly what that's doing. I don't know what that's doing, but it ain't that. Maybe a deflate, and then I'll want to say lock X and Z, X and Y. That's inflate. Just gonna press the negative button. Turn that strength up. Well, it's doing a lot of nothing. It's like, I'm sorry, I need Dyn Topo. Alright then, Dyn Topo it is. Yeah, but then I mean, okay. Like, you know, we've lost No! No! What? Why? 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 Why, Blender? Why you do this to me? Oh my goodness. It just crashed. It just crashed. It did what it does, apparently, in these situations. Oh man. I had saved it semi-recently. Like, relatively recently. The autosaves, I don't know why they don't work. But they very much don't, and I don't really know why. Yeah. I've had a very hard time getting the autosave to work correctly. So... Alright. Okay. Alright, no, it's fine. Nope, I'm fine with it. I don't even care. Doesn't matter to me. We just do it again. We just do it again. Who cares? Yeah. 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 It's irritating. Alright, so I guess sculpt mode is a risky proposition for this. I don't know why that keeps happening when we're sculpting over it, but it really doesn't like it. So was I satisfied with just this? Was I like, this looks good, we're good? It sucks because I really want to use sculpt mode to modify it. I guess something I could do that I haven't been doing. I mean, it's just, you know, we could do some stuff like this. I mean, at this point, I gotta come up with something else. Sculpt mode not doing it for me here. Okay, and then what if I add in... Can array... We can have it merge, and what if I bring it, like, into itself more, like overlapping? It would be nice if we could even, like, have it somehow cancel out other stuff. Would be my preference. I mean, there's the merging, but that doesn't do a whole lot. So what if we try a mirror? Put the mirror up top. I probably should have, well, it's okay. The problem with the mirror is it's not gonna necessarily mirror it where I want. I mean, this is quite complicated operation. You know, just like looking at it, I can see it's doing so much. You probably guess it's a rabbit hole of videos on different methods for stylized grass shaders on Godot and YouTube. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah. I could imagine. Absolutely. Absolutely. Pierogigon. What music are we singing Pierogigon a song to? What's up, Pierogigon? Welcome. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate you. Pierogigon's not gone. Pierogigon's not gone. Pierogigon's not gone. Pierogigon's right here. Pierogigon's not gone. Pierogigon's not gone. Pierogigon's not gone. Pierogigon's right here. Oh, hero, Pierogigon, hero, Pierogigon. Oh, here we go. Pierogigon here. Oh, Pierogigon is not gone. Is not gone. Alright, welcome, Pierogigon. Good to see you. Thank you for coming through. Alright, anyway. Yeah, I'm not, yeah, this is how I'm determined to work. And look, I'm so incredibly certain that this is just gonna be okay. I have an idea. All right, so I'm gonna duplicate this. But you know, so grass shaders, Kai Guy. Suppose that there is a grass like mesh or some kind of thing that you're applying the shader to. And if there's too many meshes that aren't valuable to the gameplay, it's going to start killing frame rate. And so that's why, honestly, I don't even want to have to care about grass, but I've decided to give it a chance to care, to be cared about. So the grass shaders don't really do me any good Because the fundamental issue is that I need something to apply the grass shader to. Not the fact that there needs to be a shader. If that makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna get up in here. Okay, if I remember correctly, we want to go knife, cut through, get about where I want it. It's very hard to see. Maybe this end's gonna be easier. Definitely. Click there, do absolute, come over here, enter. Then we're going to go into X-ray, grab all of this. We could probably go a little higher even. Let's not do vert mode. Faces. Select all of that. Remove it. Save it. Save it. Okay. It's a lot of, I mean, look at that. That's gonna be devastating. And we could even look right now at the intense amount. All right, so it's only 3,000 triangles, but the thing is, first of all, I'm gonna add more. Second of all, now imagine it on 50 different planes at one time, and 9 of them are moving simultaneously. Starts to get a lot more complicated. Alright, I'm just gonna rotate it a little bit. I don't know if I actually did. I don't think I did. I mean, I could even go this way if I wanted it to feel a little more variety. Cut it off back here. Maybe grab this. Scooch it a bit. All right. This is gonna be, so now we've got 5,000 triangles. It's quite a lot. It's quite a few. Some of them are looking a little too large for my preference. So, what the heck? Let's do a decimate here. Complicated culling system to not render chunks of grass not on screen. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, those are a thing. I think that's already happening in Godot. You know, we see it when, yeah, well, actually, that's not necessarily true. That's interesting. Send it to me somewhere. Send it to me on Discord. All right, so I'm gonna say, I mean, I've seen those. But if you find it interesting, I'll probably find it interesting. All right, let's run a decimate on here. That's where most of the performance problems come from. And like that can help, but you know, I don't know if it's gonna like really save that much. Yeah. I hear you. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can decimate it, but you can see it's like it's like there's two different amounts. 5,300, and then if I decimate it, it'll go down to 496. They're like, that's as much as we can do for you, kiddo. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of see what this is like, where we're at with this. Now I do want it to be into one plane, to be joined together. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say this is actually the plane. This one is grass 1 unapplied, no import. This one is grass 1. I'm also gonna say no import. And this one is the plane. Plane unjoined, no import. I'm gonna duplicate that. And this one will be plane. And then this grass 1, I'm gonna duplicate it. This will also be unjoined. Duplicate it. And just call this grass 1. Okay. Then I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna join it with that into one mesh. Okay. That's it. The only other change that I would make, and I don't really need to make it, is in theory this would all be green. But I don't really need to make it because I'm gonna change it to a different color in Godot anyway. I still feel like these are a little too big and stuff, but let's just see where we're at. So I've saved that. Now I'm gonna pull up Godot. After all that, I am waiting for Godot. Oh, didn't make it. Didn't make it. It's too fast. Godot was too fast. All right, so now I'm gonna try the crazy stuff. I'm going to get the terrain mesh, and we're gonna replace it. In order to do that, I'm actually gonna need to find the thing we made in Blender, and I'm gonna have to create a new inherited scene from it. All right, so there's what we made in Blender. It's gonna have a lot of shadow data. That's probably gonna be one of the worst things about it. One thing I can do is I can say that it doesn't cast a shadow. That'll help a little bit. There's probably other things we can do as well. This is on layer ground. And then for the material, I'm gonna wanna load our grass here. Here's the grass. And we're gonna save this. This isn't really a base terrain block. I think I want to put this in foliage. Objects, foliage, grass. Alright, looks good. Now, I can come to the chunk that has the grass in it. And I should be able to, okay, somehow. I'm not exactly sure how to set this as a mesh, if I'm being honest. Oh, I guess I would need to... I mean, it wouldn't make sense to put this in here. That's not gonna work. Resource. Oh. Can I do that? Let me see. I'm not. I mean, there's other ways I could do it, but I'm curious if I can. Okay, we can't actually save this. Save the currently editor resource. I guess I can't because it's an instance. Okay. All right. I can do this differently. It's gonna be a little tricky because I want to update this instance. I'm a little concerned about it. Alright, I guess I'll just slap it in there. This isn't really what I wanted to do, how I wanted to do it, but looks like that lined up just fine. I'm just curious to see what that does. I wanted to actually replace the mesh with this one, but I don't actually know exactly how to do that. Actually, frame rate wise, this could be worse. Obviously, we see some flashing going on. A lot of problems. So, I mean, of course, the triangles are too large. That is the most obvious thing. Much, 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 much too large. The frame rate is not good. And the triangles are too big. So I think that adds a lot of layers of complexity to this working. You know, I have to find some way to make these so much smaller, which is going to mean that it gets much, much, much more complicated. And then by that point, it's gonna be so expensive. So very expensive. Because this, what I just did here, did not reduce the number of triangles whatsoever. Not even a little bit. I'm not even gonna flip him around or anything. Let's put that like that. Obviously, I could even afford to hide that plane, because what my plan was to replace the plane. And maybe I'll change him a little bit. But we're just getting... I don't know how to do that, and now we're just getting like a visual conflict that doesn't need to happen. So I'm even just gonna say, let's not even import the plane either. So I'm gonna say no import on that. And then the thing, wait, why are there so many? Oh, because I duplicated them, right. So I do want to join these together, actually. Join them. And we'll just call this grass 1. Grass 2. It is grass 2, actually. All right, save it. Come back into Godot. Of course, now we've got 15,000 triangles. Considerably more than before. Whoa. Oh, it's just a visual glitch. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Replace the materials, so we have to load a new material on there. Let's quick load the grass. Cast shadow off. see what we got. I'm sure it's gonna be devastating to the frame rate. Okay, it looks better visually. You know, honestly, the frame rate isn't bad. I gotta be honest, it's not as bad. It's not good. It's not good. But I actually do think it is considerably better than doing the multi-mesh. Now, I mean, I think visually it's not amazing. I think the grass color could be adjusted a bit, but I'll make sure to export it too so we can test it against that. And obviously the grass is appearing in some places I don't want it to appear, which adds a bit of challenge. You know, I'm gonna have to decorate grass differently on there if we're gonna keep this way. You know, I would think I really only want this grass in some places. You know, I could even have like a, well, I don't know. I think that's a little tricky to figure out how to do that. It's not terrible though. I'm gonna get a slightly different color. I'm gonna make this unique. And let's just try lightening it up a little bit. Sorry, Shorts feed, for blocking half of it. You saw enough. But I'm gonna bring it back again, just so I can make the color change over there. Here we go. Okay. So brighten it up a little. I think how some of them are just still determined to be so dark. I wonder, I mean, I do wonder if we wouldn't benefit from saying don't receive. I mean, I know we would. Let's tell it not to receive shadows either, and that should improve the performance a little bit as well. Okay, it didn't visually make much of a difference. That was a bad click. That was a good click. It wasn't a good click. It wasn't a bad click. It's still really, some of it's just catching a lot of darkness, which, whatever. You know, it's fine. It's interesting that there's a height. What does that do? It's a material, though. I don't think you want to mess with that. I think that's nothing you need to worry about there. Him in a billboard. Oh, you know what? It does, oh, I think we need to turn off shading. I think that's gonna be what I want to do. That's what we should do. Shading. Shading mode, unshaded. And then now adjust the color. Nice. You know, it's... Is it the best grass pattern? No. Does it add a little extra detail to it? Heck yeah, it does. And I don't think the frame rate hit is devastating. It's not as bad as the multi-mesh at all. It's so much better. Wow. I say this is very successful. I don't think I could still even make some changes to it. You know, like adjust the pattern that they have a little bit. You can see some like gaps where it's not like reaching the edge of the, but like that's very easily adjustable. So then the other thing is I want to make sure it's not actually appearing on every single chunk, right? right? I only want it in some spots. Whoa. That's a weird bug that happens. Sometimes the highlight breaks. I don't know why that happens. That's a bug. You saw it was highlighting multiple things. That's not the first time I've seen that bug. I do wonder if it doesn't have something to do with the editor. I'll have to run more tests on the running version. But yeah, this is the release version. This is like, this is solid, dude. Let's go. Now, in terms of having it in some places but not others, you know, right now I'm putting it on an instance that all of these chunks are built off of. And I don't really fully understand why some of them aren't built off of that. I must have made it unique and not put it back. So like that's something to figure out. Like these all have it. This one doesn't, right? This one's missing all the grass for some reason. Where's the grass on this one? It's gone. There's no grass. Technically on these, I'd only want the grass in some places anyway. Oh, you know, I wonder if there's a way... I do wonder if there isn't some way to, like, hide a mesh behind, or even the material. I bet we could render something as transparent, like the material of the grass transparent, in certain situations, but not others. This actually seems kind of interesting to me to try to do. Okay, couple things I want to look at here. Number one, why do some of these not get grass on them? What makes them special? Why are they so special? And how can they be not special? This is Cattle Ranch 1, it has grass. Cattle Ranch 2 has grass. Cattle Ranch 3 has grass. Cattle Ranch 4 does not have grass. So it must not inherit from the base mesh somehow. I don't fully understand how it's getting away with that, but it is. I don't even know. Oh yeah, because it's not an instance. Wait, these are all instances, and that one isn't. I see. Oh, that sucks. How did that happen? Wow. So yeah, if you look over here, this doesn't have the instance on it. The instance icon. But look, these do. Wow. Alright. Okay, cool. So if I'm gonna fix that, I actually need to remake this. So let's fix it. Let's fix that. So in order to do that, I'm going to need to, let's actually duplicate the base mesh. I'm gonna rename, okay, I need to come to terrain. Blocks grass, terrain blocks blank. Oh yeah, I forget there's a way I can like color things down here. I need to do that so badly. I'd like even more than that, honestly, but that will help a lot. Here, set folder color. I think green is an appropriate color. Okay, obstacles, points. Cattle Ranch 4. I'm gonna rename this one to be Cattle Ranch 4 Old. And let's let's pull up the base one. That would be another one to color. So it just pops out a little bit more. Oh, the gray color is very subtle. I'm gonna duplicate the base, the one that it's supposed to inherit from, that would make it have the grass. Let's actually duplicate it too. I'm gonna copy the file to terrain level 1 points. And then I'm gonna rename it to Cattle Ranch 4. Okay. So that's where we're going to get to eventually. Now I need to take the old version and everything that's in here that's not in the other, I need to move. Which should be all of this. So we're gonna copy it. And then we're gonna paste it all in here. Wait, why is it not the instance? Oh, because you're duplicate. Wait. That's been my mistake, I guess. That's what happened last time. I duplicated it. Duplicating it is a mistake. Oops. Duplicating is not the same as creating an instance. So do I need to right click it and then do like new inherited scene? That's what I need to do. Wow. Then I can come over here and paste all this stuff. Wow. Did not realize that. Then I save it. Wow, I've been doing that. I mean, I say I've been doing it wrong, but actually I did it wrong that one time. But I didn't realize I couldn't just duplicate it. I mean, that makes sense. You know what I probably did before? I duplicated something that was already instanced. That's why it worked before. But if I try to duplicate the source instance, that's not gonna make it be instanced. Like, it's kind of obvious now that I think about it. But now I know. Okay, points. This is going to be Cattle Ranch 4, not old. Can't override scenes. Close that. Get out of my face. Don't you save it. Alright, save this. Cattle Ranch 4. Okay, now we have the instance. And if I come to the old one, the other things that it needs now is the mask stuff. So I'm gonna attempt to copy this. Come to the new one and paste the shader on. All right. And we are doing this correctly? Yes, I think this looks correct. Wait, why does it look different? Oh, I see. We're looking at on the other side. Okay, good. Got it. All right, looks good. So now I'm gonna delete the old one. Save that. And so now every single one should have grass on it. Unless there's some other uninstanced chunk that I forgot about. Which is possible. It's absolutely possible. Okay, here's the one. There it is. It's got grass. Looks like it's set up correctly. There we go. Problem solved. Okay, now everything has grass. Oh, wait, this one. Oh, it's not actually deleted. I hate that. It's like if I delete something in the file system over here, it doesn't actually go away if a version of it is still open, a tab, which is kind of nice in a way, but it usually just annoys me. Okay. There we go. Now they're all there. All right, so here's what I'm thinking somehow. I don't know how it'll work. But what I'd like to try to figure out, and I'm going to make a GitHub push. What I'd like to try to figure out is how I could just hide the grass in certain areas, right? And so my idea, I don't know if it's going to work, but my idea is we have like some kind of render priority situation. And it only works on a certain layer, visual layer. Added grass, added more performance-friendly grass. Cattle Ranch 4 is now properly an instance of the base terrain chunk. Cattle Ranch 4 is now properly an instance of the base terrain chunk. That's it. Okay. So, like, if I come back to our grass here, I'm gonna give it a special visual instance layer. Layer 5, layer 11. Let's give it layer 5. Is that something? That's nothing. Layer 4 is nothing. Layer 3 is arrow. Layer 2 is ground. We're gonna make it layer 4. And layer 4 is gonna be grass. Okay. I don't know if this is possibly gonna work like I want it to. And actually, it would, well, I don't really need to work on it here, but we could. So let's say I add, I mean, I'd almost need to add like a mesh in here, right? And what if I make that mesh a plane? Naturally. I'm gonna rotate it. I'm not sure if this is possibly gonna work like I want it to. So I want to say that it does have transparency. And, you know, this alone might be a bit of a, how do you say, performance issue. On it, like, it itself may be a performance issue. We'll see. I might not even need to do transparency. I wonder if I flip it around backwards. We'll see. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Geometry. Yeah, I don't think you can do like a cull mask on this per se. I genuinely have no idea how to do what I'm trying to do. Like, what if the reason why I'm thinking about this is because yesterday we had a problem where things were getting hidden. Right? Like, stuff that shouldn't have been hidden was hidden. And I can't help but think, well, what if now I want things to be hidden on purpose? I want to intend to hide things. All right, I'll look up a little bit. I feel like there's Godot mesh hide in certain areas. Dynamically hide parts of meshes. No. No. Not like that. Not like that. To a specific camera. Like I mean more like mesh masks to see through other objects. Oh, that could be interesting. Yeah, that might actually work. Now I might need like a shader for that. I think I've actually seen this video. Oh, right. Yeah, I could do... I don't want to do CSG, though. Okay, I see. I don't know if we need to. We might not need to. Material will be transparent with a blue color to look like water. Gotcha. Making a box. This is a pretty short video. Subtraction. Yeah. Okay, I see. You're building things. I got you. Something we can apply. Okay, so we are making a shader. So it seems like a shader is what I'm gonna want. Set the render mode to unshaded. I'm gonna use the screen texture. Okay. Set the albedo to the screen texture. So I think what we're gonna want to do... Oh, look at that. Yeah, nice. Wow. Now this is gonna... Okay, let's see if we can go to godotshaders.com. Hide mesh. Honestly, maybe we can just get away with that. Okay, that wasn't enough. We could say screen texture. Okay, that's doing all kinds of things that I don't want. There was one that we saw yesterday. That seemed kind of good. But it seems like it might be doing more than I could possibly want. Oh yeah, we could also try applying a shader to this grass too. Now that we actually have grass. Where's the one that I bookmarked yesterday? I feel like it's going to be overly complicated for this application. That's okay. The fake interior one. I mean, see, this is doing quite a lot. Yeah, this is doing quite a lot. Alright, let's just follow this tutorial. So we've got a plane. I'm not going to do any of this transparency stuff on this plane. Forget the transparency thing. Instead... we're going to do a new shader material. Create a new shader. I don't really know where I want to put this. I guess I'll put it with grass stuff, maybe. Objects, foliage, grass. Grass hider. Grass hider. It's the grass hider. It's a strange way to describe it, but that's the way we're describing it. Okay. Man, I hate these tutorials. I mean, I love this tutorial, but I hate that it's not, like, it's so impossible to read what it's saying down there. Uniform sampler screen texture. Oh, okay. Uniform sampler 2D screen texture. Height. What does that even say? Devastating. Devastating. What? Hint. That says the word hint. Oh my god. Hint, screen, texture, filter, linear, map. Whoa. Filter, linear, map. Like, just put it in the freaking description box, man. Dang. Love the tutorial. Thank you for it. It's very helpful. We're gonna say albedo equals. What does that say? Texture LOD? Screen texture. Screen UV. 0.0 RGB. My goodness. My goodness. Whoa. Okay. I mean, it's definitely doing something. There must be something I'm missing. Oh, dang it. Godot. Okay, hold on. My Godot just glitched out. My Godot just glitched out. Sometimes that does happen. It's quite alright, though. Reload it. It's hard to know if I missed something. It's just, like, very hard to follow. Oh, set the render mode to unshaded. We should do that. Oh, I didn't put that in there. We should do that. Probably should do all the steps that it tells me. I really can't help but think there's some way we can, like, hack around it. But, you know, not always. Waiting on Godot to load there. So it's a weird thing. It's like whenever I'm doing the fly around, sometimes it just forgets about it. Okay, so guys, we want to say render mode unshaded as well. Okay. That definitely looks better. So I think I need to set See, they've got... I think I missed a step about setting the water to be a certain way. Create the water, add another mesh instance plane. Give it a material. This material will be transparent with the blue color to look like water. I mean, they didn't seem to add anything special to the water. So, like, why did the water disappear, but nothing else? I'm not sure. Syntax has changed. That's right. Create a uniform for the screen texture. Oh, maybe I need to set something in uniform as well. Set the albedo while making use of the UV. Oh, okay. Oh, so they're dragging into there. So we do have to update. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. We got to come down to the shader parameters, I presume. Do we have an error in here? I'm not seeing any shader parameters. Material overlay. Oh, there isn't. So they're setting... What are they dragging into the material overlay there? So they've got the shader material. They're selecting the mesh instance. They're setting the shader on material override. That's where they're putting the shader, not on surface material. I mean, that seems like the same thing. I'm not really sure that makes much of a difference. Oh, and they saved it as a resource. What? Alright. I'll save it as a resource. I can do that, right? Right? Why has my save been grayed out so much lately? I don't understand why I haven't been able to click the save. But, okay. Do you know what I mean? Maybe I need to hit new? I mean, what if I come in here? I'm confused. Oh, dang. And I lost... I don't even remember what level I was doing that on. Here, this one. Because, you know, they're using it as a... Oh, maybe if I save as here? There we go. Save this as a resource. I'm going to put this in... Objects... Foliage, grass. Just show me everything, please. Grass hider. Except we're gonna call this the TRES file. Now we've got it as a resource. I don't see why this is gonna make really any difference, but I'm doing it. Drag the hider onto the, oops, onto the geometry override. Just trying to follow it exactly like they're doing it, even though I'm not sure why it would make a difference. Set our albedo, set the albedo to the screen texture. while making use of the screen UV, just like this. What do those words mean? Set the albedo to the screen texture. Oh, so that's just talking about the code down here. I see. Create a plane mesh. Apply a material to it as long as the mesh is above the water. How does it work? Are you got to tell me what we do? It's taking advantage of a rendering limitation within Godot. The screen texture is generated before transparent objects. Oh, it needs to be transparent. That's what I'm missing. Okay. So that means I have to make the grass a little transparent. I'm okay with that. That seems like that might be a bit of a rendering situation. So if I make that a little transparent. What if I mean I probably need to apply transparency. I was gonna say, what if I don't? Give it a little alpha, so now it's a little transparent. Come back over here. Oh, it's working. It's working. Look. Okay, cool, cool, cool. See, it's gone. It's not behind it. It's not behind it. It's not behind it. Okay, sweet. So that was my... That's why their water was disappearing. Because the water was transparent. Okay. I didn't realize that that was an important step. It was very important. Okay, cool, 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 cool. So, just out of curiosity, if I set the transparent to disabled, but I have the albedo a little transparent, that's not going to work. It doesn't. Okay. So, you know, I do wonder about, like, performance-wise, like, what the consequences of that are to have it be, like, a little transparent. But, I mean, that's definitely hiding it. Which is exactly what I want. Whoa. Whoa. It's, I mean, I wouldn't say it doesn't have some potential consequences. Alright, let's put the rotation back so it's flat. Look at that. Look at that. It just kills it. Grass killed. No grass. So then in theory, what I would try to do is put it in all the... Just make sure I put this over every place that I don't want the grass to appear. Stretch this out. And in fact, you know, I could even... Okay, this is awesome. I'm gonna save this real quick. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this its own special scene. This little mesh instance that hides things. I'm gonna call it yeah, grass hider. And I'm gonna save it as a scene. Come to objects, foliage, grass, and we just call it grass hider. Save that. Don't even need to leave that in here, although I'm sure I'll want to use it. And I'm going to come to the see this like dirt area here? I actually have this in its own scene. I believe it's this. Yes. So you can't really see anything in here. It's like pretty invisible because it doesn't need to be visible. But if I were to add like a mesh instance in here, and let's just do that for the sake of being able to see what's happening. So there you can see the decal that's applying to stuff. But it's like the ground is invisible on this because I don't need it on this. But what I'm gonna do is add in a grass hider. And I'm just gonna make sure that it's the same size as our decal here. And it covers that same area. So now I can adjust the size of this. So let's make it unique here. And just get it until it fits that same area. I knew if I just cooked, I'd be able to get this together. Okay. So now, if I save that, well, I want to get rid of that mesh that's in there, of course. If I save that, and we come back to the cattle ranch, well, in theory, yes, the grass is hidden. Look, it's not on here. You see? Again, not sure what this is going to do on performance, but it's interesting. From like certain angles, you can still see the grass. So I think there's some adjustments that might need to be made. I'm not exactly sure, because look, from here, I can actually still see the grass. So that makes it a little tough with that instance scene, since I can't like modify it directly. I wonder why that is. Let me see if I'm just gonna put a stripe. I wonder if it's like how far we are away from the camera. Let's increase this size a bit over this area. Because here I can't see it. If I get... See, now the grass hider doesn't seem to be working. For some reason. I wonder why. Does it need to be higher in the scene tree? That seems not true. Because it wasn't before. Besides, it can't be higher. Well, it can. Alright, let me just play it and see what it looks like in the game. I'm not sure why that stopped hiding it. Whoa. Oh, wow. It's adding a weird lighting effect to it. Look. Uh-oh. Not working so good. Actually, this is something that was happening with the shaders. If you look, see how like the side of the wall gets a little blue when I hover it? This is that same hue. So there's actually something very similar going on there. Yeah, it's definitely not hiding it. I don't know if that trick is gonna work for us. I wonder if there's some setting. Now actually here I can see that the grass is hidden. But we have that blue. What is that blue, that light hue that's right there? That's so weird. And this was happening with the outline shader as well. It discolors things just a little tiny bit. It seems like the angle is important. Like it starts to go away if I'm looking at it at a certain angle, but not any angle. Let's see if the video talks about any more things regarding it. A shader is then taken this screen texture and draw over a gear mesh because water isn't present. If the mesh is placed above the water area, it will look invisible. One thing to know in testing, sometimes as the camera moves, the water can appear again. Yeah, to eliminate this, just set the water to a lower render priority and it will go away. Okay. That sounds nice. Still have that weird blue hue problem. Okay, so I'm gonna come to the grass and we're gonna set its render priority. I assume that's the material that we're talking about with the render priority. Okay, so I set that to -1 on the grass. I probably could have gone and looked in the editor, but let's just see what we got here. Oh yeah, that is hiding it better. Grass is gone. But that blue, there it is, look, grass is gone. But the blue is the problem. What is that and why is that? What is the deal with the blue? That's a tough one right there. For me, I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to tinker around to figure out what's causing that. And I might be able to improve the other shader too if I can deal with that somehow. Alright, so let's pull open the grass hider. See if we can't make some changes to it. So like for example, if I were to come in here and get rid of the material override, you see that just goes back to normal. Obviously we don't want that, so we'll put it back on there. So let's see what we got. We've got, we don't want transparency, cast shadow, absolutely no shadow please. I didn't see that make a difference. Yeah, I don't think that did it. Could have been nice if it just did. Light map scale, I don't even know what that means. Global illumination, I can't imagine that being useful. Didn't make a difference though. Visibility range. Visual instance isn't gonna help me in this situation. Sorting, I don't think any of this is gonna help. Visibility parent, I'm not sure. I almost feel like it's something we have to type into the shader code. That would be my guess, is how we would actually deal with that. Making it transparent is just gonna make it not do what we want. Okay. So let's see if anyone else has ever had a problem like this. It's a very specific problem. Godot shader, it's so specific. Light blue hue transparent. I don't know. Shader gives off a light blue color. By default, it's a transparent blue color. You can click the eye icon next in the scene panel. What? I muted shaders, none of this was up, but I set a color to this, and the color instantly goes to light blue. Grease doesn't do anything else. This is not the same problem. Is your collision shape visible? I haven't added a collision shape. The sky. Yeah, I wonder if there isn't some, like, fog environment rendering thing that's conflicting. I don't think it's gonna be, like, blue. I don't even know how to search for this. Godot shader leaves behind a transparent, yeah, hue, sure. Shader unwanted transparency. Yeah, I don't really know how to like look for this problem. Dang. You know, I feel like I would just have to understand more about shaders and what things I could write or type in here. To try and make it look right or not. I just don't know. It sucks because it's so close. It's so close to being what I need. It's so close. It's just got that blue. That mysterious blue on there. Where does that come from? I do wonder if there isn't some setting. I guess I could go tinker around with the environment, especially because the environment isn't in those editor scenes, which could help at least explain why it's not appearing in the editor. So it makes me wonder if there isn't something we could easily... I mean, it might mess up the way the game looks in some way. Alright, so let's try this. I'm gonna try just... Oh, there it goes. When I get rid of the environment, it goes away. Okay, okay. Alright, this is good. This is very good. Okay, so is it the sky? It's not the sky. Now we just gotta go through here and just start getting rid of stuff, clicking on stuff. So like I said, I got rid of the environment, and that seemed to improve it. Immediately. So I gotta start trying stuff in here to find out. What's doing it? Tone map, no. Sky contribution, no. One by one, we'll go through the different things. If it says there's a change, glow enabled. Off, it's not glow. Okay, it's not glow. So I'm looking to make sure it's still there or not. Fog. It's not fog, although that made it a little worse. The fog is making it worse, but it's not like directly the fog. What about volumetric fog and fog removed? Oh, if I get rid of both fogs, it goes away. But not if I get rid of only one fog. I mean, maybe, yeah, it's still kind of there. If I get rid of regular fog, it's still kind of there. Let me adjust the height of the fog. I'm not seeing any change there. So it seems to be the fog. I mean, I could try some other things too, just to rule them out. Yeah, fog was the last one. What if I adjust the density? Emission energy. You can really see it when I do that. GI inject, I mean, you know, I could see if one of these make it worse than others. I guess, you know, this has at least given me something I could look for. Like, look up. I could say, Godot shader fog conflict or something. I feel like there's some things that we've changed. Fog volume breaks additive unshaded materials. The plane is textured with a radial gradient and should produce a smooth transition. 1 is the expected look, 2 is the unexpected look. Where's 1 and 2? 1 is the expected look, 2 is the unexpected look. I mean, I don't know if that's quite similar. The measuring example is opaque set to additive. See, I don't have things set to additive. Should unshaded meshes receive fog? There's a disable fog render mode. Oh, but it's not exposed as a property in base material 3D. It's 2022. If it's exposed, we can make fog effect unshaded materials, but the documentation would advise you to disable fog on the material in most situations. Wait, does that work? Can I just do that? I doubt it, right? Like, that's not gonna work. They said that like it might not work. Sounds like it would be nice though. So like in theory, I would wanna, I mean, I don't know. Can you have multiple render modes? I don't know enough about shaders, probably not. Disable fog. Oh wait, I saw fog disabled. Fog disabled. Can we put them both on there? We can. Let's try reloading it. I didn't see it immediately change, so don't know if that helped us. And it lets me type those words in without an error. It fixed it! It fixed it! Yes! Let's freaking go! Let's freaking go! Let her cook! Let her cook! Alright. Nice. Nice, dude. 3 hours, we got grass, and I can hide that grass. Grass that doesn't kill the performance, and I can hide it in certain areas, but not all areas. Let's freaking go, dude! I love it. I love to see it. I'm very happy about that. No complaints. Let's freaking go. All day, every day. Who's upset? Not me. Frick yeah, dude. Oh my gosh. Freaking pumped. Alright. So, I want to apply it a little better. We have some spots that it kind of is, you know, I guess it has to be like above it a little bit. So I have to like extend it beyond sort of the edge that it would be on. Frick yeah, man. Frick yeah. It's tough. It's like often, you know, chat making suggestions can be really helpful. And then sometimes it does help me even just to think about people's ideas. But I think the way that I sometimes, I don't know. I got nothing against you, chat. I don't. I'm just thinking about how, I don't know what I'm thinking about. I feel like I started off with less confidence trying to explain why things didn't work. And I don't know, I think I really just needed to get in here and mess around, and I just feel so good. I think it's just my own insecurities. I'm very proud of myself. Okay, come here. Oh, it's Cattle Ranch 4 that we've been working on. So as you can see, right, it's not cutting it all the way off, but I don't even need to have the game open. Now I know what it's gonna look like. Come to the grass hider. Oh, look, I didn't stretch it all the way. Oh, we're good. I just need to pull it across. Yes, grass gone, baby. Oh my gosh. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now, look, I technically, I don't know what this is doing to performance. I guess I could run some more tests, you know. Probably the easiest thing to do would be to just like kill the shader, like change the shader code to be overly simplistic so it doesn't do things that it's supposed to do. I noticed that it's not there's some... Oh, I didn't reach all the way. That's it. We just gotta reach all the way, baby. Oh, it's way up in the air too. We need to bring it as low as we can get it, ideally. And let's move over here. Frick yeah, dude. Oh my gosh. Scooch this. I'm just gonna try to get it like kind of centered over the area. And then start pulling it in. It's weird that it doesn't show me the whole thing, but whatever. It tries its best. So you can see it cuts it almost a little close. It might just be because I'm moving. I don't know. So like there you can see it all. But if I put it up just a tiny bit more, there it disappears. You know, it's a bit of effort to get that size right. It looks like the distance fog near the horizon. Oh, Kai Guy's in the past. Kai Guy might have, Kai Guy might have solved the problem before I even, like... I like how I typed that in the shorts chat, like they can see that. Kai Guy might have figured it out before I figured it out, except in the future. Yo, Kai Guy, you were right though. I mean, literally, that's what it was. And after a little bit of research, it turned out that in the shader code, I just had to add in this line right here. Render mode fog disabled. Poof. Problem solved. And now I am enjoying a grass hiding effect. And I love it. Now look, I don't know for sure how this is gonna affect performance. I hope that it's gonna be okay. I really hope it's gonna be okay. I need to adjust it on the on like the crop rows as well. Yeah, it was. No, but that's what it was. I didn't make that connection. But you're right. It looks like the fog because it was the fog. It was the fog. I had to go in and when in doubt, press it out. And eventually got there. But your deductive reasoning was sound. You've had a couple good calls today. Okay, I didn't actually want to make it longer there. We want to make it longer here. Just wanted to cover, yeah, there we go. A little more space. Great. Beautiful. Beautiful. You know, we still have some grass on some dirt. Doesn't make all the most sense. I could add another hider on there. I'm not sure, like how many grass hiders can we get on here before things start getting, you know, messy, problematic. I don't know. I don't know how many grass hiders we can get away with yet. I'm gonna duplicate it though. Let's move it down. Reduce its size. So this is kind of something we want to be reactive to the texture paint and the way that it's designed on the ground. You know, like, can I just put as many of these in here as I want? I don't know. Should I be a little careful? Maybe. Maybe I should. What's up, Coffee Stand? Welcome. Long-time watcher, first time stuck for a clever quip. Wow, I never thought I'd see the day. And yet, you know, that was still somehow very clever. Welcome, good to see you. Like, if I put a bunch of grass hiders on here, because, you know, there's like the dirt, I think don't do that. I mean, I would say generally do as few as you need would be a good rule of thumb. Because I was like, well, you know, I kind of want some grass right there, but the reason why is just, it's a noise texture pretty much, right? And so, you know, it's kind of like randomized. Really, it's sticking out all the way over here, so I might as well just extend it. Now we got minimal grass on there. Dope. Dope. Dope, 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 dope. I didn't just duplicate anything, right? What did I just undo? Translate, 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 set size. Reparent node. Set volume. I often really do not understand how Godot bothers with undos. Right, translate, so it's moving things. Don't move things. Do not move things. But welcome, Coffee Stain. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming through. Hope you've been well. Hope you've been doing okay. Hope your own projects have been going nicely. Another set of eyes can't hurt. Sometimes can cause blurry double vision, though. Wait, another set of eyes? Oh, you mean, Kai Guy might still be in the past. Click on the live text. Click on the live text button in the bottom left of the stream window. And or set it to 2 times speed so it keeps up. Okay. Just type in some messages. Just type in some messages to get Kai Guy caught up. I hear you though. It is nice having multiple people keeping a look on it. Why is it extending this far out? I feel like this is way too much. Oh, because I shrunk this down. I'm actually okay with that having a little less grass right there. I mean, yeah, so the reason why that's different, well, we can fix that, right? So this particular instance of the corn row, I made a little shorter. I made the decal a little shorter on this corn row. Here. I made this decal shorter, so it didn't extend as far. But because I did that, now the grass hider is a different size. But let's just change it. Talking about posting your theories to help you. You've been live. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I got you now. It's true, though. It's true, though. And you know what? That's okay. That's okay. Same. 2 blurry eyes are better than 1 blurry pair of eyes, right? Logic. Okay. Here we go. Nice. All right, so then if I want to deal with this on the other chunks, so like this one, right? Look at all this grass everywhere. It doesn't make sense. There's no green. It's dirt. What's up, Roger? And the point is just double the blur. That's true. You know, that's true. I mean, if you're like driving down the road and one person has blurry eyes and they can't see that well, they're like, look, it's a raccoon, don't hit the raccoon. The other person's like, look, it's a rock. And it's like, no, that's a raccoon. No, that's a rock. And like both of you are wrong. It's like a landmine. I don't know. Like that matters. It's important. Or no, it's not a landmine. It's a it's a pothole. Wait. I don't know where this analogy is going. Cause no, but like some situations it wouldn't matter. But like if both blurry-eyed people are seeing the wrong thing and it's actually something that I take your point. I'm not good at coming up with the analogy, but your point is taken, Roger. Also welcome. It's a giraffe, right? Like I mean, if both people are wrong, but the right answer could have been helped if neither eyes were blurry. That would be better. Post some links on grass in the Discord, though. That is behind since you've got well in your solution. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for posting them. I'll take a look at them later. I mean, you know, I think a lot of the grass stuff is all about generating, like single blades and then having each single blade do different stuff. Or, like, you know, sections. But, you know, to me, what I'm trying to do to save on space is just like, just have like the whole smattering of grass in one piece. And that's it. That's kind of what I prefer for optimization reasons. So I don't know how many shaders are going to help with, you know, doing it that way. But, you know, it's possible that what you're talking about still could help. Trying to fix outdated pair of glasses by tacking another pair of old glasses on your face. Trying to fix an outdated pair by stacking like 2 pairs of glasses. Cheers to that. I see you're a fellow glasses wearer. I think you know that would never work. You made and got the fax plugin in the asset library if you ever need it. Oh, you made... So look, I kind of have like an adversity against plugins. Fancy, oh look, it's your name! That's your name! What? What's up, Roger? Welcome. Stat boost when they stack, yeah. 6 eyes. Wait, this is you! This tool is meant to make it easier to create animated UI elements by storing them in a versatile manner and leaving their signals open to you to attach functions to it still, along with interfaces to create animation chains and managing them in a graphical manner. Whoa. Personally, I've had like some not good experiences with plugins that they tend to like slow my engine down and create like dependencies that I don't trust, and I gotta like, you know, I don't know, have them between different, I don't know, I'm not a big fan of plugins, but I have immense respect for people who make them, and I know that they're so useful, and I'm the stubborn one. It's me, I'm the stubborn one. It's so cool though. And then it's got like some visual, this, I can think of so many people who would be really helped by this. That you've got visual nodes as a way to build this out. I want to see it in action too. This is the outdated preview video. It still has to have the update approved. Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. So you're saying, when you say it does animated stuff, I'll have to take a look at this, like, off stream. Whoa, it looked awesome. Wow, look at that. Neat. It's cool. That is fancy. Ah, yes. Visual node spaghetti. Wow, look at that. That's awesome. So it'll just like automatically like sort stuff. This would be so good for like UI or for like a inventory or something. Wow. Neat. It's a cool thing. Well, welcome. I'll make sure I give you a subscribe there. Those change are code functions you can overwrite once compiled. Very interesting. Only a little noodly. Only a little noodly. No, it could be way worse. I mean, it's got nice flow. It's got nice flow. I spent a lot of time learning Unreal Engine blueprints before I just realized I would rather use Godot. And I prefer text coding. And it seems like the noodles are inherent to your plugin. Seems like a powerful plugin. And I know a lot of folks who vastly prefer the noodles. I don't know where I want to put this. Let's put it in my watch later. Good stuff. Thank you for letting me know about it. I've been kind of procrastinating UI stuff. Maybe this will make it a little easier someday. Although I'm very hesitant about plugins, and that's not a you, it's a me problem. All right, so I want to make some stuff disappear. That's super cool. I'm gonna make some stuff disappear because there's too much. And the thing is I'll find a way to like just remove it all and add it back in so I can test the performance difference between the hiders, the grass hiders existing or not. And that's gonna be how we do this. All right, grass hider. There's one. We don't need it over the crop areas because that's already covered. It's these more dynamic spots here that I'm worried about. It exists so I can procrastinate actually making it. That's funny. What's stopping you? What's stopping you from making a game? It's hard. I don't know what else to say. It's not easy. The thing that's helped me the most above all else has been these live streams. It's these live streams. Having a regular, for some people it's devlog videos, right? Having a regularly scheduled event where I have to show up or I feel the obligation to show up. And you know, I don't even know that somebody needs to do, obviously, like a live stream. But, you know, if you think about, like, your job, right? Like, what motivates you to do your job? I mean, money, of course. Of course. But part of that, too, is that you have work hours. And you work during a certain period to try to get things done. And maybe some days you get more done or less done. That's part of what the live stream helps me do, right? Imagine... And maybe you are in this situation, but imagine you at your job, your boss could watch everything you were doing the entire, not only could, but probably was watching you the entire time. That's the thing about live streaming is I can assume that there's probably somebody here, if not now in the VOD after the stream ends. Somebody's gonna be there. And it just helps me stay accountable. And then I make sure I schedule and I do it at the same time every week, and then I show up and I get some progress. And that's what's helped me. But obviously it's going to be different for everybody. And yeah, schedule. And I think probably the simplest way to do it is just set aside time every single week. Even if it's an hour, 2 hours a week. Devote it to doing that. And staying on that, right? Not saying, oh, let's try a new game idea. The issue with setting myself a schedule is that I know the guy who set it, and he doesn't run a tight ship. Oh, I mean, that sounds like some self-love stuff. It sounds like, you know, yeah. I mean, I understand that, and it's like, at some point, for me, I relate to that. I relate to that. And I think it just has to be like, yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I don't even know what to say. Like, that's hard. That's not easy. That's not easy. There's no one-size-fits-all advice, in my opinion. And anyone who tells you there is lying. You know, it just, for me, there has to be like a strong motivation. A powerful motivation that you can tap into. And keep you focused on that. And that's just going to be different for everybody. And I totally, I understand what you're saying. Like, how do you just declare that you're going to show up and be on time and then do it? It just doesn't really make sense. If you need me, I will be in my hole, likely unable to hear. Okay. Okay. I don't fully understand what that means, but I think I might kind of. Wait, why isn't that grass disappearing when I put this? Oh, because I'm doing the wrong grass. Oh, I forgot to make it unique. I forgot to make it unique. Gotta make it unique. I believe in you, Roger. I believe in you, Roger. And you know, here's the thing. You want to make a game. You have the desire to make a game. And at some point, you can find a way to... Really, let's put it this way. When you feel the motivation, use that as an opportunity to slightly start to drive yourself towards the task. You know, just say, I feel like I want to work on the game. I'm going to work on my UI tool add-on instead. But like, what if I worked on the game right now instead for an hour? What if I worked on the game for 5 minutes, for 1 minute? And even if you do only work on it for 1 minute, that's enough. Fine. Good. You did it. Go back to what you want to do to procrastinate. Do that. You know, but like every single time you feel that little twinge of motivation, if you start jumping on it and giving it a little opportunity, it might help. It might start to rewire the neural pathways a little. And little by little, it'll take a long time, but little by little, the game can help come to fruition. But nothing matters more than consistently working on it and sticking to it. And if you can find some degree of that, you'll get there. I returned to the hole I showed up from. There's a Friday 1 hour game jam, low time commitment. That's true. That's true. Every Friday, we do a 1 hour game. It's tomorrow. A 1 hour game jam here on this channel, Hyper Game Dev. And it's at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So it doesn't always work out with everyone's schedules. But it's at 6 p.m. Eastern time, 1 hour to make an entire game. It's okay if it doesn't work out. It's very low pressure. It's all love. I'll play through the game. Other people will play through it. We'll share in the love, and you know, if you only get half a mechanic done or even just the visuals done, we'll still celebrate it and be proud of you and all of that. But technically, it is there and it does exist, and every single week it happens. So if you miss this one, there's always the next one. Yeah, you can head to the channel page to learn more about that. It's a good point. You made a good point, Kai Guy. I seem to recall you saying you try not to use plugins, so I won't even mention a cool plugin called Scatter that's in one of the video links I posted for grass, trees, fences, whatever. That's cool. Yeah, I am really opposed to plugins, because, I mean, first of all, I want to learn how to do things. I want to learn how to do things on my own. If Godot... So here's where I would use a plugin, right? Freaking physics. Godot physics are not good. They're bad. They're bad. And so, like, okay, if I need a plugin to get Jolt or something that's better physics-wise, I'm gonna do it. If Godot is literally missing it, that is to say, there is actually no way to get that thing better in Godot without unthinkable effort. All right, I'll get a plugin, but that's it. That's the only situation. But nice. I mean, I love seeing cool things that people are doing in Godot. Welcome back, Mohammed. I have returned from disgusting work. Welcome, Mohammed. Good to see you. Progi says, I've heard good things about Jolt, but I have also seen people say it's hard to export or something. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Yikes. I don't know. I literally don't know. Well, now I'm gonna have to research it a little more, I guess. Luckily, in this game, I don't really need physics, so not a big deal. But I was thinking of doing it for my Game Jam games, was using Jolt, because I had a bad experience with physics recently. Interesting. I did not know that. I made a shader. I had a help from a YouTube channel, but I made a shader and it makes grass hide. So I set up the grass. So the grass is just one mesh. It's literally one giant mesh is the grass. And then I have this special hider that hides the grass in certain areas. Wait, how did I get over here? I was on a different one. I'm pretty sure. Dun, dun, dun. Was it this one? Yeah, it was the one. So I got a special grass hider, and it can literally just hide it. So that way in some areas it's visible, and in other areas it isn't. I am implementing something that just got set up, which is this grass situation. So what I just explained. I've been spending most of the stream, the entire stream so far, trying to create a optimal way to display grass and for this game project that is not, it's ugly grass. We're not doing complicated grass here. And then after I got that grass made, I wanted to find a way to hide that grass. And so now I'm taking that way that I have to hide the grass, and I'm just going through here and getting rid of it in the places that it makes sense for it to be gone. And that's what I'm up to. I do want to design some level chunks. That's something that would be important to do. But this has been an excellent learning experience. So I'm quite satisfied with this task as well. I wanted to say something so you have some sort of caution about just applying it. Yeah, will do. Because I also have that caution. Yeah, I definitely, like, for this project, I don't even think I would consider it. But for, like, the Game Jam games, that's where I would consider it. Noted. No, I appreciate the caution. You know I would. Thank you. Thank you for the caution. I accept. Alright, scooch that in here. Bring this down. Now, one thing I don't know about this method is if the grass hiding shader is going to result in a performance hit. I have no idea. It kind of seems like it wouldn't. It's just a plane that is rendering a screen texture that is designed to hide anything that's transparent. Which, by the way, it does come with some concern, right? So, like, what if I have something I want to be transparent? It did just occur to me in this very moment that I might want to consider something. So let's say I make a cube here. Alright, there's a cube. What if I want something to be transparent, but I don't want it to be hidden? Right? I need some way to limit it to a certain visual instance. I bet I could write that in the shader code. I bet there's some way in the shader code to tell it only apply to things that are on a certain visual instance 3D layer. I bet you. But now that I'm thinking about it, like if I don't deal with this now, I might forget about it and be like, why is this happening? Although to be fair, it's unlikely there's going to be grass around there. Okay, so see, there's the problem. Look, so the way that this shader works is it looks for anything that's transparent and it just renders on top of it, making it disappear. And so that's how it works. So I would want to say, don't hide the block, do hide the grass. And the block right now is on Visual Instance Layer 1, which is fine. And then the grass is technically on this Visual Instance Layer 4. I'm not sure how I could get that to work. I just need a cull mask of some kind. Oh, what if I set, I mean, I don't think, wait, what if I set its visual instance? That won't work, will it? Will it? If I set its visual instance to 4? Oh, it's grass hider 3. Okay, geometry. Let me scooch this over. So there appears, no, that doesn't work. Can't just set the hider to visual instance layer 4. It would need to be something else. It would need to be something else. No idea what that would be. Okay, okay. Let's see if I can look it up. Where are the cats? There's a cat right down in front of me, actually. I don't know where the other one is. I should buy an entire camera that's just devoted to showing the cats. The only way I could do it is if I took the shorts feed camera and moved it, but that's gonna be annoying to everybody. You never saw them? Oh, the cat's sleeping so sweetly. One day I am gonna get a camera that's just for the cats. I will of course use the money you all donate and contribute to do that. Yeah, I don't really have a good way to show you. He's sleeping. He's like a little baby. I can't wake him up. I can't wake him up. And if I try to move the shorts feed camera, I'm gonna spend 3 hours trying to get it set back to the right place. So yeah, he's sleeping. He's sleeping. But take note that I've taken note that I need to get a camera for showing off the cats. Okay, let's see if we can find this. I'm gonna say Godot shader code cull mask. GitHub proposals. No, not a proposal. Be in there. Just be already a part of things for me. I don't like what I'm seeing. It is 2D technically. We supply shaders with the cull mask of... Right, because right now the cull mask situation, like where I'm thinking of it is like on decals. Where on decals, we can say only apply the decal to a certain layer, and we do that via a cull mask. And it'd be nice if I could set a cull mask for this hider shader somehow. I'm making a game where sub-viewports render the same scene, thermal vision. The cull mask will be passed as a uniform adjacent to the other camera uniforms. Right, so we like need separate things. Probably a global shader uniform could also be used. I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know what the heck I'm looking at. I have no idea. I'm out of my depth. Masking is too complex. How do you cull objects in 2D? Set the cull mask in code. Get tree root, get viewport. What you're asking for is not culling, but closer to masking. So I mean, what I want to say, let me type it a different way. Godot shader limit to visual instance layer. Per instance shader uniforms. There's a practical limit of 16 instance uniforms per shader. I had to render something on top of everything else. Visual Instance 3D. The Visual Instance 3D is used to connect a resource to a visual representation. All visual 3D nodes inherit from Visual Instance 3D. So obviously we do have a Visual 3D instance. In general, you should not access the Visual 3D properties directly, as they are accessed and managed by the nodes that inherit from Visual Instance 3D. Representation of the rendering server instance. Okay. Layers. The render layer that it's drawn on. It will only be visible for camera 3Ds whose cull mask includes any of the render layers this Visual Instance 3D is set to. I mean, the camera, I don't want to be changing the camera. But what about decals? To reduce layers more easily. I kind of hope that it would be, okay, let me look at this. Cull mask, Visual Instance 3D. So it seems like that is on light stuff. Using mask culling and visibility layers. Godot 4 C#, boo. You can only set visibility layers for nodes that use or derive from, right. I gotcha there. Okay, Muhammad. Sounds good. What? That was very quick. What? Oh, that's camera cull mask. Right. But I can't just be changing the camera. Alright, let me try one more thing. Decal. I wonder, wait, if I use a, no, because decal is albedo. You can't do a shader on a decal. Let me see if I can search. In a way, I'm kind of chasing something I don't know. In some ways, I don't think it's a big deal. Let me just say that. Because I kind of think it's not a big deal. Because the idea is I only need this to hide grass, right? What other semi-transparent material is going to be there? What, water? Maybe, actually. Actually, maybe water. But I could also just say, well, the water has to go somewhere else. I don't know. Maybe there's some other way. Maybe I'm looking at this in the wrong way. You know, and I need to set something else. Wait. Okay, hold on. I think I'm approaching this in the wrong way. What if we change the way that this is transparent? This block. So if we are running into this issue, now alpha scissor, that's not looking very alpha anymore. Just start playing with the cat. Start playing with the cat. This alpha hash looks terrible, dear God. Blend mode mix, additive, subtractive, multiplicative, none of that doing much good here. cull mode back. Depth draw mode. Oh, look. If I set the depth draw mode to always, it's better. It's still disappearing. It's still disappearing. But it's disappearing less, and so that's a good thing, because like if I do have like water in something, I can just make sure that it's a certain height above here. I mean, look, I can lower this down and we still, that grass goes away and we still get a good bit. So I think it's gonna be very, very case by case. Like I think most of the time it's really not gonna be much of an issue. And if in that rare instance it is an issue, there are things that I can do to make it not be hidden. So I think that's what we're gonna go with for right now. I think that's the play. Oh look, no depth test. Then I don't have to set that at all. Oh, that was easy. Now wait, but that's gonna have other problems, right? Yeah, now it's gonna render on top of literally everything, even if it's behind stuff. So, wouldn't recommend that. Wouldn't recommend that. I think setting this to always gives us the best possible outcome here. All right, good to know. Now I know. Now I know, and I can keep moving and not worry. What's up, Azal? Recently, someone remade Sonic. Shocker. And the secret rings first level in Godot. And it's filled me with faith with Godot's 3D capabilities. Yeah, dude, Godot's 3D capabilities are excellent. Excellent. It's kind of like this old notion, you know, older versions of Godot, that it doesn't handle 3D well. It handles 3D very well. I'm glad that a project could do that. Let's go. The power of remaking games. I'm so excited for you. I love doing 3D in Godot. I deeply dislike making 2D games. I strongly dislike it. That's all you're gonna get out of me, is making 3D games. This position is Y 1.162. This one is quite different. I want them to be the same. So let me just update that. There we go. I don't like making 2D games. I love playing 2D games. I'm all for it. Some of my favorite games are 2D. But like, making it doesn't do it for me. Doesn't motivate me. You know, that's kind of what I was saying too earlier. Like, I need to be motivated to work on a game if it's gonna happen. And if it's going to motivate me, it's gonna be 3D. I love that that's happened for you, Azal. I find Godot to be extremely capable. I mean, if there's problems, like every engine has problems, you know. I don't feel like Godot has anything particularly special. I think some of the like armature animation tools are a little lacking, but I also am quite confident that they're going to improve. Oops, make that unique, please. And that's the other awesome thing about Godot, is it's always improving. There's people like Roger out there making plugins that do things that aren't ideal in Godot yet, so there's always a way. There's a way to do just about anything. What more could you ask for? You're hoping Godot goes the same way as Blender. Yeah. It becomes a beast. I think it will. I think it will. My money is on that it will. Welcome. I'm not sure how to say your name whatsoever, but you are most welcome. If you give me a name to call you, I will call it. I will call you it. New here, got interested into making games, so I watched your videos to learn. Thank you. Yeah, you know, I do a few shorts that are instructive, but for the most part, I'm just here sharing my process, hanging out with you all, and, you know, seeing where that takes us. And I'm glad that can be helpful to you. Welcome. I stream Wednesdays, Thursdays, 8 to 10 hours, except I take off every 4th week, but 3 weeks out of the month, I am here 8 to 10 hours every Wednesday and Thursday. I also stream on Fridays, and I stream on Mondays, and Azal is gonna find out about that. Azal, welcome. Thank you for joining up as a member. I appreciate that. Well, we gotta sing you your first member song. You're entitled to that. What music are we listening to now? Thank you so much for supporting. I appreciate it. Okay, let's see if I can vibe to this. Oh, Azal. Hey, what's up, Azal? Hey, what's up, Azal? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the membership. Hey, Azal. Hey, Azal. It's all gonna be alright. It's all gonna be alright. Hey, Azal. Hey, Azal. It's all gonna be alright. I said it's all gonna be alright. Welcome to the membership, Azal. It's all gonna be alright, Azal. There you go. There's your member song. I'm sorry, but you're also welcome. But mostly, I'm sorry. You're always watching. I'm so glad that you do. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. It means the world. And thank you for supporting. Thank you. Welcome on in. You're gonna get the emotes, enjoy those, and then the badges on next to your name. And of course, I will sing you a song every time you come through. And I do an 8 to 10 hour stream on Mondays that you get to be a part of. I don't know you. Who are you? Thank you for joining up, Azal. I appreciate it. Alright, so let's keep adding this in here. Adjust that a bit. Your name starts with an M. Okay. Alright. Mario? That's the only M name I know. Super Mario. Oh, you're Muhammad. Get out of here. Hey, Muhammad, you're playing games. I see now. That's you on your other account. I gotcha. Or you got me. Azal, what kind of game are you thinking of making in Godot? You know, if you know. And also, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. No pressure. You know, and you know, all of this grass hiding doesn't have to be perfect, but I want to put enough of it down that I can sort of get a sense of like how much of a performance hit. Because like it's gonna generate. Because it would be nice if I could just have at it and put as much of this where I want. You know, in some ways it feels like, well, isn't that making less be there? If there's less, why wouldn't it help? Wouldn't that be better if there's lesser? But maybe in some way it's actually more, you know? Azal's already making a game for Unreal. It's like Mario Galaxy, but very basic way of thinking of it. Whoa, that's cool. That sounds awesome. Mario Galaxy. That one, I mean, I feel like you could like walk on like 3D spheres and stuff. Like change like gravity or how you were walking on stuff. And then there was planets. I didn't play much Mario Galaxy. That was like the era that I took a break from video games. It's really tough because I really have to add in a lot of these to make sure this goes away. That's cool that you're working in Unreal though. I assume you're using blueprints. So one thing about Godot is in Godot, there's only built-in support for text code. But there is this plugin called Orchestrator, and it lets you use visual scripting nodes very similar to like blueprints in Unreal. C++. Oh, okay, you be all right. Oh, wow. You gonna be all right. Okay, all right. You gonna be okay. I don't trust Unreal in the coming future. That's understandable. So I might switch to Godot because I will have all control over it and not have to worry about weird fees. Yeah, exactly. I know. I still maintain that it was very interesting how the CEO of Epic wasn't saying anything during the Unity debacle. Like when Unity was rolling out the runtime fees, he just didn't. He didn't have much to say. Tim, whatever. He didn't say anything. I was like, why aren't you condemning Unity? You guys kind of looking at that like that would be nice, maybe? And you know the thing is yeah, they already have tons of fees and things, and yeah, it's proprietary at the end of the day, and that's always going to take precedence. And the nice thing about Godot, as you know, whatever, if Godot ever goes some terrible way, every version leading up to the one before it does that is going to be free, open source, never change, and people will fork it and can make their own things out of it, and it's sort of future proof as long as people keep using. But it's cool. It's cool that you're coming from Unreal to Godot, because, it's always like people who leave Unity come into Godot, people leaving Unity. Like, that's the whole thing, right? Since the Unity situation. But that's super awesome, like, that it's not just an exodus from Unity. It's like all kinds of different developers be coveting what Godot can do, Does Godot have better graphics or Unreal does? I mean, come on now. Look, some people would argue that Unreal's graphics aren't that good, but those people are being a little disingenuous. Unreal Engine has freaking amazing, gorgeous, beautiful, high-fidelity 3D graphics. Now, here's something that Godot probably could do certainly could do a lot better than Unreal Engine, and that's 2D games. Unreal Engine makes making 2D games pretty difficult. People do it, but, you're working against the engine at that point. Godot makes making 2D games much easier, and I would say you could make better-looking 2D games in Godot than Unreal Engine. 3D? I mean, obviously, Unreal is the winner. But, I often kind of think it's overkill, personally. What is this weird line on the ground? What is that? Why is there like a line? Oh, that's probably just the mesh thing. It definitely doesn't have better graphics, and Godot's behind, but they're gonna get there, I'm sure. I'm hoping. Yeah. I don't know. I wonder. I mean, they could rival Unity someday, maybe. But, I mean, Unreal's got Nanite, Lumen, I mean, that kind of stuff alone, that's their proprietary, you know, stuff. That's gonna be tough to compete with, for sure. Alright, let me see if we can get some chunks that have that. Okay, there we got some erased on there. Some hidden grass. Looks good, looks good. There's some hidden grass. I get like one blade comes through. I don't care. It's fine with me. But where's the one I've been working on? We gotta randomly get it. I still haven't done that one. Is it this one? Oh, this is the one I've been that is the one I've been working on. Gotcha. Well, welcome back, Deep Voice. Yeah, Unreal, really hard to compete visually. But, you know, to me, high fidelity 3D graphics are overrated. Okay, so I don't know if you can tell, but there's some weird visual things going on right here. It's like kind of like half cut off. So I think I'm placing them maybe too high or something. Or I just need to make it wider. It's a little tricky. It's a little tricky to get just right. There you can see it wiping away. I feel like trying to maintain like these little areas is very challenging. It's very, very challenging to get those little areas in there. But yeah, I kind of think like super high fidelity 3D graphics are a bit overrated. You know, because especially as an indie solo game developer, I mean, and even if you're on a team, like, man, you make a game that looks super hyper realistic, but the mechanics aren't hyper realistic. Even like AAA games that have amazing graphics, what are the chances that all of the mechanics feel super realistic too? And that contrast I find is very unpleasant. No, wait, is this going beyond? Oh, I see. I just made that so much wider, and now it's like this bald spot here. So I should probably make it bigger and then push this back there a bit. And see how the angle makes that. So that's the weirdest thing about all this, is that the angles kind of start to make stuff not look right. So, you know, there's a little touch and feel to it. I have some concern. I mean, something that I wanted to do was have the camera, like for cutscenes, have the camera change position in the game. And so if you think about it, that might change how some of this grass is being hidden or not. And it just might just have to be okay. I mean, we could even mess with it a little if we start changing the camera. Let's pause it. Now let's play with that camera. A lot of Unreal 5 games are starting to blur together, so I have fallen out of love with it. I hear that, right, and the visual style all ends up being very, very similar. I think there's ways to get variety, but does a game have certain abduction, or there is the end line? Like, you know what I mean, right? Yes, so each level is going to have a minimum number of abductions. So like level 1, I don't know what that number is gonna be. You have to get 60 abductions, and then you're gonna move on to level 2. Level 2 is gonna say 80 abductions, and then you'll move on to level 3. But maybe level 3 will have 20 abductions, but it's a lot harder to abduct, or something like that. So that number will change depending on the level. Yeah. Camera. I'm just kind of curious if I just start messing with it. This is probably gonna cause issues. It did. Oh, it's not gonna matter because this isn't where we set it. Here, there we go. Look at that grass. Look right here. Look at this grass while I move it. Watch it disappear. It's just gonna vanish. All right, here we go. I mean, one thing I could do is, what if I don't use a plane? What if I use a box? I mean, obviously that's going to be more of a performance issue. Maybe I don't care. Maybe it's worth the performance issue, you know? Let's try it. Let's try it. Because that is kind of starting to bother me, and it's starting to feel all a little ridiculous. Can I put something there temporarily? No? Okay. What about here? No? Okay. I guess I could come to the shader and comment out unshaded. Maybe? Maybe not. It would just be nice to be able to visualize it for like a second here, so I can just adjust it. I guess I could remove it and add something new. Wait, where is... Oh, it's over... I'm looking in the wrong place. Ah, yes. Comment this out. There it is. Okay, cool. So what if instead of... Now, this is obviously going to mess up everything, and I'm going to have to redo, like, all of it. 12.245 by 2. I'm going to make it a box mesh. I realize. I know. But just so it maybe, and then the height is gonna be different too. But what if I save that like that? And we come into these things. When you get damaged, your legs is gone. So are you gonna make the alien animation crawl? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of crawling, I need to crawl my way to the loo real quick. I have finished almost this entire glass of tea, and that liquid needs to go somewhere. So I'm gonna go somewhere and deal with that, and I'll be back in 2 minutes or less. In the meantime, enjoy the music. If you're co-working along with me or not, go stretch your legs, get yourself a snack, something like that. I'm gonna be right back. I'll leave the chat up on auto. Don't say bad things. I like tea. I like tea. Coffee hurts me. Coffee feels too intense for my body, and it honestly it hurts. I have a very sensitive, like, digestive system. Like, I get acid, all that crappy stuff. So I just avoid it. But, you know, if it works for you, it works. All right, I'll be right back. Give me less than 2 minutes. Real quick. Real quick. All right. Now, I mean, thinking about this box, there's still going to be some issues with regards to, Hey, what's up? Today, I gotta say, Taylor, today was the day. Today was the day. Referring to how yesterday, I wasn't sure if today was the day that, we were gonna get grass added. Today was the day that grass got added. And what I ended up doing was I set up a single mesh. Instead of having a bunch of little grass blades boop, 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 all over the place, there's one giant grass piece, right? So like here it is in Blender. Let's go! That's what the grass mesh looks like in Blender. And then and that works so much better. So much better. My goodness, it works better. Performance-wise. And then I'm now working on a way to hide it, because otherwise it's appearing everywhere. So like, here, for example, you can see there's grass appearing on the dirt. I don't want grass on dirt. I want dirt on dirt. So I made a shader that hides it if I put it in that spot. I'm not sure like how much performance cost, you know, that hiding is gonna do. We'll see. I'm experimenting with it, and I'm kind of experimenting with the shape of it. It was just a plane, but I just changed it to be a box instead. Now the box is still going to look weird at different camera angles, potentially. That's still gonna be a potential situation. And that kind of just has to be okay. Oh, interesting. So I'm noticing that these didn't actually update. Did I save it? Grass hider, yeah. So I made it a box mesh, as you can see here. But I don't think it replaced it everywhere yet. Let's close the game for a second. It might be because I made them unique, and so they are meshes. Which means I kind of have to remake it. It's a little annoying. That's the thing about making a mesh unique is then it doesn't follow the instance anymore. So I mean, I could try making it a box here and then start adjusting it. But the box is still gonna have, look at it just erasing the grass. All right, be safe. Have fun. Have fun. You know, I don't know, a little bit. Not enough of a pain to be concerning to me. Because, I mean, I think the box will be better. There's still gonna be some angles, especially with things that are behind. I don't know, I've probably put down like 10 or 11 so far, and I just have to redo those. So it could be more painful. On a scale of 1 to 10, let's say 5.5. 4. So like, right, like look here, that grass is invisible. The grass is gone looking at it from this angle. We come around, it appears. So like there's some oddities with this approach, for sure. You know, and I probably want to make sure it is as low down to the ground as possible. That's gonna make a huge difference. Not that low. But it's still gonna hide stuff at certain angles, but not others. It doesn't have to be perfect. You know, I'm not worried about perfection here. I think this will be more effective than the plane. Hopefully not too much more performance, however. But we'll find out. We'll find out. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna necessarily find out the difference between plane versus box right now. But I will certainly find out if having this whole hiding is causing an issue. For now, I'm just gonna set it up and then I'll worry about finding out. Okay, there's that. Good. And then I want to change it on here as well. So right now this is a plane. I want this to be more than that. A box. This is what the crops are underneath. Or what's underneath the crops, which show up in different places. I guess I need to kind of remember the shape. So kind of like just a little bit within here. Probably be easier if I just duplicated it. I think it would save me a little grief. And then set it to be a box. Now it's a box. And then resize it. We could go a little larger there. And that should be pretty good. Okay, get rid of the old box or grass hider. Save it. Now the height is probably a bit of an issue. Actually, let's not delete it. So I can just see, make sure they're at like similar heights. I'm gonna adjust the shader code real quick. Oh, go to shader editor down here. I'm gonna comment out unshaded just so I can actually visualize it. Hide the box. You can see it's much higher. No, please. So let's bring it down till it's on about the same level. Looks pretty good. Now I'm gonna delete this and save it. And then we'll come over here. Oh, I need to put this back to not being unshaded. There we go. Looks good. Now that did make a change over here that overwrote. This one had a unique adjustment. This row here on the left. I'm going to need to redo that. And basically this one on the left is a little shorter. So I'm going to make it unique. Shorten it. Get it in place. Looks good. Alright. Now back to another cattle ranch. So this one is gonna have all planes, and I do have to redo them. I'm just gonna redo them all. I don't think it helps me much to keep them there. Maybe I'll come up with a better way of doing it. Alright, deleted all those. Make it a box. There that is. Sometimes you just gotta redo things. I can be okay with that. Okay, adjust it just a bit. Well, we could probably make it wider than that, since the dirt goes further out on each side. And it doesn't have to be perfect. I can like easily just obliterate all of this, you know, and call it a day. I think it's not necessary to be too pedantic about it. Okay, then I'm gonna duplicate it, make it unique, which is what I'm doing. Vertical feed. I'm doing that over here. Right, I come to the mesh, I right click this, and I hit make unique, like that. And then I'm gonna change it to a box mesh, like that. And then when I'm resizing it, I'm just adjusting these values over here to change its size. Okay. So let's move it. I guess I didn't really need to change the mesh, but that's okay. Stretch that out a bit. You know, and I could say, well, let's get it out right there. Kind of not the end of the world if I don't. Let's make it unique. Move it. But if it's not too hard to do, what the heck? And like I said, I kind of want to do as many as I can for the sake of testing out the performance hit. You know, if I can just do all of them that I could want and the performance doesn't have any issues with that, great. The more the merrier for testing purposes in that regard. All right, duplicating that one. Make it unique. Get it over here. Adjust its size so it's covering up the dirt. What's up, Muhammad? What you got? Hit me. Okay. I don't think you have to make it that long. I think you can cover some of that length with a different box. What do I do in my free time? I watch television. I like TV shows a lot. Specifically TV shows versus movies. I watch YouTube videos. I don't play a lot of video games these days. Sometimes I do. But I'm just kind of at a point where I just have more fun making games, and I'd rather make games than play them. But I do play games for research purposes sometimes. I do love video games. And once in a while I play video games. And once in a while I get sucked in. It depends. It's like if there's a big game I'm excited about or something that I'm really looking forward to, I'll sink a lot of time into it. And again, if I'm doing like research. But in my free time, I mostly watch things, hang out with my partner. go outside. I love going out in nature and just being outside. Yeah, I do love Fallout. Games that are similar to Fallout. Outer Worlds is a game that's probably the last game that I was like I stopped everything to go play it. Pepe just had to climb onto their neighbor's roof because your cat decided to jump out the window. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that's scary. The poor cat. The poor you. You saved the cat. Wow. That's an incredibly eventful thing. You've done something good for the world. One less cat stuck on a roof. Oh my gosh. Welcome, Pepe. Pepe is a member. Pepe's a member and a patron. What song are we singing for you? This one? Okay. Pepe is paying us a visit. Pepe is rescuing cats. Pepe is paying us a visit. Pepe is rescuing cats. Pepe is paying us a visit. Got it. Pepe is rescuing cats. Welcome to the stream today. Ooh. Welcome to the stream today. Welcome to the stream today. Pepe is paying us a visit, and I'm so glad you did. Pepe, welcome here. Pepe, welcome there. Pepe, welcome where? Everywhere. Pepe, welcome here. Pepe, welcome there. Pepe, welcome everywhere. Thank you for paying us a visit. Paying us a visit. That voice do crack though. I like how it censored out the word crack. It does crack. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm not a singer. It's my gift to you, is the embarrassment of singing badly. So yeah, real sorry about that. Real sorry about that, but you're also welcome. Others have auto-tune, she has auto-crack. Auto-crack. My imagination runs wild at what that could mean. Auto-crack. Out of context. Okay, so I need to add some ungrass over here. And shrink it down. Oh, I didn't make it unique. Make it unique. Move it. Then change its size. Adjust it a bit. It's already not too bad, actually. After you sent that, you wish you didn't. I mean, it can be taken in a different way. No, you don't need that manual crack. Get you some auto crack. I kind of like it. There's a little grass left there. It probably won't be seen from the camera because the box might block it. It doesn't. I don't even care. Let a little grass be there. Whatever. Just don't be all over the dirt. That looks fine. That looks absolutely fine. Cool. Alright. Let's do a different counter ranch. This one. This one needs some grass hidden. So let's drag. Look at that grass hider just hiding stuff. I love it. Alright, but I'm gonna put it in here. I should actually adjust. I'm gonna adjust its Y position real quick here. Because it seems like 1 is kind of where it tends to end up. What's up, Frank? It tends to end up at Y. What is this? Why is this called FSD? Grass hider. And I'm gonna move it to Y position 1. Right? Wait, is that true? Am I bugging? Where is it that we're putting it over here? Grass hider, transform. Negative 0.4? That's not where I thought. Didn't I fix the tree color? What? Yes? What are you on about? I did make the trees like brighter. Transform. Oh, wow. I don't know why I thought it was 1. Negative 0.447. Oh, okay. So like that. Well, what is it set to here? I set it to 1. Don't. Let's say, I don't know, negative 0.4. I have no idea. Okay, I actually have no idea where I want to set it. Let's just try that. Okay, and then going back to this cattle ranch, this one here. Basically, I want all of the things that can hurt you to be a brighter color, so they stand out a little more. That's about it. Possibly. I say a lot of things. I stream so many hours working on this game. It could be, I probably said tons of things. Tons and tons and tons and tons of things. Whatever you're thinking of, I probably did do that. I probably did do that. Yes, I think I did. If you're trying to hold me accountable to getting stuff done, I think I did do that. Yeah. Thank you. So much time. Time that I love. I do. I mean, some days. I don't know if I would say some days I don't want to. I always want to. I always want to. Some days I wish I could do it like an hour later or something, you know? Make the alien be able to slide on its butt like Mario. I mean, Q-Merc referencing my own, well, a story where I was hiking and I fell and I got hurt real bad and I got stranded in the wilderness for several hours before I got actually rescued. Didn't know I was gonna get rescued, but I did get rescued. And it defined the rest of my life because it made me want to make a survival video game. And now I make video games. So that's what Q-Mark is referencing. Now, to be fair, in order for that to make sense, and I know you're just joking, but in order for that to make sense, I would need some kind of slide in the first place. And I had experimented a little bit with different levels. It raised a lot of problems that ended up being more effort to solve than I think is worth worrying about in this version of the game. So, yeah. Doesn't really have a place. But I mean, you know, the alien is gonna get hurt and it's gonna have to move in weird ways, so who knows? Do a book about my story? It's not that good. It's not that good. It's been written about. But in a magazine, actually. There's a magazine article about it. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Here. I'll link in chat the magazine article. If you want to read that. I didn't have a slide in real life. I did. I had nature's slide. But look, I mean, you joke, but I want to make a game. I want to make a game that lets me literally, completely recreate my survival scenario. That's my dream with Survive Escape. I want to recreate my survival scenario, not just mine, but I want there to be emergent survival scenarios, right? I want it to be like you can get stranded in the wilderness in so many different ways, potentially. And it literally be simulating that opportunity. So one day, I will absolutely want to try and recreate me trying to slide down a hill and I end up severely injuring myself, and we gotta sort it out from there. I want to recreate that. But man, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and I need to finish smaller games first. I mean, the story isn't like, there's not enough to write a book. You know what I mean? It's not like, it's you know, if I was gonna write a book about it, it would be about, you know, like that would be a chapter. You know what I mean? That would be a chapter. I'll probably make a video about it someday. I already have started writing that video, but it needs a lot of work. Oh, I see. I need to make this unique. Many pages and writings. Welcome, Insane. Something funny about how I came to Dreams to make my show Evolution, and well, that didn't happen, and you came to Dreams to turn your story into a game, and well, that didn't happen either. But hey, we got a few steps closer. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, it was just discovering that I wanted to make games. And realizing that that game that I wanted to make was so much more complicated than I realized. I had no idea. I knew making games was hard, but I did not know it was going to be so hard to make that game that I wanted to make. But yeah, totally. I mean, you know, it still had a purpose for us. The alien has 4 legs and am in the past. What, Maya? Me not being into horror at all and then being that guy who made horror. It's great to discover things. It will happen. Dude, it will happen. I must have Survive Escape. I must play this game one day. Insane Alpha Beta has made games on the Dreams platform, so you'd have to have a PlayStation and a copy of Dreams. Dreams is very cheap, but Insane Alpha Beta has made some awesome games. Great games on Dreams. It sucks because nobody's gonna play them unless they have Dreams, but they're super great. It's sad. It's sad that like such great artistry is just stuck on this platform. That's why I will never make a game on a platform like that again. First thing I will do in that game is find a ravine. Yay! I'm so glad. I'm so glad. It's gonna be very important. It's gonna be very important. I want physics simulation. I want weather simulation. Animal stuff, crafting stuff, building stuff. I want the physics for the crafting to be, you know, like in most survival games, you place things in a certain position, right? It's like you can choose to put it there, choose to put it there, choose to put it there. And if you bring it all together, it just becomes the thing. In Survive Escape, I want you to have to actually balance things on each other with physics. And then you have to put like a lashing around it and find a way to secure them. So like if you wanted to build something, it would have to actually be like physics based, basically. Crazy, like ridiculous mechanics that like are so difficult to make in a game. I feel like Breath of the Wild probably has some stuff like that. I think Breath of the Wild does a little bit of that. But, you know, that's the kind of game I want a team. I want to have sold games. Yes. Yes. I mean, hopefully you saw me showing off the website last night, but I mean, look at this, right? Literally, that would be a part of the game, is to burn down a forest. You would be making a choice in the game that would serve you well, potentially, to burn down a forest. Literally part of the game. But yeah, I would want to have sold games, multiple games, led teams, right? Have a studio, a business. I want to be an established, professional indie game developer before I try to assemble a team to make this game. Because I don't want to half-ass it. Pardon my language. I want to whole-ass this game. You know? That was the mistake I made trying to do this. Is that I was going to make some version of it that wasn't ever going to be what I imagined. Even a simple prototype of this game is going to be incredibly complicated. So for me, I don't want this game to be given a subtle, simple, quick little slap together treatment. I don't want to be working on it for 10, 15 years alone with a couple other people. I want to have a team. It's basically like The Forest. You need to bring down another plane to get rescued or stay on the island. Yeah, I mean, I never played The Forest that far. I did play The Forest. Some of you might even remember I did a live stream, a couple live streams playing it. But I never got to the ending. You need to bring down another plane to get rescued or stay on the island. Yeah, escaping, getting rescued is the whole point of Survive Escape. That's the whole point of Survive Escape. Something that really irks me about a lot of survival games is that, you know, that's like, it's all about just indefinitely building forts and survive. But, and the thing is, The Forest kind of is too. It kind of is too. I mean, look, I never even got to the point of escaping in that game. So maybe there is a version of that exists, but I never saw it. It felt like it had like this aspect of just like hanging out with your friends and like building bases and killing, you know, enemies or whatever. And I was just like, ugh. Anyway, getting distracted. You'll play it and you will give a review. Okay. I have expected you to stop at "it sucks because nobody's gonna play them" and just be a savage. Oh, just stop there. Yeah. I mean, no, I had to add a little context. Yeah, eyes. Although I heard they need voice actors for the third Visualize. Oh yeah. What's up, 3D Sphinx? What do you mean? What did I switch up? Did I switch something up? I don't know. You mean games? No. This is a game I was making a long time ago, and I stopped because it was incredibly complicated and difficult, and I realized that I needed to make smaller games and put that project off until I have immense capacity to do it. I'll be mega sad if I'm not the first person you come to ask about weather. Oh, totally, yeah. Yeah. I will ask you about weather. You know, I think it's gonna be, it's, man. And so here's the thing, Insane, is like, remember, I am currently trying to make smaller games leading up to that help me make that game. So like the game that I'm making right now, it all focuses, and not all, but a large focus, the entire inspiration for it is limb damage. So, you know, breaking off my legs here, I can not have any legs, so I got one leg, and this is gonna affect how you play, and you're gonna have to heal it and manage having injured limbs. So that's the survive escapian thing that is going into this game. And then in managing, you know, achieving a goal despite having part of your character be, you know, disabled in certain ways. However, a weather-based simulation, I am kind of thinking that might be the next game I work on, is one that has weather simulation in it. And I don't really know what that game would be like. So honestly, it's probably going to be sooner than later. I mean, however long it takes me to finish this, and that could be a long time. I mean, this version I'll finish sooner than later. But I mean, you know, I want to remake it at some point, so we'll see. But I'm thinking the next game I work on will have weather stuff. So yeah, I'll let you know. There's gonna be animals in the barn. Yeah, there's already animals in the barn. There already is. Bam, 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 bam. Look at all these animals in there. Look at them. They're in there. Oh, I need to finish that grass hiding. Destroy and grab the animals. Yep. And then something that we'll get eventually is that you can, that the animals will like scatter once you destroy the barn. And they'll run around everywhere. But yeah, that's the whole, that's one of the, besides limb damage and stuff, that's one of the big points of the game, is that you're attacking things. So there's gonna be buildings with people in it, right? Right now it's animals, just because we're on level 1. But for other levels, you're gonna be tearing down houses and buildings and stuff and snatching people up. So, yeah. Burn it all to the ground. Sometimes you have to. No dream is too big of a dream. I love that, Q-Mark. I'm gonna add that one to my list of things to say. I don't want to half-ass it. I want to whole-ass it. Yeah, absolutely. Basically 2 optional endings. Oh, for the forest. Gotcha. So you like trap, so I see you like trap yourself on the island or you escape. Definitely was thinking that for Survive Escape too. Like you could choose to do that, is stay on there. It's interesting. I found the voices, nice. Working on your game, I love it. Sons of the Forest is sequel, right, but still not on console. It's on the back burner. Yeah, it's on the back burner. Yeah, exactly. Each game is a mechanic, so when you go to Survive Escape, you have all the skills. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. And yeah, exactly. Things I can learn about, things I can say, well, you know, when I made that limb damage system in the Alien game, I realized that this doesn't really work that well. I should try this instead, or whatever. When I made that weather simulation game, trying to simulate XYZ was really hard, so maybe we shouldn't bother with it. But then this other thing I didn't do, and I think it would have been better that way. You know, I want to literally know how to do it, ways to do it, but also have an example to look at and study, and potentially do something different. Some messages take like 10 minutes to go through. If you mean on screen, I put them on screen. So all your chat messages are here, but I pull them up. So I respond to things at my own pace, right? So like, here's the live chat, right? It's caught up to here. Oh yeah, Insane already got you. Nice, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I just bring them up a little bit at a time. Sometimes I put it on auto, but usually I don't. Usually I don't. Yeah, maybe I could set it up so there's timestamps on there or something, so you can at least see that. I don't know if that would help. Anyway, alright, let's keep getting rid of this grass. That seems like the main task today, is grass. It's okay. I'm too proud. I'm very proud of having even gotten the grass set up, and like, mostly by myself. Like, I found the shader code on YouTube. Yeah. I found a way to do it. I figured out a way to do it that would be performant. We touching grass today. It's all one entire mesh. And then I'm setting up these little shaders that hide the grass where I don't want it to be. So instead of rendering each blade, we're rendering an entire section of grass. And then I'm going through and removing parts of the grass. It looks better, right? Yeah, it worked out. The main task for the day being grass is always a good day. The main task for a day being grass is always a good day. I like that. I mean, look, you know, I've heard this warning before for people who live stream or make devlogs, YouTube videos about their game development, is that sometimes you end up focusing on things that are more visual rather than the game design itself. Because obviously here we are we're sharing it with y'all. It's visual. And so it's nice to keep it looking nice, you know, for the sake of that visual component. And a lot of folks who come through will want it to look nice and make suggestions about that. And to me, the grass is not important. Like, I just don't really care, if I'm being honest. Like, I think the grass is not essential to the gameplay, and in some ways it's a waste of time. On the other hand, it's very interesting. It's very interesting to solve this problem, and so that makes it more worthwhile to me. But I do sometimes have to say, okay, we're not doing visual stuff. But for now, it's fine. And what did you do today, Billy? I made grass. Nice. It sounds... I'm sorry, you made it? You grew it? Did you bring it to school with you, sweetie? Come here. Let me see it. Let me see it. Give it here. Give it here. You got a lighter? Come on. Give it. There's so many. There's so many up. There's so many that aren't up, too. Thanks for checking them out, though, Muhammad. Billy gonna be rich, too, for sure. It's a theme players see more than anything else. Yeah. So, this is a prototype, right? This is not intended to be a final version of the game. This is supposed to be a minimum viable product. I think you remember we used to talk about that back in the old streams. Now, I am also learning, and so I'm giving myself some leeway in not making it entirely a minimum viable product for the sake of me learning different skills. And so I shift on that here and there. But ideally, it would be just the base game without worrying about all the little extra fluff. Again, I'm going outside of that a little bit, but that's okay. And honestly, I hear you, like, yes, the players see stuff, but I mean, I don't know. I still generally don't really care that much. I feel like if the player sees enough that looks good enough, it's good enough. Like, that's just me. I understand you like art stuff, but you're being a little silly. For the sake of having fun and avoiding being burned out. Yes, yes. Very important point. Yes. Absolutely. You know me though, I'm gonna autistically take things literally and respond literally. Something I'm thinking about is this grass in here. It's kind of bothering me. Because technically you could destroy this building down to this part and you'll see the grass. Which then leads me to think, do I need to go into these objects, right? So this cow barn. If I open this up, not that one. If I open this up, you know, maybe I should, well, I don't really need to worry about, on these, so far, they've had it hidden. See you later, Muhammad. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for checking out the old streams. Goodbye. I'll see you next time. Not the barns being affected. With triangles, we gotta save them. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems like it could be good to think about. So all I would have to do technically is come in here. Mario's slide didn't look all that special, but it inspired some people. Oh man! All right, I'm gonna need to eat some seasoned almonds to deal with that. All right. Okay. All right. All right. I see you, Hugh. Okay. Wow. All right. Okay. Yeah. No, you make a point. You know what? You make a point. Super yum. Okay, I've got a grass hider in here. Oh, I've got the grass hider not centered. I just realized it's way out in the middle of nowhere. And then I just want to adjust its size. Oh, you don't know what Qmerk is talking about? Qmerk is talking about my wilderness survival story. I talked about it on the Made in Dreams podcast as well, where I tried to slide down a ravine like Mario slides down hills in Super Mario 64 and other games. And I found out that it don't work as good in real life. Yeah, that's what Qmerk is referring to. Yeah. Yep. I know, I can't fault them. Oh, some of it is above? Really? Wait, has that been happening with other grass? Not really. Look at it showing on the cow's legs a little bit. It's weird. I think it's probably fine the way that it is. I think it's probably fine. Let's check it in the game. So this is that one. Okay, got it. Mario's slide did look all that special, but it inspired many people. Yeah, it is one of the details. It is. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that I thought it would work. But wouldn't it have been so fun if it did? Would have been awesome. Okay, let me see. Oh, I kind of went too far. Alright, hold on. These ones are on dirt. This one. Oh, man, I went too far again. Alright, let's try. Let's try again. It's only fine if the camera is far from it. Yeah, kind of. It is a giant green alien after all. It really is. Oh, I keep missing it. Okay. There it is. Break it into pieces. Get this out of my way. I'm kind of at a different height now, but that's okay. Oh yeah, that looks fine. Well, you destroyed it, so you need to do it. All right, hold on. I need to restart it because I broke both my legs. I'm at the different height. I don't want to be at a different height. I want to be at the right height. Dun, 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 dun. I try not to use jumping because it's not really supposed to be there, but sometimes I really want to. Okay. Don't break it all the way. Oh, you can't even see in there, really. I see, it does break all the way. Oh, so it's unnecessary. One thing I will say is it does leave behind the grass being gone. Yeah, I don't think you are gonna be able to tell. I mean, the way that some things, like, I kind of thought it was gonna break like the other one. So this one, if I break apart this one, you can see on the foundation a bit. And so if there was grass in here, you would be able to see it. But this barn is breaking apart differently. So yeah, it might not really be visible on this one. Like maybe. I mean, I'll leave the hider there. Whoa, it's weird that that shader appears on the fence a little right there. It's kind of weird. It's also important to remember the player's gonna be so focused on other things, probably wouldn't even notice. Yeah. I think important is a strong word there. But the other thing that I'm trying to test right now is I'm not sure if this grass hider is going to be a drain on performance. So I'm kind of trying to put in as many as I can for the sake of finding out if that ends up causing an issue. So really any excuse I can find to put one down, I'm gonna take it. Let's put some in here. You know, some things to me, you know, I just try to make a judgment call. Like, is it important for the game and does it bother me? And is it bothering me important? And in this case, I deemed it as important. It's gonna bother me too much. I'm gonna deal with this. I don't want it to be there. What on earth are you talking about? Oh, you got an ad? You know, YouTube has been like pressuring me to try having ads be automatically inserted during the live stream. I had it set to manual, but I was never actually doing it. I was never remembering to do ads. But I could like try to remind myself to do it if it's super annoying, because it's gonna just like jam it in at a random time. And it doesn't tell me when it's doing it. So I can't even like stop the stream and wait for people to stop with ads. And even if I did, I'm not gonna know how long they last. The one time you want ads, so I don't know, it's kind of an experiment. Yeah, exactly. It helps so much. It really does. And I'm starting to realize that if I care about this as being work that I do, then I should utilize what YouTube has for me to earn money. You know? Okay. I think I've actually added it in all the places that I need it right now. I should even have some time to actually do some real level design. And the people literally demanding, right, no, you make a good point. Like, who am I to deny you? I like how there's one blade of grass right here. What the heck? It looks pretty good though. It looks great. No grass where there shouldn't be. So then the test becomes, are we hurting performance? Now I'm not noticing the performance being hurt, but it can be hard to tell if I don't like really study the numbers. So we're gonna do that. There's a couple of things I want to deal with before I test that. You got an ad for Rocket League of all things. Super on brand, 10 out of 10. Would rocket car to survive escape again. Let's go. Was that one blade of grass? Was that one blade of grass I said to leave? No way. Wait, I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying. Look, there it is. Oh, I know what that blade of grass is. There is actually a blade of grass in there. I forgot to remove it. This was the old attempt. This is when I was doing the multi-mesh instance. This is what the multi-mesh instance was basing it on. Was this. So actually all of them have one in the middle. I am going to destroy it though. It's this. I don't want it. I'm not interested. I expect you to die, Mr. Grass. And then I don't need this source ground anymore either, so you can delete that. When you're at the point of only having one blade of grass, I said if it doesn't work, just leave one blade of grass thing. Oh, okay, I feel like I did kind of remember that. I wasn't doing it for that reason though. You can't have a bunch, just have one. That's all you really need. All right, so it should be fine. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to save it and export it. Then I need to make a version that somehow doesn't have all of those hiders on them. And export that. So I'm going to use GitHub to keep me from making terrible mistakes. I'm going to say added a grass hider shader scene that hides grass. Put a bunch of hiders over the ranches and crops to make sure grass is hidden. Added one into barn 1, 2. That's pretty much what I did. That's pretty much what I did. Not sure what else to say. Alright, push that. Now, I'm gonna delete that from the game. I'm literally gonna delete the grass hider scene. Because I'm only slightly paranoid. I'm going to back it up. Yes, I've got GitHub. But you know what? Let's just cut it and paste it somewhere else. You know what, Lee's? I would recommend... I would recommend... Okay, here's what I would recommend, Lee's. I would recommend copying it Yes, but only slightly. I'm gonna copy it instead. I'm gonna put it in here. Paste it right there. And then I'm gonna delete it here. So it's gonna disappear from the project. So if we come into here. Oh, wow. I'm actually a little surprised. Wait, oh, is it because I still had it open? We have to close it. If we don't close it, Godot won't really remove it. Right? Oh, it's still put it. No, but I deleted it. No, but I killed it. No, I killed it. Let's try reloading the project. I'm paranoid, so I'm gonna back it up. Yeah. I think that sentence... Wait, what's wrong with that sentence? That sentence makes sense, right? Right? Okay, Godot is reloading. Just burn it down. Just get rid of it. Why can't you figure this out? Why is deleting it confusing you so much? Okay. I'm actually a little disappointed that it wasn't able to just like remove it from the game. Instead, it just broke everything. Alright. Boo! Well, that didn't go as smoothly as I'd hoped. Just get rid of it. Just remove it. Like, this isn't complicated. Godot can't just say, oh, this isn't here, so therefore I'm gonna remove it. You can't do that? Alright. Alright, never mind. Never mind. I'll do it a different way. I will do it a different way. Nothing's wrong with that. It just reminded me of when I heard that at a party once. You mean like, let's back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Or like literally someone was afraid of you and they had to get away from you because you were dancing too close. That could also be an interpretation. Alright, so that wasn't the right way to go about removing it. I mean, I could do it one by one. Sounds silly. Sounds boring. Sounds effortful. But if it's gonna make you happy, Godot, I'll do it. Alright, so we're gonna come into each one, and I'm just gonna remove them all. It seems like the way. So I'm gonna open up each one, and I'm gonna delete the hider. So I've got a hider in the search up here. I don't know what, alright, I don't know what Godot, are we good? Because I will get waiting for Godot. I will pull out waiting for Godot. Okay. I got this little book. I got this little book that we read from if I'm waiting for Godot. But if I'm not waiting for Godot, I don't need to read the book. Never thought of that. It could just be me being too close. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. I'm sure you were fine. Maybe. Probably. Possibly. Give people space. Yeah, we got books. Okay. Alright, so what I'm doing is I'm searching up here for hider, and I'm going to each ranch scene, and then I'm just deleting them. Not the way I would have wanted to go about it, but it's important to me to just make sure that we're not causing too many performance issues by doing this. Okay, and then it is on that barn, if you'll remember. So I'm gonna remove it from here. And then the corn row, it's on the corn row. So come in here, remove it from there. I think that's everywhere that it was. So if I just try to delete this, oh, so I gotta, let's save everything. Save all scenes. Take your time, Godot, take your time, sort it out. I'll get the book if I have to. I'll get the book if I have to. Don't make me do it, I'll do it. Do you hear, Hog? He never refuses. He refused once. Okay. So I'm gonna try removing this file now. Nice. Okay, no complaints. We got it, we're good. The grass hiders have been removed. So now I'm gonna build the game again with the grass hiders gone, and we're gonna see if we notice a performance difference. My guess is it will be negligible or impossible to tell. And that's my guess and my hope. Why are we running so slow right now? Jeez. Jeez. I swear. I like never have to reach for it like this. My God. It's like my computer is just like... Alright. We good? We good? Okay, it looks gone. I don't see it anywhere. Great. That's all I wanted to see. I just wanted to see that real fast. Alright, export it. It's weird how sometimes it shows the debug checkbox and sometimes it doesn't. How weird is that? Pretty weird. Alright, so 26 and 27 are the versions that we're doing here. Whoa. Here we go. Export project. Oh, there it appears. I see. Okay, save it. I see. If I just do the export path, the debug button doesn't appear. If I click on export project, then the debug button appears. Okay. That has been confusing. All right, I've exported both versions. Now we're going to test it. I really don't expect to see much here. Like, that is to say, I don't know that I'm really going to be able to determine that it's much better or worse. Alright, so here's our current FPS. My computer isn't the most powerful computer at all, and I'm running 2 live streams right now. So that's going to affect the FPS in general, but we're just going to look at, you know, kind of what we generally see, minimum, average, maximum average, based on eyeballing and guessing. So, I mean, I do see already we're dropping below 60 FPS once in a while, which is not great. But we do get pretty high here. So I could chalk it up to my computer. I could easily chalk it up to my computer, and again, running 2 live streams, that's probably having a huge impact. So I think the highs are very promising. That gives me, yeah, right, 100. That gives me confidence that it's probably just a computer thing, not a big deal. Anyone who's expecting to run games at 60 FPS should probably have a decent computer, so I'm not worried about it. I think this is good. But we did dip below it, so we got to like 58 minimum. I'm seeing 110. I would say it's probably averaging like 80, something like that. And this is with the grass hiders in place. Oh, and so that's something else. I am noticing that when we get hurt, the FPS drops a lot. There's a couple things. There's also if there's a lot of objects on screen at once. Right, they also have to have a certain type of monitor. Exactly. If there's a lot of like corn stalks on screen, we tend to see a lower FPS. And then I've noticed there seems to be like a performance bug when we collide with objects. The FPS takes a bit of a dip. Not a huge one, but enough that I need to look into it. But that's not necessarily related to our grass thing. Okay, so I would say we're averaging 80. Sometimes we dip to 60. See, this looks more like a good average to me, you know? That isn't computer affected. 80, low 60, high 110, something like that. Okay. That's with the grass hiders. Now, I'm going to open one without the grass hiders and see if it's like, whoa, that's different. Wait a minute, that's a big difference right there. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, I will say it's staying up high in the hundreds. So they were floating around down in the 70s, 80s, 90s. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. That's good. If it's hard to tell, I'm not worried. I'm gonna say this is not causing much of a drop. I mean, I do feel like we are like generally getting higher. Like I saw like a 120 and it's maybe floating closer to 90 more often than not. But it's really 150. It's really hard to say. So maybe I'll bounce back again. It is, I will say, we are hitting highs more frequently. My bias wants to say it's not doing much of a difference. I haven't seen 60 at all. Let's see if we do some things. Get hit a bit. Oh, then we just died. Don't get hit too much. I don't know. I'm starting to think it's a little bit better if it's not there. So I want to see some of those 130s, 140s, 150s. Ooh, Qmerk says for sure. Not a doubt in their mind. There we hit 130. There we hit 130. I'm not so sure. Also, just now I clicked out of the game and came back, so that might have affected it just there. We did just drop down, though. To the 50, 60. Now it's down at 60, though. Wasn't seeing 60 at all before. Now it's getting higher. Now it's doing 140, 148. But you know why? Because it was a big empty area. That's why that jumped up so high. Right? So here we got a big empty area. Look, it jumps up. We got a bunch of stuff. It starts going down. So that is consistent with what we've seen before. Here there's a lot more stuff. It's going down. When there's a bunch of corn, it goes the furthest down that it's going to go. Depending on how many corn stalks there are at once. Here's there's a pretty good amount. Not the worst it could be. I don't know. I'm not so sure, but I'm leaning towards there's a noticeable difference. I am leaning towards it. But I'm not as sure as I'd like to be. Without graphing and large sample size tests, it's not possible to say with much confidence. I mean, of course. I feel like that goes without saying, but You know, and that's and actually, you know, when you say that, Pierogi, to me that tells me it's not a big deal, right? Because if it's not like, because the thing is there have been changes that were very obvious, right? And the drop was significant. And I think you're saying in this case it isn't significant enough to tell. I will say, you know, we're hitting 160, 140. Let me click out of the game and come back. I don't know. I think there is an observable slight difference, but it's hard. It is still hard to say. It is still kind of hard to say. And Rogi, I take your point. I take your point. If I reacted negatively to that, it was like, I'm not gonna do all that, obviously. What? I'm not gonna do all that. What are you talking about? Yeah. You know, and the randomization is... There is randomization, but there's also some lack of randomization. But yeah, you make a good point. You make a good point. I mean, at that rate, you know, we could just also craft a better test. A test where there is less randomization. That would actually be pretty easy. Yeah. That actually would not be hard. That would actually be very doable. Ooh. All right. Let's do it. So I just have to come to our terrain controller script over here. There's different ways I could do this. Oh, we could do collector safes. We could just have it load a bunch of these, because that's gonna hurt it. Safes, if I have it load only the safe chunks, it's gonna be a bunch of cornfields and empty fields. So there's gonna be a bunch of nothingness with grass on it, and a bunch of stuff with cornfields. The cornfields have... I don't know if that's the best test. We could probably do a better one. Let's do a better one. I have an idea. I have an idea. What I'm gonna do, it's gonna take a little setup, but it's worth it. Because it's something that I want to be able to do more often anyway. Oh, Godot's still being slow. What is with my Godot project right now? Why is my Godot project being this way? Why are you being like this? It has started to get very angry. For no reason that I can appreciate. I will restart it. I don't have much running here. Oops, I did not mean to refresh. Okay, that's fine. I'll even close GitHub. I do have browser open. Close that. Everything else, shouldn't be a big deal. Okay. Let Godot cool off a bit here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make... Probably the best chunk to test it with would be... I think just like if we... I think if we do a blank one, and the blank one just either has a bunch of those on it or it doesn't. Yeah, I think that'll be easy. I think it's very doable. And it'll be easier to set up and test too, which makes me think I need to revert in GitHub. So I'm gonna open up GitHub. I hope you're okay with that, Godot. Probably should have reset it or waited to restart it. We're gonna discard all these changes, get rid of them. So we're gonna put the hiders back in there. It's back to normal. hiders are back. They've been returned. Most cluttered the tile possible is a good test because you know FPS won't be worse than that. Really? I was not thinking of that. I could try that. Are you quite sure? Are you quite sure? I guess I'd be worried that it's going to make it hard to tell. Is it the clutter or is it the hider? Like, I'm worried that it's going to... But then again, it could make it worse. I don't know. I'm not sure what I think about that. I hear your point, though. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to find the base chunk. So we're gonna open up terrain base blocks, and I'm gonna make a new inherited scene from the block, and I'm gonna save it. Terrain debug. I actually should make a whole new folder for this. I'm gonna say terrain debug hider test. A whole folder for it. Terrain debug hider test. Okay. Why does it have trees on it? It does not really have trees on it. It's being glitchy. Just ignore it. It's being glitchy. There are not actually trees on here. It's because of the GitHub thing. I'm just gonna close everything. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Godot does this weird thing where it layers everything on top once in a while. So I made a new folder. It was called hider test. There we go. There it is. Now I'm gonna put a hider on there. It was a cute alien face. Hi. I'll make this shape unique. And I'm going to stretch it out. You know, I even think we could hide a bunch of it. I kind of want to do multiple of them, you know? Like, let's do not just one hider, but let's do several. And I'll make it unique, and we'll make it a different shape, too. Alright, there's two. We could add, I could add even a third one. Bring it in here. Heck, have it overlapping. Sure, why not? Make it unique. Let's make one more. Put it in here, make it unique, give it a different size and shape. Okay. There we go. A bunch of hiders on there. Now, I need to advance my music, and then now I want to make sure that it loads in that level. So here's how I'm going to make that work. I'm going to come to the scripts, specifically the terrain script. Ideally, someday I'd have a much more automatic way of doing this, but that is definitely not a priority today. So on this chunks chosen to add script, this script, in here we define which sets of chunks load in. So I'm going to say chunks safes. Chunks list safes. So it's only going to load in safes. Now, if I go to globals, I can change what the path is for safe chunks. Right now it's loading in two different ones. Oh, because it depends on the level, right? So we're on level 1. So this would be what I would do, right? I could do like a new level, like a level 3 or something, and then that would be the one. But we're just gonna, it's probably safer if we do a debug one. Yeah, do the debug level. Why not? Let's do the debug level. And then we're gonna take the hider test path and we're gonna replace it right here, or put it in here. So now if we play it, it should all be that one terrain chunk. Okay, it crashed. Attempt to call get function and null. Oh. Couple things there. Number 1. I put the path in here incorrectly. I put a single scene instead of a path. So we need it to be that. The other problem is I'm gonna need more in there than just one. Right? Because if I just put 1 in there, it's gonna try to load like 9 as soon as it starts. But there's not gonna be 9 in there. And so it's gonna have an issue. So we need to put more in there. So let's do that. Here. So I'm just gonna duplicate it. We'll say 10 times. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That'll be 10. Okay. There we go. Alright, so we've got them all in here now. You can see it's patchy grass. And that's the only one that's loading. Beautiful. Alright. I probably don't need to export it to test it, but, you know, I like it. Let's do it. So we're gonna export it. This will be 28. Export without debug. And then I'll make one where I just remove all those hiders. Don't even have to get wacky with it. Just delete them. No more hiders. They're all gone. And then export this one. And that's our test. It's gonna be, I'm nervous because again, it you know, like Rogi was saying, maybe one that's causing more problems will be easier to tell. I'm not sure which makes it easier because this is gonna run really, really well because we're not loading in a bunch of crap. The game's gonna run better than ever. So this is with them in here right now. I'm seeing 200, right? And it's like, oh my god, wow, that's so much. Yes, because the thing that causes performance issues in this game, for the vast majority of situations, is all of the objects that are on moving platforms. Like, that's what causes all the problems. So if we remove all of those objects, then the game runs amazingly. And it's actually kind of nice because there's not variance, right? The raycast isn't causing conflicts. It's not detecting tons of stuff. We're not bumping into things and getting hurt. We actually get a very, very stable reading. And sorry, Shorts feed, I forgot to hide it. So look, now you can see Shorts feed. I apologize. Now you can see it's staying incredibly stable at between 200 and like 211. I mean, it's almost, you could even say it's staying stable at like 210. You know, if I bring in the cursor and maybe move it around a bunch, I mean, barely. I mean, look at that. Very stable. Easy reading to remember. I would say 210 average. All right, now let's check it with those gone. So no, okay, hold on, I gotta restart it. No longer are there going to be any grass hiders. Wait, they're grass hiders. Hold on, I gotta export it correctly. I don't know why. It didn't export with the hiders gone. Alright, hold on. Delayed satisfaction. Sometimes it like doesn't export the latest version. I don't know why that happens. Alright, let's see if this one has it. It doesn't. No, why are they still there? I said be deleted. It's almost like the export isn't updating, which is strange. Oh, I know why. Who else knows why? You don't? I do. It's because of all the duplicates. All the duplicates need to... They're just duplicates, they're not instances. So I actually have to delete every single duplicate and make the duplicates again. That's why it wasn't changing. Okay, hold on. We're not ready to do the test yet. Duplicate 1, duplicate 2. Duplicate 3, duplicate 4, duplicate 5, duplicate 6, duplicate 7, duplicate 8, and duplicate 9. Alright, now we got them duplicated correctly. Now I can export it. And now we can do the test. So it was floating right around 210, plus or minus 3. All right, now we got it. Let's see what happens. I accidentally brought up the menu. Oh, look. Look at that. That's a big difference. That's significant. It's 220 now. It's like averaging 220. So the grass hiders are not a subtle addition. They make a difference. Oh, you know what would also be an interesting test is removing the grass. See what difference that makes. This is tough because is the grass hider worth it? And maybe I could optimize the grass hider, right? If I put it back to being a plane instead of a box, that will probably help. Wow. I mean, that's a striking difference. That is not a subtle difference. It's completely different. I think 28, right? Because I did 30. 29 and 30 were the ones that I didn't export right. Yeah. So I'm actually just going to delete 29 through 30. And then look, solid reduction. Floating around 210 instead of 220. Even, I mean, look, that's even a little worse. Wow. I mean, look, there's literally, it's kind of hard to tell because like I said, if any object is on those chunks, it's gonna start eating away at performance. And, you know, if I just put, you know, some super simple blank box meshes on here, that also is gonna bring it down. This is also probably more grass hiders than there would normally be. Wow, and I can't even get 210 now. So I don't really know what to do with that information. Look at that, 220, solid. Probably what I should do, if I want to help this test be a little less annoying, is I should have two different folders. I should have a folder, we should have a hider test, no hiders gone, duplicate that folder to the hiders being there. Well, I mean, you already deleted them. You have to add them in again. Probably makes more sense to Control Z it. Oh, wow, that Control Z'd very easily. Nice. I'm gonna cut those out of there. So with all the hiders gone, should still have it gone. They do. Good, good, good. And then for all these, I'd want to paste it back in. Probably faster if I just literally open each one and paste it in than making more duplicates. So then the other test that I'd want to do is I'd want to say, well, let's pick, I mean, it's hard because, like, what's going to be the exact equivalent of all of those? Like, what if I just add in some simple boxes? Or, you know what I could do? I know what I could do. I know what I could do. I could, duplicate this. This is gonna be hiders, not hiders. They're hiders, but they're not hiders at the same time. And so for this one, for hiders, not hiders, oh wait, I thought I copied the one that has them. Oh, I didn't. Okay, hold on, delete that folder. I wanted to duplicate the one that has them. I'm only a little confused. Oops. What, mate? What? What do you mean you couldn't save it? Okay, I'm gonna close some of these. Close them, close them, close them, close them, close them. We do have a lot open right now. Just don't save it? Like, just don't? Just don't? Okay, the ones with hiders, that has hiders. Does this one have hiders? It should. And it does. And then these should not have hiders. Okay, they don't. I just wanted to double check that we're all on the same page here. We are. Okay, so now I am going to duplicate the ones that have hiders. And we're going to call this hiders, not hiders. And on hiders, not hiders, let me make sure these are what I want. Okay, good, perfect. So on here, I'm going to change each mesh to not have the shader on it. We're going to remove the shader. Make this unique. and then clear it. Just clear that. I don't even know if I have to make it unique. So now it's just like a normal box. And that's what I'll do for each of these. So I'm coming over here and I'm clearing the shader. So this will be interesting because it's like, is it the fact that there's something on there moving, or is it the fact that it's a grass hider? Because if it's just that it's something on there that's moving, like, okay, that doesn't really bother me because, yeah, anything causes problems. Makes sense. But does it specifically doing that act of hiding grass cause more of a problem? All right, then I gotta make all the duplicates, of course. So let's do that. So on hiders, not hiders, let's delete all these. Take your time, Godot, take your time. Okay, hiders, not hiders. Duplicate it. Duplicate 1, duplicate it again, duplicate 2, duplicate it again, duplicate 3, duplicate it again, duplicate 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, 8, and 9. All right. So now you've got all these that just have the blocks instead. And this one, so now what I need to do is go to the script and change that folder to hiders, not hiders. Right here. Update this path. Just like that. And now everything in here is gonna be just those blocks. Got it. What if it's more? I don't even know. I mean, it might be actually worse. And so then that's interesting, right? It's like, okay, well, hiding the grass is less expensive than putting an object down. That's an interesting thing to know, I think. All right, export it. Let's test it. So we got 220 average for the no hider being there, no boxes being there. 210 or less for the hiders being there. So let's see what happens if they are solid boxes instead of hiders, or not being hiders at all. Ooh, not the result I was hoping for. Dang. Look at that. It does go down, right? It's less than 220, but it's a lot higher than 210, 200, than before it was like sub 210 with the hiders on there. Now it's sub 220 with the boxes. And it even is going above 220 sometimes. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. So the hiders are not subtle. They're doing stuff. They are causing, wow, look at that. Now it's sitting above 220. Brutal. Brutal. Wow. Well, well, well. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Here you are at the hiders. I don't know. I don't know if I think it's worth it. I mean, to me, again, and I'll say it again and again, I think grass is not important. I know I've spent the last 6 hours making grass. But this is, you know, and at that rate, what if I just painted on some grass? Forget grass hiders. I mean, in some ways I would want to hide it, but you know, forget it. No, forget it. We literally just paint on all the grass and we have just PNG files. And that's the grass. I bet it wouldn't be this slow or this much of an impact. To that end, what if I tested it without the grass? I want to know. I want to know what kind of consequence this has. So I'm going to duplicate the folder that has the hiders gone. And we're going to say this is just hiders grass. I mean, there is no hiders. This is just grass at this point. Let's say grass gone. Really, hiders gone is actually just grass. If we're being honest. So for the grass gone, let's get rid of all these duplicates. This will be easy enough to remove. I mean, honestly, I don't... There's an easier way to do this, but we'll just do it this way. For the sake of consistency. We'll literally come in here, delete the grass plane. Please. Oh, because it's inheriting? Alright, then stop inheriting. Clear the inheritance. Yeah, I don't care. Delete that. Alright, now I'm going to duplicate it. First of all, let me rename it. This is grass gone. I'm going to duplicate it. Grass gone 1. Duplicate it again. 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright. Come to the globals script. And rename this to debug grass gone and export it. Let's see. I'm sure this is going to be significantly better. I mean, the game is just like nothing at this point. It's like no game anymore. Game gone. Oh. It's still there. I did it wrong. What did I do wrong? Wait, why is the grass not gone? No! What? Why is the grass still there? On all the duplicates? How dare you? How dare you? Probably because of these tabs being open. Maybe. Maybe I hadn't saved it when I duplicated it. It's grueling. It's hard to argue that it's not grueling. Okay, duplicate it, and we're gonna check it this time. Okay, the grass is gone. 2, 3, 4. I think it's important because I really want to be able to point to today we added grass and this was the cost. Honestly, I'd want to do this for a lot of assets. Sort of streamline this process of just figuring out what was the cost of adding this or that. There's actually a lot of things. I'd be curious to know what consequences arise from having them in the game. I'm sure there's a lot. Obviously anything, but specific things. All right, here we go. No grass, no hiders. Ooh, the grass is doing a lot. We're almost hitting 240. Like, stabilized at 240. So even just adding the grass gives us almost plus 20. Or minus 20 frames per second. But you know, that's just the way it is. Like, the game's got, like, we have to have the moving platform. Yes, that's the game. Like, the game has the level moving constantly towards the player. That's just part of it. It's just part of it. We add the grass in. So, obviously, you know, when you're making a game, there has to be costs. Not interested in making a game where there aren't costs. Otherwise, you make no game. Like, it has to be, it has to cost something. Is all of that worth hiding some grass? I don't know. So here we are with the grass in here. I see there's one that it doesn't have grass. I don't know how that happened. But still, we're sitting around 220. Put the grass in there. Oh, that was when I just got rid of one, and I thought that that was enough. But I needed to do more. That's what that was. That's funny. What was 28? 28 had the hiders on it. Dude, I kind of resized that window a little bit, which will change how it behaves. We're almost, wow, it's definitely sub 210. So it really ends up kind of being the difference between 20 frames per second. Like, you're gonna lose 20 frames per second in these contexts. It ain't subtle. If I drop the blocks back in there, I just want to see it again. Around sub 220. Okay. All right. Understood. Wow. It's almost surprising. So that's like not even sub 220. That's more like sub 230. We go to the one with just grass, except for one. One doesn't have grass on it. Look, it's lower. It's using more. Well, that's not true. No, it went back up. It went back up. It's about the same. Honestly, it's about the same as adding the blocks in. The blocks aren't doing much. So I don't know. I don't really know what to think about it. I feel like if the game doesn't feel that much worse, right? So let me go back. Let me put the game back to normal. Let's unbreak our game. And this is as simple as replacing this line of code here, or this path. Replacing these with zeros. Change it to level 1. And then we gotta come back to the terrain controller and switch the chosen chunks to add to chunks list 1 level 1, chunks list 2 level 1, right? No. I don't think you do want to do that. I think you want to say that's incorrect. It's just chunks list 1, chunks list 2. Okay. So we switch to chunks list 1 and chunks list 2. So the game's going to be normal again. With the hiders, the grass, the rest of the gameplay being in there. And let's just build another version. I don't know if I saved it. Yep. See where we're sitting. So add everything back in. Oof. Sub 100 at best. I mean, sometimes it bumps up above it. No, I mean, that's going above 100 sometimes. And then sometimes it doesn't. Which that, again, that's going to be when there's a bunch of stuff on screen. When there's all the corn stalks and the solar panels and the cows. You know, they're dropped down to 63. So, you know, it's not the end of the world. I would say we're okay. And I'm going to be okay with it for now. I'm going to let it be. I'm going to say this isn't a super important thing to worry about. With that said, I now know exactly the cost. And if I'm ever like, oof, we're running into some serious performance issues, I need to reduce it across the board. Or if I just decide, let's just start reducing things, that would be something to look into. Would be adjusting the grass situation. So yeah, all right, good to know. I'm gonna keep this all. I'm not gonna remove anything. I'm not gonna try to optimize anything right now, but I'm gonna make sure that I know for the future that this is important. So I'm gonna say added some tests for added some performance test levels for grass. Grass present, grass gone, grass hiders present, grass hiders gone, grass hiders replaced by blocks. Grass hiders have a notable impact on performance. Or my tests have shown grass hiders to have a notable impact on performance. Minus about 20 FPS. Or we'll say losing about 20 FPS. Grass itself also adds about, or removes about 20 FPS. Just something to keep in mind. All right, so what am I going to work on now that I've got all these things in mind? What do I want to do next? Well, I'd say just keep building some levels. I mean, it's nice because, you know, there's a lot of blank areas that I kind of worry less about. You know, now that I will say, now that there's grass, the blank spots feel a little bit more purposeful. You know, they don't feel as empty. So if I was going to add anything, I think I still want to add some variety to the forest. Add some more different obstacle chunks. Still want to have more cattle ranches. Again, just to add variety so the player isn't seeing the same things. But let's mess with the forest a little bit. The forest will be interesting because I'm still not really sure how I want to design those. I did pull together some references yesterday for the forests. I don't fully know how I feel about it though. I mean, a lot of what I saw had like dirt. Where the forests, where the trees were, had dirt underneath the trees. And that's a lot of dirt. And that means a lot of grass removing. And the grass removing is not benign. So as much grass as we can leave, the better. I just grabbed a few reference photos, and most of them, I mean, they kind of have these like leaves on top, right? That makes sense. Underneath trees are gonna be leaves. Here, I mean, these have needles. I mean, this isn't needles, but you know, most of these trees don't have leaves that are gonna fall down, thus creating a bunch of dirt around. These are gonna have more leaves. We don't see a lot of leaves. There is grass. It's just like dead grass. I mean, it kind of makes sense too, because trees are gonna sap all of the nutrients. They're gonna drink all of the water. That way, and they're even gonna block out the sun, which is gonna make grass much less likely to grow. So it actually makes a ton of sense that there would be more dirt around trees. Like if there's a whole forest, there's gonna be a lot of dirt. I mean, here, you know, how many of these trees have roots all the way up in here? There's not a lot of sun that's being blocked there, per se. But who knows? I don't know where these pictures are taken. Is there a mountain nearby that's blocking all the sun? I have no idea. Bird's eye is a little higher than I was thinking. I don't know that I want bird's eye. Maybe more like drone's eye. I guess there's really more like bushes and stuff. There's not a lot of grass. So if we're gonna do a forest section, I think we have to add some dirt. I mean, some of these, this has a little something in there. If there's moss, I see a bunch of moss everywhere. It just kind of depends, you know, in every place in the world, everything looks different. Like, kind of got to make a choice of what kind of forest you want. I guess I'd almost want what's like the most common looking forest, whatever that means. What, when you look at it, screams forest. Like, oh yeah, that's a forest. Not just a bunch of trees slapped into the game for the sake of being there. Forests versus woods? What's the difference? I honestly don't know. Yeah, it seems like a little bit of moss is about as grassy as it gets. Or absolutely covered in moss. This is green grass on forest. It's literally what this one's called. That's grass. I would call that grass. Absolutely 100% would call that grass. Total grass. But is that less common? And what do I want to do? I feel like this kind of makes sense. Almost like having mostly dirt. And it could even have like some flecks of things that imply like sticks or leaves or something. And then some patches of green. We could even say don't even put much grass on there. Maybe. Alright, I'm just gonna design it. I'm not gonna worry too much about this or that. Alright, so there's a forest. Grassy as heck. Let's put a texture on here. Let's give it a mask. So I'm gonna load our shader from Pierogigon. And others. But it has been given the Pierogigon name. And let's make a new mask texture. I'm gonna have to actually open the program and make that, of course. For now, we can just grab some other one. Those are the old ones. Where do we even keep the new ones? There's a new one. Set a noise texture. And the gradient texture. Okay. I'm gonna open the image file. And get rid of all this. That we don't need. I would say I don't need most of this. And we'll save this as level 1, forest 01. Okay. I want to export it as well. Same thing. Let's paint on here. So it's a little tough because, I mean, we have these trees laid out. And I want it to be like that general vicinity, but really it's just kind of the whole thing. If I'm being honest. Kind of want the whole thing. It's gonna be a little weird. So I want it to be red. That's gonna be the main color everywhere. So I wanna make a new layer. Let's get a good brush. That makes sense here. Not that brush. That is a very expensive brush. And I'm thinking just kind of like something like this. Get a bit close to the edge there. Without being too close. Fill it in. Save it, export it, and then replace the mask with the new one. There we go. Kind of flipped it the wrong way there. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Adjust it. So at least it covers every tree. Now I don't want it to go all the way to the edge. Which is gonna be tough. I might even want to move the trees in a little bit more, so I don't have to worry about them being so close. I might do that actually. Because the closer we are to the edge, the less blendy effects I can do. And we can't have that. Less blendy effects, I mean. The more blendy effects, the better, obviously. Okay, sorry. All right, so let's push this tree back a little bit here. Now I'm just making little gameplay adjustments. The center is very forgiving. I think it could stand to be a little less forgiving. I don't know why I can't click on this tree. Click, click, I'm clicking. Oh, it's on move? Boo. I want to be on the select tool. There we go. Part of the reason I keep it so spread out, of course, is because if it's not spread out enough, the player is going to have an overly difficult time getting through here. You know, I almost even want to think about creating like paths that they can get through easily. Potentially. It's like maybe I'll even get rid of a tree or two. Just to kind of imply that certain areas are safer than others. Certain paths. It's a little too difficult. It's a little too punishing, I think. And I want to be making these decisions because if I'm going to be painting it a certain way, I'd like it to be somewhat reactive to what's on it. I'm just trying to create a couple potential paths. It also just makes it look like less uniform somehow, which is nice. Okay. So then I almost want to try to draw like a grass patch through those sections. Just a bit. Because then it also helps the player out a little bit, so the player is almost guided to take a safer route, which the player deserves. To be punished less where possible, especially in this level 1 area. In my opinion. I've been meaning to do the forest for so long. It's nice to finally do it. Is there a shortcut on GIMP for switching these? I don't know. I need to look it up. GIMP swap colors shortcut. I know it wasn't that hard to make, but it's still so cool to see the shader workflow happening. You know, you're saying that the shader that you made wasn't hard to make? D key. It is cool, right? Whoops, that's Control D. That's different. Wait, D just obliterated the colors. As far as shaders go, I think the one I made was one of the simpler ones. Okay. I don't see how those are necessarily exclusive. It can be not hard to make and cool. Okay, so there's red and black there. If I press the D key, it just D key does not do that, internet. Oh, reset. Swap them by pressing the X key. Well, I tried the X key. Oh, apparently not hard enough. Okay. Interesting. Gotcha. Okay, X key. Oh, there we go. Okay, got it. Yeah, it is such a cool workflow. I mean, you know, obviously, ideally, I can just paint right on here. But that's apparently a very tall order to ask a game engine to let you do. I needed this workflow. I can't imagine doing it any other way. I mean, obviously, besides directly painting on there. Which I think there might be like a plugin that lets you do that. I don't know if it would quite have all of the advantages that this one does. And I like the homegrownness of this, for sure. Yeah, it's nice to just like feel the effect of what I'm doing, like, happening. It can sometimes be tricky to guesstimate where things are gonna go and be. I like the challenge. And it usually ends up that I make it look a little more natural anyway if I have to go back and correct it. Ooh! I think we survived the glitches. If you're watching it after the live stream, you may not have any idea. It just got a little glitchy real quick. Don't worry, I didn't do anything. I didn't do any work. Hands away from the keyboard. Yeah, I don't even know how particular I need to be with some of this. I think especially in some of the reference photos, a lot of the time, if there's like space, it's still kind of dirty. You know, at the end of the day, I'm also just kind of going with whatever I want. I'm taking some artistic liberties here. That's fine with me. It's like a hype map. Totally. Totally, I see that. Yeah, I feel like the workflow is even kind of similar. Without the height. No height. Just the map. It's just a map. Actually, that's pretty good. You know, other than maybe rounding off this a bit, so it's not so uniform. Oh, and we don't even have the trees outside here yet. Let me do that, actually. Because technically, there should be trees on the outside as well. And for those, I use the mesh-only variants that don't have any, like, logic or coding in them, or whatever. Oh yeah, I still gotta deal with the grass. These will still be a little interactive. I actually should add some more trees on here. I'm a little surprised that it's not going all the way to the end. The player can still kind of interact with it past the boundary. Not too far, but a bit. And there don't have to be that many out here, but design-wise, I think it just makes a little more sense. Alright, well, I kind of want to tuck that in right there. Let's do it like that. And then out here, put some of these mesh-only ones. Just to add a little flavor out of bounds. And get the other tree type too. It is a little bit of a hard edge on this side. A bit harder than I want. Welcome back, Mohammed. Good to see you. Somehow it helps me just design it better to see the lines on the ground. With the dirt, I'm just like, oh, this is where you belong. Let me tuck you into that little section. You know, and think, well, maybe I'll add a tree in here. I look tired. I mean, I guess. Yeah, a little bit. I'm mostly concentrating. Doing more of an artistic pursuit than a problem-solving one, you know? There's less excitement to express. Gray stream boxes. Right now? Really? Okay. Oh, you were in the past. I see. And I was like, really? Right now? I don't think so. Thanks for looking out, though. There was in the beginning of the stream. I didn't even know that. But there were a few minutes ago. Usually I like really just blur it all out. But I'm kind of enjoying adding some more particular details in here. Like I feel like, you know, the more I practice this workflow, the more I see little things I can do. Like dragging a little colored dot in there. Just adding a little colored dot in there or something. Yeah, I am gonna get rid of the grass in the dirt. Although, you know, it kind of doesn't look that bad. It's like on the cattle ranch, you know, it feels like it makes more sense that there's no grass on here because this is being trampled on and used a lot. It's like it would be actively dirt, like on purpose. Whereas over here, there's still kind of more natural things that would happen, like leaves would fall, there'd be like branches and stuff. So it almost kind of looks like forest litter, but obviously it still looks like grass. So I wonder if I could even just like change the color of it. Or something. Obviously that would make it unique, and we might lose some benefits. Some like optimization benefits. But yeah, I might get rid of the grass. But then again, there's something I kind of like about it. Like, what if I were to just... First, I gotta find it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Give it some editable children. And then... Yeah. Yeah, maybe it does. You might be right. I could also try, like, lowering it a bit. Which makes it a little more subtle. Give it a unique property here, maybe. Maybe say it's not transparent. Could even try adding shading back into it. That'll make it look a lot darker. Adjust the color. Make it like a brown. Yeah, I kind of see. It's not ideal. The only thing is I want to reduce the amount of grass hiding that I do, because the more of it that I do, the more of a performance hit we take. So I could also say no grass. I mean, lose the grass in all these places. Something that I could do in its stead is I could add some like blue in there. I'm gonna need pure blue. Could come to like the black areas. No grass at all. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that is the right move. I don't know, you know, it kind of flattens this out in a way that now I wish it wasn't. You know, at some point I didn't really care about it, but since we're going to have grass, it's like, it kind of feels like it should be everywhere. Potentially. This blue seems dark. Well, Why is there not just like an RGB bar color picker? 0, 0, 100. Okay, I guess that is what that is. And if I were to just add some blue up in here. I mean, obviously that's appearing as a bunch of dirt specks, but we can adjust that by coming to the shaders. Oh, up here. Shaders gradient. Scooch this over a bit, add a new color on the end. Might be able to adjust a couple more values here. Maybe like that. I don't know if that's the far end or what. Oh, it's not. That's the other green. So we're still gonna get that wrapped around the edges. Yeah, I like it too. Then everything's gonna catch that color. Okay, let me redo it. Let's back it up a little. Obviously, that's not really the color that we want. I am not. I'm trying to have more control over what this color is what I'm trying to do. Technically. I have a bit less control over it than I thought. What if I... Oops. I hadn't quite tried this yet, but I had been meaning to try this. Is using the blue value to get like a bit of a different effect. But you know, these like super, it's a little too, it's confusing. Like, what is that supposed to be? Wow, that noise size adjustment isn't doing anything. I guess because of the strength? No. At some point that got rendered inert. So yeah, I don't know. I thought maybe I could add in some it really I don't want to have that much control over it, because the idea for what that blue is supposed to be is not this. That blue is supposed to be more like on top of everything else. So maybe I could localize it more to the center. That's more what it was supposed to be for. Adding in some, like, dirty sections. Which it does very well. Good night, Muhammad. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Yes, tomorrow's the Game Jam, 6 p.m. Eastern. 1 game in 1 hour. I'll do an hour of me jamming, and then for a couple hours we'll play everybody's entries. Unless there's not a lot of entries. And then after that is the secret stream. Yeah, I started doing more, level design stuff. Trying to get this forest set up. Yeah, for sure. Good night, Mohammed. Congrats on not having to do work anymore now. You've earned it. Welcome. Hope it wasn't too unpleasant. Yeah, you know, I'd like to avoid putting too much grass removal in here, if possible. But at the same time, yeah, that it looks odd on the dirt. For sure. You know, and then if I try to make it a little brown so it blends in, well, now it looks weird against the grass portion. Your streams can't ask for a better time off. What does that mean? Your streams can't ask for a better time off. Those words are difficult. Those are hard words. You know what else I'd like to test? What if the grass mesh is just hidden? Is that enough to get a performance boost? Dang, now I want to test that. You can't ask for a better time off of work. Oh. Are you saying, like, I can't... I don't know what... I still don't know what you're saying. You can't ask for a better time off from work. A better time off from work. What does a better time off from work mean? I think I want to run a test real quick. I do. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make yet another debug folder. I'm gonna duplicate the one with the grass in it, if I can find it. Oh, nice. It's enjoyable to relax in your streams. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. Thanks for saying that. So you're saying you couldn't ask for, you're saying that it's so, it's hard. I see what you're saying now. Like, ah, nice. Perfect timing. Perfect timing is like what you mean. Like, ah, yes. Good timing. Okay, I got it. I get you. Yay. I love that. That's high praise. Thank you. You got a Monster Energy drink ad? That is fitting. It's interesting to hear what they think the audience, what makes sense with the stream. Like, right? Like, it's hyper game dev. Gamers. Hyperactivity. Software development. Energy drinks. I think it works. Took a while. We had to go like over here and over there and do a little bit of this, do a little of that, and then we got back. How you doing, Bob? Welcome. You got a coding ad? Whoa, that's cool. I mean, I do feel like YouTube does understand my niche really well. Prior to the Rocket League? Wow. Wow. Thank you for watching the ads. I appreciate it. Or at least allowing them to happen. Fabulous. Welcome. Alright, so here's a test we're gonna do. Whoa. Uh-oh. Oh, not uh-oh. You can't see the ads, you have premium. That's fine, because for if you have premium, you're going to still support the channel that you're watching. So like whenever I go and I look in the analytics, it's like, here's how much you made from ads. Here's how much you made from premium. And it's usually very similar. So, just by watching, you're supporting. Okay, so I don't really understand why it has this mask on it. Yeah. I guess I added it to the base mesh. I did not mean to do that. That was a mistake. So let's deal with that. And here I'd actually like to load the grass shader. Oh, is there not a... Hold on. Let's load... Quick load. Grass over here. There we go. That's what's supposed to be there. Now that shouldn't mess up the forest. Oh, it does? Oh, I needed to make this unique. I see. That's what I did wrong. When are you gonna replace the placeholder player model? You know, I'm actually in the process of doing that right now. Not right this second, but every Monday during the member streams, I work on game assets for the game. Make this unique and then paste that. Oh, that didn't paste it. Oh dear. I should actually save this first. I'll show you where I'm at with it. It still needs some work. This isn't dirt shader. This is forest shader 1. Save that. And then come to the blank. And I'm going to replace that with the grass. Save that. Come to the forest. And then we're going to add the forest shader on there. Okay, great. There we go. So, do I have Blender open? I closed it. That's alright. So yeah, so we do have the old player character, which looks like this. Not really. I used to play Call of Duty when I was a kid, but it was a lot different back then. Let's put it that way. So every Monday, I'm working on the player character for right now. I'm remaking it. There's still a lot of work that I want to do on it, but it's coming together. And it's not only going to be a human, sometimes it's going to be a cow shape. Sometimes it's going to be a bird shape. It's got a few things I want to fix, but it's coming together. So we made a few improvements on it. A little bit, looking a little bit nicer. There's still some changes I want to make, but we're getting there, little by little. Okay, so I'm gonna run a test. So what I'm gonna do is I am going to duplicate this folder over here. Sorry, shorts feed. That was all super half covered up. I just noticed. I apologize. It looks good though. It looks good though. Welcome, Jeff. I'm gonna duplicate debug grass here. And we're gonna call this grass hidden. And grass hidden, I don't need all of this stuff in here. So I'm gonna delete all these duplicates. Let's rename this debug grass hidden. Fabulous made their own game engine. It's hardcore. Making games in hard mode. Yeah, some very impressive folks do that. Why you would do that, I don't fully understand. I do, and I don't. Alright, so the only thing that's going to be different about this is I'm going to just hide it. Literally all I'm doing is pressing that eyeball off. I'm going to duplicate this. Let me make sure it actually made a dupe. It didn't. And the reason is because didn't actually save it right. Don't save this. I need to close all the other ones, or Godot is gonna get confused. So I need to delete that dupe. Now duplicate this, add a 1 on the end. Boo. Close this. Don't save it. Make sure it's not open. Duplicate it. Add a 1. Okay, great. No grass on there. Duplicate it again. Duplicate it again. So there needs to be a minimum of 9 on there. Yeah. There's a lot of folks that do it, and a lot of people stream it too. And it depends what kind of game you're making. It could be like beneficial to have your own engine if you're making a game that has very specific demands and you're also not working in an environment that does a bunch of stuff that you don't need it to do. Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? Yeah, new alien. It changed the number of teeth. 3D print worthy? That's very nice of you. Yeah, there are more teeth. I don't know, it seemed like it needed more. I'm still not, you know, I like the new one. A part of me is almost not sure. Like, I like the new one. I do. Here's short speed. We'll make sure you can actually see it this time. Oh, Fabulous. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Fabulous. Yeah, I don't know about that. For NSFW games. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's... no bueno. Yeah, I did add a few more teeth. I'm still not sure, you know, I mean, I like it. I like it. But it's different, right? Like, this one is almost scary. Scarier somehow. But I kind of wanted it to have more of a personality. It's a weird joke, man. It's a weird joke to make. It doesn't make sense. Why would you make that joke? Okay. Okay. Good one. Wow. Yeah, alright. You know, I was getting some pretty sus vibes from you. Alright, so I've got one version that's hidden and one version that's not hidden. Now, I want to actually export a version of the game that focuses on that. So let's go to the train controller script. I'm going to update this to chunks list safe. safes is what it's called. Alright. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Children. It's children, everybody. It happens. I kind of saw it coming, but I figured I'd let it reveal itself on its own. Don't worry about it. You're not missing anything of substance. Alright, so we're gonna say globals. I want to change it to level 0. Beaten by speed. Don't worry, I got it, Pepe. I had my eyes on it. I knew it was coming. So this should be the version that just has a bunch of hidden grasses. Whoops. Oh. One more thing I have to change is I gotta update the path here. One day I'll get this a little better optimized. But right now, this is the best I got. Alright, so there's a version. All of the grasses are technically on there. I've just hidden them. But technically, they are all on there. See, I just revealed that one. We're hiding it. And what I want to know is if hiding it gives us a significant gain in performance. Oh, I knew I missed one. I knew I missed one of you. I wasn't sure who. Okay. Exported that. So let's pull it up. Okay, so I'm gonna look at the FPS here. So it's sitting at 240. That's about one of the better numbers that we see. I mean, it is dropping down occasionally. That's probably just my computer being my computer, not the most important thing. So this is definitely the high end that we usually see so far when I've been running these tests. Okay, good. Now, I'm gonna run a version that just has the grasses. I didn't name these well. I should really name these better. This is gonna be grass hidden. I haven't been naming these at all. That's normal. This one is with grass removed. So I'm gonna rename this to say that. Grass removed. This one here is with grass, but there's one missing. I'm gonna say grass -1. Because that's the truth. I think I actually lost the one that just had the grass. This was grass with blocks. Grass, or yeah, grass blocks. I wonder if I need to keep that name. Oh, I do. I have to rename the PCK file as well. Grass hidden. Normal. I kind of messed up the naming convention a bit there. That's okay. Grass -1. Oh, I did it wrong. This is grass, or this is just removed. It's just called removed. This one is grass -1. And this one is grass blocks. Okay. That runs, right? Yes. This one is probably gonna be with the hiders. Oh, this one is with just the grass. Nice. Okay. So this is what I want to compare it against. Grass only. Rename the PCK. I mean, it's hot here too. It's hot. It is really hot. We've been running the AC way more than usual. Yes. 100%. Yup. Okay, and this is the one with the grass hiders on it. Wherever QMerc is, 72 Fahrenheit. I don't know what it is specifically right now, but it's close to that. Possibly hotter. Right, but it's nighttime. Yeah, it's probably around then. Maybe the past by catching up. You're gonna say new alien. I don't think it really has a name. Looking like he assimilated farmer with a beef belly. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Yeah. I like the little belly. Because canonically, like as far as the lore goes, their body is supposed to be a sphere. And the old one didn't have a sphere body. Which is just not what the game is supposed to be. It's supposed to be that the body is an orb. And you can see this one has, it's like a, you know, more like an ellipsis or something. So I really wanted to keep it much more spherical. And it's not like perfect spherical, because I wanted it to blend into the neck a little more. So it does get like a bit of a teardrop going on. But yeah, that's why we got the beer belly. Because technically the limbs are just growing off of its orb. So I kind of like that. Yeah, Midwest here. Midwest here as well. Yeah, same. Midwest US. This is why I hate British housing. Whose idea was it to keep heat inside the building? Oh yeah, I remember you said that. They're intentionally built that way. I'm outside for my first bike ride of the season. 87 Fahrenheit, nearing sunset. Beautiful, but could be cooler. Yeah, you know, I mean, I like a little heat. I like it to be a little warm. I even like humidity. I like the idea. It feels like a blanket. Like I'm cozy under a blanket. But there's a point. There's a point where it's like, this isn't safe. Somebody out there is getting heat stroke. Somebody is. I'm in St. Louis. That's where I live. That's crazy. What? That's wild. 69 Fahrenheit. That's pretty hot. You'd rather be too cold than too hot. Really? I mean, some people just like run different temperatures. Like my partner is more like what you're saying. Like my partner prefers to be colder. I hate being cold. I absolutely hate being cold. I can't stand it. With that said, if we're talking like extreme suffering, right? Like if it's like really hot, I don't have air conditioning, it's like the sun is burning me. Okay, yes, I would rather be cold. But, you know, if we're just talking like a few degrees off of normal baseline ideal temperature, I'd rather be too warm. That's just me. Yeah, it's wild. It's kind of a small world. I mean, a lot of people from all around the world hang out here in this chat, and there's not a lot of people in St. Louis. It's not a huge city. It's big. It's not even the biggest city in Missouri. Winter on top. I hate winter. I hate winter. I do not like it. It is not my friend. When it comes to dealing with heat, get a fan. Cooling fans work so well in the summer. Yeah, it's true. Okay, so I'm running this test. I didn't really get to finish the test because I was renaming things. Let me rename this last one. This last one is grass hiders. Rename the PCK file. Grass hiders. I spelled them different. I don't think so. Wait, is that different? Oh, I forgot the I. Okay. Anyway, so we want to see the grass only. So that was what, around 240 when I had the grass hidden. So here's with the grass visible. Oh, look at that. It's down to 220. That's a big difference. So it looks like literally just hiding the grass will give a performance boost. So that's kind of nice because when I was thinking, well, I'm going to not keep the grass visible on the forest. I was worried that leaving it there, even though it was hidden, would still be a bit of a performance drain. But here we're sitting at 220 plus or minus a few here or there with just the grass. And then if the grass is hidden, it's up to 240 plus or minus. Erring on the side of minus. So we'll say sub 240. So still a performance boost. Not a lot, but it's something. And then actually in this one, the grass is actually been removed. It's not just hidden, it's actually removed. It's like literally removed. And it's about the same. Surprisingly worse? I don't know that I understand that. How's the terrain generation? Oh, yeah, I'll tell you about that. So first, couple things. Number one, I have to use the loo again. So I've been drinking a lot of water. I finished my tea, and I'm almost done with my water. All of that liquid has got to go someplace. And so I intend to help it do that. But I'll show you how it works. And even before I do that, I'll let you have a look at it and see if you can figure out. You know, there's a degree to which it's not easy to figure out. But like a little bit, maybe. Yeah. Okay, and then on the terrain controller, I'm just gonna put these back in here. Play it. And then I will be right back. Less than 2 minutes. And then let me adjust the camera. See if you can sort of deduce what might be happening. Alright, there's all the most important information right there. The player is right where my mouse is, right there. Alright, I'll be right back. I forgot to turn the music up. Let's go. I need like a 1 BRB button. It turns up the music and puts up the BRB stuff. One of these days. Alright, so the way this terrain controller works. Pepe says, do you at least make tea with a kettle, or is that British witchcraft? I don't know how it's so uncommon to have a kettle in the US. I mean, I don't know if I would call it a kettle. I mean, we have like a pot. It's plastic. That you put on like a heating element, and you press a button and it heats up the water. It boils the water very quickly. We basically have like a water boiler machine. We press that, it heats it up, and then, you know, we can pour that water out into like a cup of tea, and that's it. So it kind of is a kettle. It's kind of a kettle. And like, you know, I think my mother had a kettle. It was like ceramic or something. America's just too lazy for a kettle. All about the fast and efficient over here. Yeah, it's fast. Like if I try to boil water on the stove, it takes so long. But if I boil it with this special, it's like an electric kettle, sort of. It goes so much faster. Alright, so the way this works is, you may have noticed, once it gets past a certain point behind the player, it disappears. So you can see it's disappearing when it's about 2 whole chunk lengths past. And then that one that just went away, let's see if I can get down here. That one that just went away gets moved into this pile over here. There's 3 terrain collectors simultaneously running in the scene at the same time. So here are those 3 terrain collectors. There's ones that collect points chunks, there's ones that collect obstacles chunks, and there's ones that collect safe chunks. The ones that collect points chunks, in this example, are yellow. The ones that collect safes chunks, in this example, are blue. And the ones that collect obstacles chunks, in this example, are red. So we can actually see this. If I hide this collector, you'll see the red ones all go away. If I hide the points one, the yellow ones go away. Same thing with the safes. And so what happens is when this yellow one goes away, it's moving to the yellow collector over here. And we can even witness that. So let's do safes, since we're going to see the most moving here. And then the terrain controller is the level that moves forward, is the terrain controller. So whenever it gets to the top here, you'll see it's going to jump into the safes, or wherever it needs to. If it's a yellow one, that just jumped into points. That's a blue one. Here's a blue one, 3. It just jumped up into there. This, I mean, so the moving forward, and what it does, by the way, is when it removes one, it picks a random one from these 3 collectors. It picks a random one from these 3, and it drops it up here. But it's not actually that random. Originally, I got it from a YouTube tutorial on how to set up this controller, which had these not be off camera, but they were actually spawning in to the scene. So it would, whenever one would get past the player, it would delete it entirely. And then it would spawn a new one on the opposite end. That's the way it used to work. But because of all of the objects that I'm putting in and stuff, it would start to cause some performance issues. Where every single time that it spawned a new one, the game would lag really badly. So now, instead of spawning them in and deleting them, so that's where I learned that initial method of moving it forward, was from there. And it pulls it from a folder is where it gets those files. And it didn't have a collector. It had a folder that it would pull those files from. And it would like create an array, add the files from the folder into that array, remove stuff from the array, add stuff back into the array. So that's where I learned that initially. And then when I realized that it was causing problems to be spawning and deleting, people in the chat and myself, we came up with a different solution, which saw these stay in the scene. So now we have the collectors in the scene at all times. That way it's not spawning something new in, it's already here. And it's just moving it to the front. And at first it was just one collector that collected all of the different chunk types, which again would completely randomize it. So you'd get a totally random level every single time. And I didn't like that. It wasn't enough control. So I tried like weighted averages, and it would, you know, be more likely to do safe ones, or more likely to do points, and less likely to do obstacles. But I felt like that wasn't good either, because it would often, sometimes, give you a lot of difficulty, and usually you wouldn't get a lot of these red ones, the obstacle ones, but then sometimes you suddenly would get a lot of difficult ones, and it was just like, it wasn't fair. It felt stupid. So I came up with this idea where there are these playlists, and I literally type out the entire list of what the levels will be. So in here, I say, okay, so first load a safe one, then load a safe one, then load a points, then load an obstacles, then load another safe one, then load a points, then load a safe. And I just literally tell it which ones to do. And what the 3 different collectors does is it gives a variety of potential points That is to say, ones like the cattle ranches that have the cows on it. So it could do cattle ranch 1, cattle ranch 2, cattle ranch 3, cattle ranch 4. So that way there's still some randomness in there. You don't know which chunk you're going to get, but it's going to be in the same order. Which obstacle are you going to get? I don't know. It could be forest 1, it could be forest 2, it could be forest 3. It could be solar panel crops. You know, who knows which one. But it's going to be some obstacle one, so that adds that randomness in there. And then it gets randomized even a little bit, just a little bit further, where there's a second playlist, and I want there to be a third playlist, a fourth, a fifth, however many I can bear to make. So this has a slightly different order than this playlist. This list has that order, this list has a different order. And then again, people in chat help me set this function up where now it chooses one of the two playlists. Either it's going to choose the first playlist, the second playlist, and then if I have more playlists, playlist 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever, it'll choose one of those lists randomly, and it'll load levels from that. So that way we're still getting some randomness in the order, but I know for a fact I can make sure that we never have too many obstacle chunks loading next to each other, that we never go too long without a points chunk. Or there's not ever too many safe areas in a row. So that's kind of how all that works. Just kind of came together over time. And who knows, it may change yet. I'm not sure. Just kind of learning along the way, you know? So back to the forest. I guess what I'm going to do is we're just going to hide the grass. I mean, it would be nice to hide certain parts and keep some of the grass out here, but I don't think it's necessary. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the editable children, which in theory should reset the inheritance of it. Interestingly, it didn't. I'm not exactly sure why. Yeah, for sure. No problem. Still got the old color for some reason. Let's try reloading it, see if that makes a difference. Forest 1, same color. It's interesting. I thought I was gonna set it back. Oh, get rid of the edible children. Yes, revert them back to their default. That's what I want. Correct. There we go. Okay, great. So it's back to default. And then all we're going to do is just hide it. Because apparently that's going to give us the gains we need. And you know what I realized? There's one of these cattle ranches. Because a hider takes up more than if we just leave it. So if I come to cattle ranch 3? No. Cattle ranch 2? Yes. So look at this one. This one, the only place I really need the hider, I mean, if I really think about it, technically, it's only hiding this little area right here. So, I mean, we do have grass here, which is nice. We do have some grass here, which is nice. You know what almost makes me wonder? It makes me wonder if it wouldn't be easier, instead of like hiding grass in some instances, to have like grass pieces that I put around, like one strip here that we drop down. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that that's worth it, but I think it's something to consider at some point if we're having like some severe, or we just want to like shave off some optimization stuff. But anyway, what I'm thinking is, instead of having a hider at all, so get rid of the hider. That revealed all of that grass. Instead of that, alternatively, I could just move it. Just shift the grass back this way. And now that's one less hider that's in there. Which, is it a ton of performance that it adds? No, but I know now, since I've ran all those tests, for certain I know that it is an improvement. And so yeah, there's no grass right there, but now I'm not taking up valuable resources to hide just one little section. So I think, you know, looking out for little tricks like that is gonna be important, for sure. Okay, back to this forest. So we're just gonna say it's okay that there's no grass here. Yeah, I could even add like a little, little bits of dirt. That could be nice. So we've got that, like, those, like, blue spots on there, which I like. I like the blue spots. Blue spots are adding the dark brown, like, freckles on here. I kind of like how, like, certain those freckles are. They're not, like, super blended. I think that's actually kind of nice, the way that is. See you later, Pepe. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah, good night. That's okay. Yeah. No, I mean, you know, it's all right. I knew, like, with, like, the first things they were saying, I knew they were no good. But I wasn't gonna do it until they got rule breaky. You know, if there was, like, a secret mod chat, I would have been like, eyes on these guys. I don't know when, but they're gonna say some bullcrap. It's coming. This is me typing. They're gonna say something. It's coming. All good, Pepe. I'm on top of it. You know, that's more of an issue if, you know, that we're at like 50 to 100 viewers. You know what I'm saying? Plus, but that's not gonna happen for a long time. So ain't no worries. Ain't no worries. That's true. That's true. There is that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I know a lot of folks aren't actually monitoring that though. Not everybody's got, like, you know, things turned on, notifications turned on. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. See you later, Pepe. Kai Guy says, bike ride level 1 completed. Next level, boomerang throw at the park, ready, go. Wait, for real? Downhill mountain bike. After the ad break, of course. 2 for mobile games. Oh no, you got, see, this is like the first devlog livestream that I'm doing where I'm letting YouTube decide when to run ads. This is the balanced. I can either tell them to do conservative, balanced, or I think they call it aggressive or something like that. I did balanced. That was like the default option. You know, I feel a little complicated about it. Besides, like, you know, I do this work. Y'all are here. You know, like, okay, let's make this work be more financially, make these streams be more financially viable. But at the same time, I don't know, we'll see. It's more of a test, right? Right now the audience is small. Is it really worth it, you know, for everybody to be annoyed? I'm not sure. But I appreciate you letting me know that you're getting them. Now wait, I know you throw boomerangs at the park though. So wait, I don't even know what you're referring to. Are you saying you're making a game about that, or are you saying you actually went and did that? Oh, you're doing real life. I see. Nice. Oh yeah, you did say that earlier, that you were riding your bike. I remember now. Oh, we got Edward in the house. Wow. It's okay. All right. Let's see what we're listening to. Welcome, Edward. Can I sing to this? Maybe. It's a bit of a tough one. It's Edward. I said it's Edward. Edward, welcome to the stream. That's what I said. Welcome to Edward. Thank you for coming on through. Edward, I appreciate you. Welcome, Edward. That's what I said. Welcome to Edward. Welcome to the stream, Edward. That's what I said. Edward is here. Welcome to Edward. Yeah, that's what I said. Edward is here. Welcome, Edward. That's what I said. We're gonna chill and do stuff. Oh, yeah. Edward. There you go. There's your song. I'm sorry about that. But also, you're welcome. How you doing, Edward? You know, that song was singable. I felt singable to that. City hybrid bike, real life bike and boomerang. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. That's good exercise. That's legit. Yes, exercise. Yes, exercise. My exercise is going up and down the stairs. I could probably use a little some. I could probably use a little some extra. I like that you have like fun things too. It's not just a walk, which walks can be fun, but not just a treadmill. Treadmill can be fun. Boomerang. That's like a fun one though. Alright, I'm just gonna add a few more dirt splotches in here. Let's try to get this forest finished up. I like the dirt splotches. I don't think they need to be particularly subtle. If I'm being honest. Okay, let's see where that got us. It's splotchier. It's splotchier. It's actually so splotchy, it kind of takes the punch out of the ones that were there. Just gonna get some that are around the edges here. Gotta remember to pick up that brush so I can Control Z it. Wait, you're literally at the park throwing boomerang right now? That's awesome. Dude, I didn't even know there was a boomerang emoji. That's cool. 3 out of 6 catches. I feel like I've never used a boomerang. Like I don't even know. I genuinely believe I haven't ever used a boomerang. Right, like catching it is hard. That's like part of the skill. No, it's cool. It's cool. I kind of want to add some dusty dirts out here too. Game dev and a boomerang throw. I like that. There's something about that I like. Alright, let's get us a pure red. I'm actually gonna do a separate layer for this. And I just kind of want some like wispies. Not exactly sure how I want to draw those. Or if they're gonna turn out like I imagine. Super fun and kind of addictive. Some skill involved, but aerobics. It's an easier aerobie. It's an easier triangle-shaped one. Whoa. Oh, so it's not like. Yeah, that would be easier. It doesn't have like a whole section cut out of it or something. Interesting. I'm honestly not intrigued. It's just like not. It's not something I would have ever. Where did you even think about? How did you like even get the idea to use boomerangs? There's something so creative to me about even doing that. I like the colors. Look at her go. It really does come back. We swear, it actually does. Yeah, it sounds like fun. So I mean, on its own, this is gonna look like Dookie, because I just didn't like blur these at all. It's gonna be like these little tracks. But let's put an effect on it so it doesn't look like Dookie. Let's undookify it. Now it's a little bit softer. Oh, you misspelled it? Aerobie. Oh, with an I. Gotcha. Halloween King, you remember using those? Welcome, Aerobie. Aerobie, I just called you Aerobie. Welcome, Halloween King. They look cool. I had one as a kid, rediscovered it later. Nice. Like, what's this? Wait, this is awesome. Wait a minute. Like, oh, nostalgia. Wait a minute. Oh, that's not very wispy. Wow, really has to be a very subtle. I wonder, I mean, even if I just lighten the opacity on that layer, that should bring it down to wisp level. Yeah, wispies. Just to give it like a bit of texture. I think I would have liked it to be a little more. So maybe I will get the confetti brush. Space it out. I want it to be a little more comprehensive than that. In fact, I almost kind of want it in all the black areas. And I'll go in and erase it a little bit in a second here. I'm just gonna generally put it in there. I don't want anything too close to the edge. Okay. And then I'll get a bigger brush. And I'm going to erase around the edges here. Kind of want to make it easier to see. So I'm just going to change the color for a second, so it just pops out a little better. The green channel is still something we could actually use someday on this shader. This filter is crazy. It's like not making it faded out. It's just like shrinking them. Hopefully I'm not obliterating them too much. You know, it's a lot of subtle stuff, but you know, the more I practice the workflow and I know what I want out of these, the quicker I'll be able to do it. But this forest just presents a more unique challenge. You know, pretty soon for like future streams, I'm gonna need to really like hunker down and stop doing so much visual stuff and really start getting into more gameplay stuff. I like doing the visual stuff more than I thought I ever would. But the gameplay really needs some love. You know, like, I think I would have had more of an attitude before about, well, you know, just make a bunch of... If I wasn't live streaming, you know, and making these videos, I wouldn't bother with this. I wouldn't have done any of this. Like, literally 100% of this was all... like doing any of this shader stuff, doing any of the ground texture stuff. It was all influenced by chat. That's why I started doing all that. What I would have focused on is, well, let's just make sure that there's obstacles that you can avoid, you know, practical. That's what I would have done. But again, you know, I've heard it from other game dev YouTubers that it's often can be a big detriment to projects when you're sharing it visually, like with a live stream or videos, because chat and comments are going to, you're going to get gratification and affirmation from the chat, from comments, when you make it look visually more appealing, right? And so that ends up becoming where my direction goes, and it's what I end up focusing on. And then what ends up suffering is the gameplay, which is the most important part, in my opinion. At least for my ambition and my goals. And, you know, I want to learn this, I want to do it, I want to get better at it, I want these skills. I absolutely do. But way more than that, I want to have a game to play. That's way more important to me. you know, I'm gonna stick with this for now and do visual stuff and think about visual stuff and work on visual stuff for a little bit longer. But at some point I'm gonna have to step back and say, okay, this is enough visual stuff. It's time to practically build the game. And that's gonna mean ignoring suggestions and getting affirmation that might, you know, celebrate having focused on visual things. And I think in some ways it's just a lesson I have to learn, you know? Even with other YouTubers saying it, hey, be careful about this, doesn't mean getting in there, it's gonna be easy to just avoid it. Because all that really matters for these forests is just that there's trees, there's obstacles there that the player has to avoid. And then there's a variety of them. I could easily make a duplicate of it, put some trees around, wham bam, we're done. But instead, you know, I'm focusing on this visual aspect. And you know what, there are gameplay implications. So it's, and that's the thing, I do try to justify it where I can. Like, for example, because of the way I'm painting this on here, there's now a visual path. So the player can see, oh, thank you, Kumeric. Oh my god. That's so nice of you. There's now a visual path that the player can follow and say, oh, if I follow the green area in the forest, I'm gonna get through it. So there is a gameplay implication that's emerging, and that's a very good thing. And I'm grateful to have discovered that. Thank you. That is such a nice thing to say. I'm here to share what I'm doing the best I can and get through it. It helps motivate me. Y'all help motivate me. Alright, there we got those edges a little bit. Then I also want to do this edge, because we don't want too much against that. Kai Guy is of the art visual background, so I really get that, getting lost in the pixels. I usually, you know, I kind of never thought that I would be that. I can only imagine, especially if you are, like, you know, enchanted by that. What's up, Whiskers, Jasowski? What's the question? I make no guarantee of answering it. Or even putting it up on the screen if I don't like it. Okay. But you know, the more that I do visual stuff, it's kind of, in a way, it's kind of good. Like, even though, yeah, there's a warning for game dev YouTubers to not get sucked into it. For me, I've always been averse to visual stuff. Like, literally averse. You already doing that yourself. You're doing that on your own. You just did it. Whiskers Cheskoski. I don't know who you are. I can't vouch for what you're doing. You may be terrible, for all I know. But, you know, because I have been inspired to come in here and do this, I feel more confident in my, like, my skills. I have more fun with this that I never would have before. So there's a big advantage as well. Oh, I forgot I'm doing the top, not those edges. You admire my consistency and tenacity in advancing my skills and streaming, talking the whole time. Thanks. You know, sometimes, especially when I get into the art stuff, I talk a little less, but yeah, you know, I like doing it. I like doing the live streaming. I enjoy it. I like doing the YouTubing. It helps me. Like, if I wasn't live streaming, I would still be talking to myself, but I would feel a lot sillier. And, you know, having to manage the live stream, whoever comes through here and acts a fool, whoever comes through here and doesn't act a fool, you know, it all kind of helps me stay focused in a weird, twisted way. Because if I wasn't live streaming, I would not, and the singing, I would not be consistently for 8+ hours straight working on the game. I would take more breaks. I would do something else. I'd watch a video, you know. My favorite state? I don't have a favorite state. You mean in the United States? My favorite state of matter? I mean, my favorite state of matter is definitely gas, obviously. But like, you know, if I wasn't here doing this, I would be going off, I would be getting distracted all the time. All the time. But here, because I'm live streaming, it keeps me focused, because I'm not just here talking, I'm not just here managing trolls, I'm not just here doing this or whatever, singing, not just here doing all that. I'm also making sure I keep things on track. Germany. Oh, okay, so just like any country or whatever. I don't think I have a favorite. I wouldn't even know how to rank them. To be honest, I've only ever been in the United States. You feel me? Halloween Ghoul? Halloween King. It's Halloween Ghoul on Twitch. I still call you Halloween Ghoul. Guy says, it may be time to stop boomeranging when it's too dark to find your boomerang in the grass for 10 minutes. That's kind of scary. Like, what's gonna be in that grass? That's terrifying. Yeah, I was like, state? Wait, that's not a state. Okay, I think I got all the edges. Oh my goodness. It's it's kind of thick in some of these places. She ain't done yet. So I kind of want to thin that out a bit. Unfortunately. Whoa. Not like that. It just got a little too thick. It's not gonna look very spotty. Looking in the grass, boom! Orang. Silly. It's silly. I like it. But yeah, anyway, I'm just saying it helps me concentrate and work on this game for longer. To live stream. Man, I'm really getting into the details here. I am digging deep into those details. No idea if it'll pay off though. Alright, so I don't want that to actually be green. That's what it really looks like. And then I need to... You finally found it? Nice. Level 2 complete. That is a harder level. Whoa. Boomerang game where you have to find a lost boomerang. That's actually awesome. That's a cool mechanic. I mean, I don't know why you need to be boomeranging into the middle of the night. Same reason you're boomeranging into the middle of the night. That's why. Same reason. Word a bit. I still want to keep some of the distinctness. And then lighten it. Alright, let's see if this made much of a difference. Okay, it's a little greener than I wanted. I think I need to lighten it up a bit. A lot. Yeah, just like spotty. Just wispy. You can't even see it over here. Very subtle, very subtle. That's what I did all that for. Packing it up for level 3, the bike ride home by moonlight. Be safe, be safe. All right, let's see what that looks like. Let's see how it feels in game. I feel good about it. Oh, still on the debug level. Be safe, Kai Guy. You be safe. Whoa. Halloween King says, when I was a kid, my dad went to Australia and gave me and my brother a real wooden boomerang. What? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's super cool. What an awesome gift. Like we're talking like Link, like young Link boomerang. Does it have a gem in the middle? Probably not. Maybe. Yeah, I guess all I've ever seen are, if I've seen a boomerang, I've never really used one, but if I've seen one, yeah, it was like nylon, some kind of material. Some kind of soft material. Very lightweight, flexible. Yeah, that's a legit boomerang. Whisker says, I had a boomerang and lost it. So I said, I've got boomerangs on my mind, and it came back and hit me hard on the head. What? I don't know if that's a real story. We need to say the current level is level 1. So I can see what this forest actually looks like. Very legit boomerang. There's a bit of a drum roll in this song. Okay. Whoa. Oh. Why is the color of this so weird? That's strange. Oh, wait, why? Wait, why are these all these have the wrong color on them? Oh, as in a joke. Halloween King says, I tried it a few times and it got chipped, so I did not use it anymore. Oh, right, you want to be like careful with it because it's like nice. Right. And you play with plastic ones. You still have it somewhere. I mean, yeah, right, it's like a memento. It's an important object. You don't wanna just be throwing it around. It makes sense, makes sense. I'm a little taken by this little shadow problem we have here. I don't know where that got introduced, but it did. Where's the forest? Does the forest have that same kind of situation? Whoa, forest looks wild. Yeah, because the forest is matching. So something happened with the shader. The shader got like updated in a weird way. Level 4, throw it at home, then find it. Oh gosh. Like in your house is dangerous. Oh, I know what happened. I changed the color of the grass. It's the grass that got the color. Not the other way around. I see. Okay. So now I gotta fix that. Or like the empty, basically the blank default one. I got the wrong color on there. So what's the right color? I need to update this. So back on the cattle ranches, I guess these have the correct color. I mean, these look the same to me, but I guess they're not. If they were the same, we wouldn't be here dealing with this. It's probably this color right here. So I'm gonna grab that color, this hex code. I think it would be this. This isn't actually being used technically. No, that's the same color. And if I come here and we load the grass over here, same color. Alright, be safe, Guy. Be safe. Level 5, go back to the park and throw it one more time, then repeat all levels. Sounds dangerous. I'm confused. I mean, I know, here's what you should do. I should come to the gradient here and grab the color on the end of the gradient. That's what I should do. Oh, that looks like the same hex code though. It is. Like if I were to come on here and let's say I take the forest shader. We saved this as the forest shader. And if I load that onto the grass, save it and play it, we won't remember you. Now all of those are gonna be the right color. Right? Yeah. I mean, but it's obviously, it's got all of this crap everywhere. But then everything is the right color. I'm not exactly sure what that's about. Especially because it wasn't always that way. It makes me wonder if I shouldn't. What if I do this? What if we add that same shader on there? Okay, here's my idea. I'm gonna make this unique, and I'm gonna load the shader on here like as it normally is. And then I'm gonna adjust the gradient on here. To just not have any of these other colors on it. Weird, I know. Alright, good night, Qmerk. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. Take good care, and thank you for the kind words. Get some sleep. I'll see you next time. Bye for now. We got a gradient, same color. And I'm going to save this as we're just gonna say this is whatever default grass shader or something like that. I mean, it's kind of weird, like why would that even do that? I don't know. I don't really care. If this works, I'm happy. Alright, now it all matches. Good. That's all that matters. Okay. Beautiful. Good. Great. Love it. I gotta say, I kind of liked when there was more dirt on some of this grass. I think we could stand to have a little more variety on each of those. The problem is, you know, I think it's gonna really reveal the chunk size. Alright, looking for a forest obstacle. shocked that I'm not getting one. Oh, dang it, I overwrote it. No. Okay, make this unique. Quick load the forest shader. Oh, I wrote over it. No. Ugh. Oi. It's okay, we saved the other one as. Oh, I saved it as. But we still lost the other one. Okay. Save this one. Come to the blank grass. No! You're not listening to me! Hey, thanks, Whiskers. 1.34. Yeah, we were at 1.32 the other day. Especially with live streaming, it climbs up quick. You know, not quick. I'm not like a big channel by even any means whatsoever. But I'm saying live streaming always brings in like a, you know, certain range. Okay, this one needs to be... Oh, we want to do it up here? Quick load, default grass. I'm confused. What does this say down here? Oh, because I was changing the shader. Oh, not the material. I see. I know why. Just 999,000 more for first play button. Yeah. I don't look forward to that happening anytime soon. I am gonna make videos soon though, and that'll help, but we ain't getting there. I guess, oh, what I need is a different gradient. What I need is a different gradient. You see how this one has its own unique gradient. I need an own, I think. If I want the grass to be different. This is confusing. Okay, so on here, because this gradient is already saved. This is the default one. If I get rid of these, oh, I kind of liked it like that, just a little bit. That's something we could do, is we could add in like some gentle variation at some point. Okay, and then I want to save the gradient as default gradient. This stuff always gets really confusing. I feel like it's never that clear, like how the instancing is, and I wish it was more clear sometimes. Like what's instanced to what, where. It's never as clear as I want it to be. Wow. Okay. All right. You do you. Okay, save over that. Come to the forest. And on the forest, I want to make it oh, dang it. It's so annoying. I gotta undo it. Then I gotta save this again. Forest shader. Come back over here. Oh my god. So that says on the surface material, the material says that it's the grass one. On here, the material says that it's the forest one. Over here, it says it has the grass gradient. That ain't the grass gradient. Over here, it says it's got also the grass gradient. Okay. So, if I make this unique, and then I load... Let's mix them up. Oh my god. This is driving me nuts. This is so annoying. I'm so annoyed. I'm so incredibly annoyed. Okay. Curious, what's over here? The wrong one. Okay. Save this as the grass gradient. Come over here to this. Make this unique. And save it. Now I gotta go freaking find this. It's in some stupid annoying place. Okay. Alright. Where is that crap anyway? Right, but I didn't see that when I was saving it. Oh my god. Oh, that's recent. That's useless. Here. Okay, there's this. We want to save this on top of that. And now here, I want to load the grass gradient. No! Why does it look like that? Oh my gosh. This is so annoying. Save this as the grass gradient. Do it or die. Okay. I'm gonna save this. I'm so angry. This instancing crap without like clear descriptions of like what's what. Oh, it just makes me so mad. Okay, but you've still got it mixed up, obviously. But we've got that saved. No, this is that. You look correct. Do you understand me? So this one, make unique, I'm gonna clear it. Quick load. That, no, I did the wrong one, that was my fault. Grass. What? Why does it keep being that one? Oh my freaking gosh. Save it. Save it as. Save it as. Do you not understand what save? Yes, overwrite it, Godot. Freaking do it. What is so complicated about that? Why don't you make any sense? No, that's not correct. Oh my god. Why can't it figure this out? Okay. I'll rename it something else, alright? Stupid. So stupid. And does it have... Now it has that name. So it wasn't liking that I was naming it the same thing. I couldn't figure out how to overwrite it. Like, Godot, don't tell me I can overwrite something if it can't overwrite. Alright, see you later, buddy. Alright. Like, if I can't overwrite something, don't tell me that I can. I don't think that's a complicated request. Okay, there it is. That's correct. There we go. Oh my freaking gosh. I mean, I definitely made at least a couple files that I don't need. That's probably going to confuse me at some point down the road. So I guess I should go in there and clean that crap up. Oh my gosh. No way that needed to be that complicated. See you later, Whiskers. Goodbye. Thank you for stopping in. Oh my goodness. Alright, now let me see the forest. Why is it grass? Oh, why is it... Okay. Now I'm really very confused. Now I'm even more confused. Is it lying to me? Like if I open up the forest again, it's got the shader on it. That looks great. That's correct. Forest shader. So why isn't it showing up in the game? Okay, I think I know why. I think I know why it's not showing up in the game. I think I know the answer to that question. Okay, hold on. I think just in all of my confusion, I forgot to consider the fact that I have duplicated versions that don't have that new shader applied. That's what's going on. That's the situation. So if I come to the forest dupes, it's loading this one. That's why. Simple as that. We just weren't coming up on the one that was redesigned. So I have to delete all these dupes and recreate them. And the reason why there's the dupes is because the code expects a minimum number of obstacle chunks. All right, we're good. Everything is fine. I'm fine. Let's duplicate them. We don't need too many because there's never that many on at once, but we can have too few or things can get buggy. All right, okay. I still have to clean up some files in some places, but we should now see, there's our forest. There's our forest. Now, looking at it, how do I feel about it? Do I even like those colors? I might want to adjust those colors a bit, if I'm being honest. They're okay. You know, and in some ways it creeps up a little suddenly. I'm not gonna worry all the way about visual aspects to some extent. You know, it's weird that the grass suddenly stops. It does feel very sudden that the grass just goes away. Just for the forest area. Like, no grass for the forest area. I hate the grass. I mean, look, all the work today to get it set up, I don't know, it's something about it, it just like, it overcomplicates things in a way that wasn't a problem before. It feels like grass is missing on the forest area, to me. Like there should be some there. You know, in these middle paths specifically. It almost feels like, you know, for the player, like the player deserves like some kind of like continuation of the grass on those parts. So it like communicates something to them that you can keep walking here. Which, you know, kind of brings me back, well, maybe we should have strips of grass. And those strips of grass we can put around as needed. I could use a multi-mesh instance. I know that's not good. Don't do that. Please don't do that. I beg you. I wish there was a way to just like cut off the mesh. Or only render like a part of it or something. I'm gonna adjust the colors a little bit, at least. But I really feel the absence of the grass. And it's tough, it's tough. It's like I start focusing more on the visual stuff and then it just gets, the hole gets deeper and deeper, you know? It kind of sucks. All right, let me adjust these colors a little bit here. I'm gonna make it unique, okay? We're making it unique first. Oh, I wanted to clean up those files too. And I'm gonna adjust these colors a little bit around like the edges and stuff. I don't know, it just feels like it needs a different green. And bright green just doesn't always do it for me. Something earthier, you know? Rather than like this verdant, bright green. Plus, it kind of conflicts because we want the bright things to be like obstacles. Yeah, I think this is better. Much better. It even makes everything blend together better. It's a little bluer than I want it to be. Or something. It's easy to get pedantic. It's a little weird that then this is browner. So then I feel like I gotta adjust this color a bit too. Subtle stuff. Sort of the nature of the task, though, I guess. Something about the dirt, too. Like, I almost want it to not match the same dirt that's on the cattle ranch. I don't know how. It just feels like it should be different. Kind of ended up not being that different. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just kind of touching, feeling it. looking a little yellow. Alright, I can kind of get down with that. Just so it has a little bit of different dirt style than the, you know, it's just kind of, it's just like forester, I don't know, forestier. As far as the grass strips go, it probably isn't that important. But man, I want it. I want it. It's just tough because, you know, different situations are gonna warrant different grass types. But I'm into it. I'm doing it. And so the way that I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna call this grass plane 2. And for this, I would like it to be smaller. So this would just be for little small sections. Oh god, we're not in Godot controls anymore. I'm not exactly sure what size is gonna make the most sense. Kind of just guessing. Certainly smaller. Oh wow, it left a lot behind. We gotta do verts so we can get it all. Seems like a lot. I think I'd still want less than that, or fewer. And probably even like less big on all, like maybe even like a little patch. Has like some sections missing. Okay, but we don't want a bunch of stray verts. So do try to select faces. Not even faces, you kind of want to make sure you get whole pieces here. Otherwise, I'm going to end up with incomplete things. There's maybe a few more holes in here than I really want. I also want it to be like a useful patch. Level 3 complete, home safe and sound. Nice. Well done. Congrats. Exercise complete. Maybe we could chop off a few more of these. We're leaving music right on cue. Nice. Yeah, it worked out. Coincidence. Pure coincidence. Alright, let's say that's our patch. One of our patches. It would be nice to even have, like, patch varieties. Okay, so this is our new grass patch. I need to create a scene for it. So we can add it in. Hopefully I didn't make it too small, because what I want to avoid is adding a bunch of things. Kind of the bigger the better. Alright, glass plane 2. Oh, it's very small. That's okay. I feel like small is good. I do want to give it the right material. Is that what we're doing? What are we doing for the grass these days, by the way? What's on the other grass plane? Well, the other grass plane is like a partially invisible one. I think we still want that. Is this saved to something? It's not! I didn't even save this material. Oh, dang. Whoops. Save this as grass hideable is what this one is. So then we're gonna come over to this one and we want to give it that material, grass hideable. Let me save that as grass plane 2, yep. Just like that. In theory, I'd want it to also be on layer 4, although so far I'm not really using that. Okay, now come over here and we can drag this in. It's, you know, it's small. So I don't want to add too many, because I don't want it to become a performance issue. But if we could just get enough to like connect it from the outside, and then kind of slightly go along that path, that could be sufficient. But we're already getting a good few here. More is not merrier as far as performance goes. Just like a little bit. Probably don't even need that much. I'm still putting quite a few here. Music to place grass too. Heck yeah. For sure. Yeah, there's a pretty wide variety, so you never know what you're gonna get. But I tried to pick music that was obviously license free. That was the most important. But also, stuff I felt like I could game develop too. Alright, and then the other track here. Some of them are a vibe more than others. music to place grass. I don't know why, that's really funny. Jaman, yeah, I do like a lot of reggae vibes. There's quite a few reggae inspired tracks on this playlist. For sure. Alright, so I mean that's more than that's more new objects than I particularly would want to put on there. But to be fair, they're all instances of each other, which doesn't do a lot, but it does a little. Now they're not going to be on all the duplicates now, because remember I made duplicates, so I actually have to fix that. I gotta fix that. I'm gonna pop up forest. Delete the duplicates, make sure none are open up here. I don't think there are. Dupe it. We really only need a few dupes, because there's only ever 2 that are visible at a time, so we can probably get away with just making 4. Alright. Let's see what we got. Much better. Much better. Wow, it's like, it makes it look like seamless, right? It's just, I don't know, to me that just looks so much better. It looks like it's connected to this. And it very much, I think, guides the player to go this way. Whoa, it's kind of cool the way it lines up with things. Yeah, I like it. There's some changes I want to make to the mesh a bit. No double entendre intended, place grass as opposed to touch grass. Yeah, it's good. And even, yeah, it's good. This is good. That had a much more positive effect than I was even hoping for. Yeah, there's some spots like right here. Right, and so I can come in here, so okay, where's, oh, I just realized I think that lost its shader. Back when we were doing the great shader wars, the gradient chaos, the instance chaos. You know, I agree with you. Wait, why is it? I'm a little confused. Actually, it looks like this has the forest gradient on it. I feel like there's a lot more uniquenesses that I haven't been making. This has the default grass gradient. That ain't what that looks like. That ain't no default grass gradient. That's not what that is. Say what? Warhammer? I mean, I know that's like a game with figurines, but that's about all I got with understanding what you're talking about. This is ranch 2, ranch gradient 2. I don't know if it really corresponds like that though. Gradient 3. I'm a little confused. Ranch 3's got that one, which has its own unique gradient. It's got ranch gradient 4. What's forest 1 looking like? Okay, good. It's got the forest gradient. Branch 1 has the right gradient. Branch 2, I don't know if that's the right one, but it's the one that I've most recently chosen. I rather like this one. What's range gradient 5? Ooh, it's kind of nice. It kind of goes with the corn stalks a bit. Cattle Ranch 3, it's got its own. That works. Cattle Ranch 4, as long as it doesn't have a forest one. That seems fine to me. Okay. Okay. You know, and I could go back and add like some little grass patches. Like, you know, I could put some grass patches in here. Just again to make it not be quite as jarring a change. It's almost a little pointless to put it all the way over here. Player's rarely going to be over there, but not necessarily. I do want to encourage the player to move around the map, so it might be worth having it there. I assume that's better than having the remover on there, but it's hard to be sure. There's a landscape company I see ads for that isn't so subtle in their double entendre. Their slogan is "We're high on grass." Nice. I see. That's a fun one. I've definitely seen some ones that I don't find fun. You know what's bothering me is this. That needs to be moved over right now. I'm tired of that tree being where it is. This tree right here. Get over there. Just ain't right. Oh, and that's the other thing, right? I might want to add a forest shader onto here, right? Or paint some. That's going to be tricky because this only has one side. It's only got one type on it. I can't put two different forest gradient types on here unless I were to have a different plane, which could be doable. I could have like a half and half plane where half of it has one shader and half of it has the other. I mean, we're getting into, you know, complexity that maybe doesn't need to be there. If it feels like a problem, I'll deal with it. For now, not gonna worry about it. Alright, now that I fixed that tree, yes, much better. Alright, I feel pretty good about this. I feel like it's still not, I still not right. Because this area used to be open on purpose so the player wouldn't bump into anything down the middle, but I don't need to keep things open on purpose anymore. And so it just really bugs me that it's so open right there. Yeah, you know, I still want to be adding more chunks in here, more types. Why are those on top of each other? Oh, it just probably needs to reload. I would like to have I would really like to have the forest shader on here. Oh, it would be nice. Oh, it'll be so nice. Another thing too is if I had the grass closer to the edge, you can see there's kind of like a faint line here where there's a gap. So like that's something that I wouldn't mind fixing at some point. Probably not worth prioritizing right now. Certainly not worth prioritizing right now. But yeah, it would be nice if we had some of that forest stuff on here. That would be very, very nice. But that's not going to be easy. Again, I'm going to have to either have, you know, this cattle ranch section be the color of the forest ground, or have like a special ground that's split into two so we can have two different shaders. So, I mean, I'll tell you what, I'll put that in the hack and plan as something to do for art stuff. And other than that, I feel pretty accomplished today. You know, there's plenty of, you know, things that I would rather get done sooner than later in regards to gameplay. But, you know, I can't always get all the gameplay stuff. I can't always get all the gameplay stuff all the time. Sometimes I gotta do other stuff, and that's okay too. All right, let me just add a note on here. A task for the future. This is gonna be terrain grounds with split planes for multiple shaders. Grass or forest versus ranch, etc. I'm just trying to put some keywords that if I go searching for this, I'll be able to find it. We're gonna put this in art. Make a/some, we're gonna say A for now. Make at least one new terrain block plane ground type that has two planes on it, so two different shaders can be applied, e.g. with with two apply, like with ranch 2, which has a forest on the left and a ranch on the right. Yes. Let's just double check that I actually put the right number on there. It is ranch 2. Look at me learning them. Then the forest section, I'm typing all this out. The forest section can have the forest gradient on it. It's been a while since we've seen that collection ore gameplay. It has, I know. I really need to like work on that. I'm gonna guess this could be like, I could see myself burning. I could probably get it done in I'm sure I could get it done in 4 hours, but I'm gonna put 5 hours on here. I like being generous. Create it. There that is. It's just floating and planned somewhere. I'll move it up though. I'll move it up to progress. In progress. Yeah, it has been a while. It has been a while. I want to work on that. I want to get that. I really want to get limb damage stuff set up. Abduction stuff is pretty solid for now. You know, there's some like aspects of it that could be improved, but it works. There's a minimum we can meet. That's all that matters. Well, there isn't, but there's a number that could be set to a minimum. So yeah, in theory. Oh, you know what I want to add? I want to add a slowdown mechanic, so you can actually like move slower. Because right now you can move at the default speed, or you can move at a faster speed, but you can't slow down. The only thing is, if you move too slow, sometimes you see some weird cracks between the level chunks, which isn't ideal. So we'll see. We'll see. No, I mean, I like the challenge. I think it's nice. I mean, you gotta attack from far away. And the thing is, too, you know, they're gonna start, at some point, I want those creatures to start scattering. Oh yeah, it is there. I just never use it because, well, I haven't because I've been so focused on art as opposed to gameplay lately. or visual stuff. Build a hotel? I mean, for sure. So there's gonna be 4 different areas in the game. The farmland area, which is the one you see right here. There's gonna be a small town area and a big city area. And then there's also gonna be a military area. So I would say definitely in the city area, a hotel would be perfect. Absolutely. Maybe in the small town area, but I mean, it's more fun if it's in the city. And then you'll be able to harvest instead of cows, it'll be people. So yeah, that's definitely something that would happen. So yeah, collection mechanic, it works great. It works great. I have a blast doing these mechanics, you know? I just haven't done them in a while. The other thing is the highlight right now. We get an arrow above things, so you can see if I highlight the barn, it lights up, right? But if I highlight the cow, it doesn't light up. It's because they're fundamentally structured differently. Oh yeah, yes, motel for a small town, hotel for a city. Yeah, that's right. That's a good idea. I like that. That's a fun thing to model. I like that idea. I should write that down. So, you know, there's an arrow that appears above them, but because the cows are just built like fundamentally differently, they don't, it makes it harder to set up the outline, and I will. So that's something, you know, I mean, obviously, if you're going to grab things, it would be nice to have them hover. Maybe the arrow will be different, you know, I'm not sure. So there's a lot of little gameplay things I want to think about, but, you know, it works for now. I think that'll come up as I play it more and as more gets developed. Now, obviously, you can see I'm destroying things, but there's no arm. So in theory, you wouldn't be able to destroy things when your arms are broken off. That is something that I would like to add. But, you know, yeah, so really that's kind of one of the next things I want to focus on after I, you know, do some more level building. Maybe even sooner than later. I wanna have it so you actually have consequences because you've lost things. Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, the idea is less about getting zapped. So like if we attack the pole, you can see it breaks apart. And it actually has sparks that fly off of it. And so, you know, maybe it'll be that if you go to attack it, it hurts you when you touch it. But, you know, the thing is it's something that doesn't like immediately present itself as necessary. So it's more like an idea, like in theory. I don't know if it'll make it into this version of the game, but it's definitely something to think about. It's definitely something to think about. You know, so if you go to attack it right now, it would hurt you, right? But, you know, in terms of an electrocution effect and all that, like, that's just kind of out of scope for this project. But maybe someday in a different iteration of it, that could happen. Who knows? Who knows? But for now, I am gonna say thank you for hanging out with me. I'm gonna be back tomorrow for the 1-hour game jam at 6 p.m. Eastern. You're welcome to join in any game engine you want. And yeah, I've appreciated hanging out with you all. We got some grass. That's pretty much been today, is getting the grass set up. We got grass, and it's performant enough. It's not perfectly performant, but it's performant enough. Yes, bye. It's performant enough, and we can hide that grass sometimes. I got the forest touched up a little bit, beautified up, so some good visual things added in. And then next week, I don't know, hopefully I'll work on mechanics and stuff. We'll see what happens. I gotta give big shout out to the patrons. If you're watching on the short feed, I don't have the patron list on there yet, but I do have it on the widescreen feed. So let's take a look at all those beautiful people on Patreon. You can head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev to join for free. You don't even have to be on that list of awesome people who contribute finance finances. Thank you for doing that. Patreon is really just a way that you can support. There aren't a lot of perks over there, real talk. But if you join for free, you do get an extra perk of a secret live stream that you can't get elsewhere. So keep that in mind. Just something to think about. The Patreon is like sitting waiting. It's waiting to be used up a little better. So, you know, you can get it on the free level and be ready for the cool things that it has to offer. Gotta give love to the YouTube members as well. Thank you for supporting over on YouTube. You get a lot more perks by joining on YouTube, actually. You get all kinds of live chat things like emotes and badges and a cool color next to your name. Plus, you're gonna get an 8 to 10 hour live stream every Monday that I do. I'll sing you a song, whether you're a patron or a YouTube member, I'll sing you a song when you join the chat. So think about that, something to think about. And yeah, make sure you have your gift memberships turned on so you can get those. Yeah, come through tomorrow if you can. I'll be here. Enjoyed it. I may be too busy tomorrow for the game jam. That's understandable. That's understandable. Again, thank you everybody for hanging out. If you're, good night. Good night. Good night, Shorts Feed. Shorts Feed, good night first. Goodbye. Take care. Thank you for hanging out. As for everybody else, yes, smash that thumbs up button if you haven't yet. You made it this far. Hey, are you watching this after the live stream? Oh my gosh. Please hit that like button. You must have kind of liked it if you made it here. You can also do a little something. You can also do a little something if you want to see our other devlogs, because I do these every Wednesday and Thursday. There's so many of them. I've been working on stuff last week. I'm going to work on stuff next week. Don't look at that. Look at this. If you want to see the last live devlog that I did, tap or click in the bottom left. If you want to see the next live devlog, tap or click in the bottom right. And I hope I see you there. All right. Good night.